I probably shouldn't admit this, but I used to think I was smarter than most people. Not in an obnoxious way, I hope, but I had this quiet confidence that I could navigate situations others couldn't, work things out, stay a step ahead. Looking back now, that belief feels almost funny. Almost. This happened about 18 months ago, when I was living in Bristol and working as a copywriter for a marketing agency. Decent job, decent flat, decent life. Nothing extraordinary, but I was content enough. My evenings usually involved cooking something simple, maybe watching a series, occasionally meeting friends at the pub. Pretty standard existence for someone in their late 20s. I'd heard about the dark web the same way everyone has, through articles and documentaries that make it sound like this lawless digital wasteland full of hitmen and drugs and worse. But I'd also read enough to know that a lot of it was exaggerated, that plenty of it was mundane, even boring. Activists and journalists used it. People in countries with restricted internet access. It wasn't all horror stories. So when a colleague mentioned it one afternoon, talking about how you could find leaked databases and deleted information, I was curious. Not about anything illegal, mind you. I just wanted to see what was actually there, what all the fuss was about. I went home that evening and spent maybe half an hour getting set up. It was easier than I'd expected. A few simple steps, and I was browsing this completely different version of the internet. The first thing I noticed was how slow everything was. Pages took ages to load. Links were broken constantly. Most sites looked like they'd been designed sometime around the year 2000 and never updated. I spent an hour or so clicking around, finding mostly disappointment. Some marketplaces that looked obviously dodgy. A few forums discussing things I had no interest in. Nothing particularly shocking or exciting. Then I found a site called Request Exchange. It was buried in one of those directory listings, described simply as Community Service Platform. When I opened it, the page was plain. White background, black text, minimal formatting. At the top was a simple explanation. This was a place where people could post requests for information or tasks they needed completed, and others could fulfill those requests. Like a bizarre anonymous version of a freelancing site. The requests were strange. Someone wanted copies of building blueprints for an office complex in Leeds. Another person needed photographs of a specific car park in Edinburgh at different times of day. Someone else wanted detailed information about a particular person's daily routine, including where they worked and what time they left home. That one made me uncomfortable, obviously, but I kept scrolling. Most requests were vague enough that you couldn't tell if they were legitimate or sinister. Need access to email account. Could be someone trying to recover their own lost account, or someone planning something awful. Require footage from specific location. Could be a researcher or a stalker. The anonymity made everything feel slippery and uncertain. What caught my attention was how many requests were marked as completed. Each one had a status indicator, and dozens showed as fulfilled. Underneath those, there were sometimes comments. Anonymous users saying things like, "Received, thanks," or "Perfect," exactly what I needed. It was active. People were actually using this. At the bottom of the page was a link, "Submit your request." I clicked it, not really thinking, just curious about what the process looked like. A form appeared, simple and straightforward. A text box for describing what you wanted. A field for providing an anonymous email address where responses could be sent. Optional fields for offering payment, though I noticed many requests left this blank. And a disclaimer at the bottom stating that the site took no responsibility for any requests or responses, that everything was entirely at the user's own risk. I sat there for a while, cursor blinking in the empty text box, wondering what I'd even ask for if I was going to submit something. I didn't need anything. I wasn't trying to track anyone down or obtain private information. I was just looking. Then, almost as a joke, I typed something. I can't even remember exactly what made me think of it, but I wrote, "Need to know what happened in flat 3B, Ashford House, Cheltenham, between 2008 and 2010. That was my childhood address, the flat where I'd lived with my parents until I was about 11, before we'd moved to Reading. I hadn't thought about that place in years. Nothing particularly interesting had happened there, as far as I knew. We'd just been an ordinary family, living an ordinary life in an ordinary flat. But I suppose some part of me was curious if there was anything to find. Any random bit of forgotten history or trivial information that might be lurking in some database somewhere. I almost deleted it. It felt stupid. But then I thought, why not? It's anonymous. Nothing would come of it. No one would bother responding to something so random and pointless. I created a temporary email address, the kind that self-destructs after a few hours, and pasted it into the form. Then I submitted the request. I closed the browser and didn't think about it again for a couple of days. Then I remembered to check the temporary email account, mostly just to see if it was still active. When I logged in, there were 3 messages waiting. The first was spam, something about cryptocurrency that I deleted immediately. The second was from the request exchange site itself, just a confirmation that my request had been posted. The third email had no subject line. The sender's address was just a string of random characters. I opened it. The message was brief. Information attached. Let me know if you need more. There was a zip file attached, about 30 megabytes. I downloaded it, scanned it for viruses, and extracted the contents. Inside were dozens of documents, PDFs mostly, scanned images of what looked like official paperwork. The first document I opened was a tenancy agreement for flat 3B, Ashford House, Cheltenham, dated 2006. The names on it weren't my parents' names. It was from before we'd lived there. I recognized the landlord's name though, the same property company that had managed the building when we were there. I opened another document, a police report, dated March 2009. I lived there in March 2009. I would have been about 9 years old. The report described a noise complaint, neighbors reporting shouting and sounds of a disturbance coming from flat 3B. Officers attended, spoke to the residents who assured them everything was fine. No further action taken. I didn't remember that. I didn't remember any police coming to our flat, but I would have been a child. Maybe I'd been asleep. Maybe my parents had kept it from me. The next document was another police report, July 2009, same flat. This time, neighbors reported hearing what sounded like someone crying for help. Officers attended again. Again, residents said everything was fine. The report noted that the officers had no grounds to enter without permission and that the residents had refused entry. I felt cold. That didn't make sense. We'd lived there. My mum, my dad, me. We were a normal family. We didn't have police turning up at the door. We didn't have neighbors complaining. I'd have remembered that, wouldn't I? I kept opening documents. More police reports, scattered across 2008 and 2009. More noise complaints. One report mentioned officers seeing a woman at the door who appeared distressed but claimed everything was fine. Another mentioned a man who seemed agitated and defensive. Descriptions that could have fit my parents, but the details were vague enough that I couldn't be certain. Then I found something else, a social services document, dated October 2009. It described a welfare check conducted at the property following multiple complaints from neighbors. The report stated that a child was observed in the flat and appeared withdrawn and underweight. The social worker had attempted to speak to the child, but had been prevented by the parents. A follow-up visit had been scheduled. I was the child. I had to be. I was the only child living in that flat. But I didn't remember any of this. I didn't remember being withdrawn or underweight. I didn't remember social workers visiting. I remembered my childhood as being mostly happy, normal, nothing unusual. There were more documents, follow-up reports from social services, notes about attempted visits where no one answered the door, concerns raised but insufficient evidence to take further action. Everything trailing off in early 2010, around the time we moved away. The last document in the folder was different. It was a scan of a handwritten letter, the paper yellowed, and the ink faded in places. It was addressed to the authorities, but didn't seem to have been sent anywhere. Just written and kept. The handwriting was shaky, uneven. The letter described living in flat 3B during 2009. It talked about hearing things through the walls, a child crying at odd hours, long periods of silence, sounds like furniture being moved in the middle of the night. The writer said they'd called the police several times, but nothing had ever been done. They said they'd moved out of the building in 2010 because they couldn't stand listening anymore. They said they still thought about that flat sometimes, about what might have been happening there, about whether they should have done more. I read the letter 3 times. Then I closed my laptop and sat in my living room, staring at nothing, trying to process what I'd just seen. I called my mum the next day. We spoke maybe once a week, usually about nothing important. She still lived in Reading with my dad. I'd seen them a few months earlier at Christmas. Everything had been normal, fine. I kept the conversation light, asked how they were doing, mentioned work. Then, casually, I brought up Cheltenham, said I'd been thinking about the old flat, asked if she remembered much about living there. She said, not really. It had been a long time ago, just another rental property. We'd moved around a lot when I was younger because of my dad's work. Why was I asking? I said I'd just been reminiscing, nothing important. She changed the subject, started telling me about my cousin's new baby, and I let the conversation drift away from Cheltenham entirely. I didn't tell her what I'd found. I didn't know how to. What would I even say? I found documents online suggesting something was wrong when we lived in Cheltenham, that social services had been involved, that neighbors thought something bad was happening. She'd either have an explanation that would make me feel stupid for worrying, or she'd be upset that I was digging into the past, or worse, she'd confirm that something awful had happened and I'd somehow blocked it out entirely. None of those options felt manageable. I went back to the request exchange site. My original request was still there, now marked as completed. Underneath it, the anonymous responder had left a comment. Let me know if you need more details. I created a new temporary email address and sent a message to the account that had replied to me. I asked where they'd found the information, how they'd accessed police reports and social services documents, whether everything they'd sent was real. The response came within a few hours. Everything is real, sourced from various databases and physical archives. Can provide verification if needed. Do you want more? I didn't respond. I shut my laptop and tried to pretend I'd never seen any of it, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. Those documents felt true. The dates lined up. The address was correct. The details were too specific to be fabricated. But they also contradicted everything I remembered about my childhood. My parents had been normal, maybe a bit strict, but not abusive, not neglectful. We'd been happy. hadn't we? I started trying to remember specifics. What had our flat in Cheltenham actually looked like? I could picture my bedroom, small with a window that overlooked the car park. I remembered the kitchen, narrow and always a bit dark. The living room with the old sofa that had a tear in one cushion. But when I tried to remember actual events, actual moments, everything became hazy. Dinners, surely we'd had dinners together. Days out, we must have gone places. But I couldn't pin down specific memories. Just vague impressions. Maybe that was normal. Maybe everyone's childhood memories are fragmented and unreliable. I was 9 years old, maybe 10. Of course I wouldn't remember everything clearly. A week passed. I tried to focus on work, on my normal life, but the documents kept circling through my mind. That letter especially. The neighbor who'd written about hearing a child crying, about long silences, about furniture being moved in the night. I went back to the site. The anonymous responder's comment was still there, offering more details. I sent another message. I asked what else they had, what else they could find about that flat, that time period, my family. The response came quickly. Can provide additional materials. Will take a few days to compile. Confirm you want to proceed. I should have stopped there. I should have closed the laptop and walked away. But I didn't. I replied, yes. 3 days later, another email arrived. Another zip file, this one larger. Over 100 megabytes. I downloaded it and extracted the contents. The folder was organized chronologically. It started in 2007, a year before my memories of living there began. There were photographs, scanned prints, not digital images. They showed the interior of Flat 3B, but not the way I remembered it. The walls were different colors. The furniture was different. These were from before we moved in. Then documents from 2008, more tenancy records, utility bills in my parents' names, council tax statements, everything normal and mundane and proving that yes, we had lived there, exactly when I thought we had. Then something else, medical records, mine, from a GP surgery in Cheltenham, appointments logged throughout 2008 and 2009. The notes were brief and clinical, but there were a lot of them. More than I'd expect for a healthy child. References to injuries, a fractured wrist in June 2008, bruising in August 2008, a suspected concussion in January 2009. Each time, the note said the parents had provided explanations. Falls, accidents, normal childhood mishaps. I don't remember any of that. I don't remember breaking my wrist. I don't remember any concussion. More documents. School records from the primary school I'd attended in Cheltenham. Attendance was patchy, lots of absences. Notes about my behavior, described as quiet and withdrawn. One teacher's note mentioned concerns about possible neglect, but stated there wasn't enough evidence to report formally. Then photographs, not scans this time. Digital images taken with a phone or camera. They showed the exterior of Ashford House at different times, day and night, different seasons, cars in the car park, windows of the building. Some of the photos had timestamps, taken in 2010, 2011, years after we'd moved away. Then photographs of other buildings, a house in Reading. I recognized it immediately. My parents' current house, the one they'd bought after we left Cheltenham. Photos of the front door, the driveway, the garden. Recent photos, judging by the car in the driveway. My dad's car. Same model, same color, same registration plate visible in one of the shots. My hands were shaking. I closed the laptop and pushed it away from me. Someone had been watching my parents' house recently. and they'd sent me the proof. I sent another email to the anonymous account. I asked who they were, why they were sending me this, what they wanted. The response came an hour later. You asked for information. I provided it. Do you want more? I wrote back, why do you have photos of my parents' house? Why are you watching them? The response, I'm not watching anyone. These were requested by someone else. I'm just the one who compiled the information. I felt sick. Someone else had requested information about my parents, about their house, about them. And this person, whoever they were, had gathered it and sent it along with everything else. I asked who had requested it. I didn't expect an answer. The response came anyway. Can't share that. But they asked for it recently, within the last few months. Wanted current information about the same family, same address history, same people. Someone had been looking into my family, into me, into the flat in Cheltenham, and what had happened there, and where we were now. I asked what else they'd shared, what else this other person had received. The response, everything I sent you, plus more. They wanted ongoing monitoring, photos, updates. I declined that request. Too much work. I asked if they knew who the other person was, anything about them. The response, no, that's how this works. Everything is anonymous. But if you want my opinion, they already knew your family. They weren't starting from scratch. They had specifics, details. They were confirming information, not discovering it. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to work out who would be looking into my family. Someone from Cheltenham, an old neighbour, someone from social services who'd never forgotten about those welfare checks, or someone else entirely, someone I'd never considered. I called my mum again the next morning. I couldn't help myself. I asked if anything strange had been happening, anyone hanging around the house, any odd phone calls or visitors. She said no, everything was fine. Why was I asking these weird questions? I said I'd just been worried about her, scams and things like that. Older people getting targeted. She laughed and said she wasn't that old. And anyway, everything was fine. I wanted to believe her. I went back to the request exchange site one last time. I don't know what I was hoping to find. Some explanation maybe. Some way to make sense of it all. I scrolled through the list of completed requests, looking for anything that might be related to my family. Most were too vague to tell. But then I saw one, marked as completed about 4 months earlier. The request was simple. Need full background on family, previous addresses, Cheltenham and Reading, current status and location. That could have been about anyone, but the timing matched. 4 months ago, around when those photos of my parents' house were taken. I looked at my own request, the one I'd submitted weeks earlier. Right below it was another request, posted the day after mine. It said, need updated information on same family, confirm current address and situation. Someone had seen my request, seen me asking about flat 3B in Cheltenham, and they'd submitted their own request immediately after, asking for current information about my family. I'd led them right to us. I shut down my laptop and haven't been back to that site since. I don't know what to do with the information I have. Those documents about my childhood might be real, or they might be elaborate fabrications designed to unsettle me. The photos of my parents' house might mean someone's watching them, or they might mean nothing at all. But someone out there knows who we are. They know where my parents live. They knew enough about our history to request specific information, and they received it from me because I was curious, because I thought I was clever enough to navigate something I didn't understand. My parents are fine, as far as I know. I call them more often now. Sometimes I drive up to Reading on weekends just to check on them. They think I'm being unusually attentive. They don't ask why. I haven't told them about any of this. Maybe I should. Maybe they'd have explanations for those documents from Cheltenham. Maybe they'd remember the police visits and the social workers and have perfectly reasonable explanations for all of it. Maybe I'd feel stupid for worrying. Or maybe they'd confirm that something terrible happened during those years, something they've spent decades trying to forget, and now I've dragged it all back into the light by being careless on a website I should never have visited in the first place. I don't know which possibility frightens me more. What I do know is that information never disappears. Once it's out there, once it's been compiled and shared and passed between anonymous accounts on sites you can't trace, you lose control of it completely. And sometimes the act of looking for answers creates new questions, new problems, new threats. I was wrong about being smarter than most people. I was just lucky for a long time. That luck ran out the moment I submitted that request. And now all I can do is wait and see if whoever wanted information about my family decides they need something more than just photos and documents. I check my parents' house on Google Maps sometimes, Street View, making sure it looks the same as the last time I visited, making sure nothing's changed. It's become a compulsion. Every few days, I'll pull up the image, compare it to my memory, and try to convince myself that everything's fine. But I know that somewhere out there, someone else is looking at the same house, someone with their own reasons, their own plans, and I'm the one who helped them find it. Do you have one of those repair people you trust? A plumber or electrician whose number you keep saved because they've done good work before and you know they'll turn up when they say they will? I had someone like that. A handyman called Steve who'd fixed various things around my house over the past few years. A leaking tap, some dodgy wiring, a bathroom fan that had stopped working. Reliable, reasonably priced, the sort of person you're grateful to have found in a world where tradespeople are often impossible to pin down. I gave him a key to my house once, just for convenience, whilst he worked on a job when I couldn't be there. That single decision is why I now know my kitchen looks different at 3 a.m. than it does during the day. Why I've seen footage of my bedroom that I definitely didn't record, and why my home address appears on a website that charges people for live access to spaces they have no right to see. I'm a physiotherapist working at a clinic in Sheffield. Been there for about 7 years. I live in a semi-detached house in one of the suburbs, the kind of area where people know their neighbours vaguely, but mostly keep to themselves. It's a decent house, nothing fancy, but it's mine, and I've worked hard to afford it. I live alone, which I've always preferred. The freedom to keep my own schedule, the peace and quiet after dealing with patients all day. Steve first did some work for me about 3 years ago. I'd found him through a recommendation from a colleague whose bathroom he'd renovated. He'd come round to fix a persistent leak under my kitchen sink that I'd been ignoring for too long. He was punctual, polite, did the job efficiently, and charged a fair price. Over the following years, I called him back for various other bits and pieces, replacing light fixtures, fixing a loose banister, installing some shelving in the spare room. Last autumn, I needed some electrical work done in the hallway. A ceiling light had started flickering worryingly, and I wanted it sorted properly rather than just replacing the bulb and hoping for the best. Steve came round to assess the job and said it would take most of an afternoon. The problem was I had several patient appointments scheduled that day and couldn't take time off. Steve suggested I could leave him a key, and he let himself in and out. locking up properly when he finished. He'd done this for other clients before, he said, and it made things easier than trying to coordinate schedules. I hesitated slightly. It's never comfortable giving someone access to your home when you're not there. But I'd known Steve for years at this point, and he'd never given me any reason to doubt his professionalism. I agreed, and left a spare key under the back doormat with instructions about which light was the problem. The work was done exactly as promised. When I got home that evening, the light was fixed, the key was back under the mat, and everything seemed perfectly normal. Steve sent a text to confirm he'd finished, and I transferred the payment that evening. Simple, professional, exactly the kind of smooth transaction that makes you feel you've made the right choice in tradespeople. About 2 weeks later, I started noticing things that seemed slightly off. Nothing major, just small details that didn't quite match how I remembered leaving them. A kitchen cupboard door that I was sure I'd closed was standing open. The living room curtains were pulled slightly wider apart than I usually positioned them. A throw cushion on the sofa had moved from one end to the other. I put it down to tiredness and distraction. I'd been working long hours covering for a colleague on sick leave, and it's easy to forget small actions when your mind is occupied with other things. Everyone has moments where they can't quite remember whether they've done something or just intended to. But the occurrences continued. More cupboards left open. Lights turned on in rooms I was certain I'd left dark. My bedroom door standing ajar when I always closed it fully. The bathroom bin moved from its usual spot by the sink to underneath the window. Each incident was minor enough to dismiss individually, but together they formed a pattern that made me increasingly uncomfortable. Then I noticed something more concrete. I have a small jewelry box on my bedroom dresser, just costume pieces mostly, nothing valuable. The box has a particular way I arrange it. Necklaces on one side, earrings on the other, a few rings in a little compartment at the back. One morning, I found everything mixed together, the necklaces tangled with the earrings, the rings scattered throughout. I hadn't touched that box in over a week. That's when I started to suspect someone had been entering my house. Not to steal, nothing was missing as far as I could tell, but simply to be there, to move through the space and disturb things in small ways that made their presence known. It felt deliberate, like someone wanted me to realize my home wasn't as private as I believed. I checked all the doors and windows, looking for signs of forced entry. Everything was secure and undamaged. The locks showed no evidence of tampering. There was no obvious explanation for how someone could be getting in, unless they had a key. And the only person outside my immediate family who'd ever had access to my key was Steve. I tried to dismiss the thought. Steve was a professional tradesman with plenty of work. No reason to risk his reputation and livelihood by sneaking into clients' homes. But the timing fit. The disturbances had started after he'd used my key to do that electrical work, and he'd had ample opportunity to copy the key before returning it. I changed my locks anyway, just to be safe. It cost more than I'd hoped, but I needed to feel secure in my own home. For about a week afterwards, everything seemed normal. No more mysterious disturbances, no more items moved or lights left on. I felt relieved, convinced that changing the locks had solved whatever problem had existed, even if I never fully understood what it had been. Then one morning, I found a mug in my kitchen sink that I didn't recognize. Not one of mine, just a plain white mug, but definitely not from my cupboards. It was sitting in the sink, like someone had used it for tea or coffee and left it there to wash later. The casual domesticity of it made my skin crawl. Someone had been in my house, made themselves a drink, used a mug they'd brought with them, and left it behind deliberately. I called the police immediately. They came and took the mug for fingerprints, took a statement about the incidents I'd been experiencing, checked the house for any signs of how someone might be entering. They found nothing conclusive. The mug had been wiped clean. There were no marks on doors or windows, no sign of how access was being gained. The officer who responded suggested I install cameras inside the house, not just external security, but something that would capture anyone moving around inside. I did that the same day, setting up several small cameras in the hallway, kitchen, and living room, all connected to my phone so I'd receive alerts if they detected movement while I was out. For 3 days, the cameras showed nothing unusual. Just me leaving in the morning and returning in the evening, the house empty and undisturbed in between. I started to think maybe the mug had been enough. Maybe whoever was doing this had realized they'd been too obvious and had stopped. Then on the 4th day, I received a movement alert around 2 in the afternoon. I was with a patient at the time and couldn't check immediately. But as soon as I had a break, I pulled up the camera feed on my phone. The footage showed a figure moving through my house, walking casually from room to room as though they had every right to be there. It was Steve. I recognized him immediately despite the cap he was wearing. He moved through my kitchen, opened cupboards and peered inside, stood looking out of the living room window for a few minutes. He went upstairs beyond the range of my cameras and stayed there for about 20 minutes before coming back down and leaving through the front door. The whole visit lasted around 40 minutes. I felt sick watching it. This was someone I'd trusted, someone I'd paid for honest work, someone I'd given access to my home because I thought he was reliable and professional. And he'd been entering my house regularly, walking through my private spaces, doing God knows what whilst I was at work, and completely unaware. I saved the footage and took it straight to the police station when I finished work that evening. This time, they had clear evidence of a crime, an identifiable suspect. They visited Steve that evening and arrested him. When they searched his van, they found keys to around 30 different properties, all carefully labeled with addresses. My key was among them, freshly cut to match my new locks. He'd somehow obtained details of my new lock type and had a key made before I'd even realized the locks had been changed. But what they found at his house was worse. He had hard drives containing thousands of hours of video footage from inside people's homes. Not just footage of him walking through empty houses, but recordings from cameras he'd installed secretly during legitimate repair visits. Tiny cameras hidden in smoke detectors, air vents, light fixtures. Devices he'd placed while supposedly fixing problems, whilst homeowners trusted him to work unsupervised in their properties. The footage went back years, hundreds of homes across Sheffield and surrounding areas, all of them belonging to people who'd hired him for basic maintenance work and unknowingly given him opportunities to install surveillance equipment. The videos showed everything. People going about their daily lives, private moments they thought were completely unwitnessed, intimate details of how they lived when they believed they were alone. During questioning, Steve admitted he'd been selling access to these camera feeds on the dark web. He'd created accounts for each property, organized by location and type of residence, and charged subscription fees for people to watch live feeds from inside strangers' homes. Some buyers wanted to watch specific types of households. Others just wanted the voyeuristic thrill of observing people who had no idea they were being watched. A detective showed me the website where my home had been listed. It was organized like a streaming service, with thumbnail previews of different properties and descriptions of what viewers could expect to see. My house was categorized under single-occupant female residences, with notes about my work schedule and typical routine. The listing boasted about multiple camera angles and high video quality. The subscription data showed my feed had been purchased by around 40 different people over the months since Steve had installed the cameras. 40 strangers had been watching me move around my own home, had observed my private routines, had seen everything I did whilst thinking I was completely alone and unobserved. The thought of it made me feel violated in a way that was difficult to articulate. The detective explained that the cameras Steve had installed were sophisticated enough to be nearly impossible to find without knowing exactly what to look for. They were powered by the home's electrical system, so they didn't require battery changes. They used the home's internet connection to stream footage, but did so in ways that wouldn't show up obviously en route to traffic. Unless you were specifically looking for hidden surveillance equipment with professional detection tools, you'd never know they were there. It took a team of specialists most of a day to find and remove all the cameras from my house. There were 5 in total, 1 in a hallway smoke detector, 1 in a kitchen air vent, 1 in the living room lamp fixture, 1 in the bathroom extractor fan, and 1 in my bedroom ceiling light. 5 devices that had been watching me for months, recording everything, streaming it to paying subscribers who viewed my private life as entertainment. Steve was prosecuted and received a prison sentence, though it seemed inadequate given the scale of what he'd done and the number of people he'd violated. The investigation identified over 80 homes where he'd installed surveillance equipment, though they suspected there were more they never found. Many of his victims never knew what had happened because he'd removed the cameras himself after subscription interest waned or before homeowners planned renovations that might uncover them. The website where the footage was sold was shut down, but police confirmed the videos had been downloaded by subscribers before they could seize the servers. Months of footage from my home existed in private collections, potentially being reshared through other platforms or simply kept for personal viewing. There was no way to recover or delete all of it. It was out there permanently, beyond any control or remedy. I sold that house within 4 months of discovering the cameras. I couldn't live somewhere that had been so thoroughly surveilled, where strangers had watched me sleep and shower and exist in moments I'd believed were completely private. Every room felt contaminated by the knowledge of what had happened there, what had been recorded and sold and viewed by people whose names I'd never know. My new house was built recently enough that it doesn't need much maintenance, which is fortunate because I'll never hire another tradesperson to work unsupervised in my home. I've learned to do basic repairs myself, and for anything beyond my capabilities, I take time off work to be present whilst the work is done. I visually inspect every smoke detector, every vent, every light fixture regularly, checking for anything that seems out of place. But I know the footage still exists somewhere. Months of my life recorded without my knowledge or consent, available to people who paid for the privilege of watching a stranger in her own home. Every private moment I had during that period is potentially being viewed by someone right now, shared in spaces I'll never access, discussed by people I'll never identify. What disturbs me most is thinking about how many other people are living in homes with hidden cameras they don't know about. How many tradespeople are operating similar schemes right now, installing surveillance equipment during legitimate repair visits, selling access to private lives through dark web marketplaces. Steve was caught because I noticed he'd entered my house and installed obvious security cameras. But if I'd never noticed the initial intrusions, if I'd never installed those cameras, he'd still be operating. The surveillance would have continued indefinitely, and I'd never have known my home wasn't actually private. I gave a tradesperson a key once, a simple convenience to avoid scheduling conflicts done with someone I trusted based on years of apparently professional service. That decision led to months of secret surveillance. my private life sold to strangers as entertainment. Permanent footage existing in collections I'll never locate or control. That's what I think about now when I see repair vans in residential areas. Not whether the tradesperson is qualified or professional, but whether they're installing more than they're fixing. Whether they're creating opportunities for surveillance whilst homeowners trust them to work alone. Whether the homes they visited are being watched right now by paying subscribers who view private lives as commodities worth purchasing access to. I've always been the responsible type. Growing up, I was the kid who reminded teachers about homework and never forgot to lock the front door. My mum used to say I was born middle-aged, which wasn't exactly a compliment, but wasn't entirely wrong either. That reliability served me well when I moved to Manchester for university. While my course mates were getting bladdered every night and sleeping through lectures, I kept my head down, studied hard, and managed my money carefully. By my second year, I built up a decent reputation as someone who could be trusted with responsibilities that other students would probably mess up. That's how I ended up house-sitting for Professor Williams. She taught European history and lived in one of those Victorian terraces in Didsbury that academics always seem to end up in. The place was filled with books and quirky furniture, looking like it had been furnished entirely from charity shops, but somehow working perfectly together. She'd been recommended for a visiting fellowship at Oxford and needed someone reliable to look after her house for 6 months. The arrangement was brilliant for me. Free accommodation in a much nicer area than I could normally afford, plus a small monthly payment for handling basic maintenance and keeping the place secure. All I had to do was water her plants, deal with any post, and make sure the house didn't get broken into while she was away. Professor Williams was thorough about explaining everything before she left, which plants needed watering when, how to work the ancient central heating system, where the stopcock was in case of emergencies. She showed me around every room, pointing out anything that might need attention and making sure I understood how everything worked. The house was larger than it looked from outside, with rooms that seemed to have been added on over the years without much planning. There was a study lined with books from floor to ceiling, a conservatory full of plants that she was particularly worried about, and a cellar that she used for storage, but told me I probably wouldn't need to access. She also had a small office upstairs where she did her research, with a computer and filing cabinets full of what looked like academic papers and correspondence. She asked me not to disturb anything in there, which was fine by me. I had no interest in medieval trade routes or whatever it was she specialized in. The first few weeks went smoothly. I settled into a routine of checking the plants every couple of days, bringing in any post, and generally making sure everything was ticking over normally. The house was comfortable and quiet, much better for studying than my previous shared accommodation, where someone was always playing music or having people round. Professor Williams had left me her contact details and asked me to send weekly updates about how everything was going. Just brief emails letting her know that the house was fine and there were no problems. She was clearly quite anxious about leaving her home for such a long period, which I could understand given how much stuff she had accumulated over the years. But after about a month, I started receiving emails from her that seemed odd. She began asking very specific questions about things happening around the house, whether I'd noticed anyone lurking in the street outside, if any post had arrived that wasn't addressed to her, whether I'd heard any unusual noises during the night. The sort of questions that suggested she was worried about something more serious than just general burglary concerns. When I assured her that everything was completely normal and quiet, she seemed relieved but also somehow surprised, as if she'd been expecting something to happen and was puzzled that it hadn't occurred yet. She also started giving me additional instructions about security, making sure all windows were locked every night, not answering the door to anyone I didn't recognize, being careful about what information I shared if neighbors asked questions about her absence. Again, sensible precautions, but the level of concern seemed disproportionate to the actual risks. I began paying more attention to the house and neighborhood, wondering if there was something I'd missed that was making Professor Williams so anxious. But Didsbury was exactly the sort of middle-class area where the biggest crime problem was probably bicycle theft. The neighbors were friendly but not intrusive. The street was well lit and regularly patrolled, and I'd never felt unsafe walking around at any time of day or night. The house itself also seemed perfectly secure. Good locks on all the doors and windows, a modern alarm system, even security lights that came on automatically if anyone approached the property after dark. Whatever Professor Williams was worried about, she'd clearly taken reasonable precautions to protect against it. That's when I started exploring the house more thoroughly. I'd been respectful of her privacy during the first month, staying in the main living areas and only going into other rooms when necessary for maintenance. But her increasingly worried emails made me curious about whether there was something about the property that she hadn't mentioned during her initial tour. The study and conservatory were exactly as she'd shown me. Nothing unusual or concerning. Her bedroom and the guest room where I was staying were also completely normal. But when I started looking more carefully at the upstairs office, I noticed things that hadn't registered during my initial visit. The filing cabinets contained much more than just academic research. There were folders full of correspondence with solicitors, insurance companies, and what appeared to be private investigators. Legal documents related to property disputes, insurance claims for items that had apparently been stolen, even what looked like restraining orders taken out against individuals whose names I didn't recognize. Professor Williams had clearly been dealing with some serious problems that went well beyond normal academic concerns. The computer in her office was password protected, but she'd left it logged in with several browser windows open. Most were related to her research, but there were also tabs showing websites that specialized in personal security and surveillance detection. Forums where people discussed stalking, harassment, and methods for protecting yourself against individuals who posed ongoing threats. It was becoming clear that Professor Williams's anxiety about house security wasn't general paranoia. She was dealing with specific threats from people who had targeted her in the past and might try to access her property while she was away. I started reading through more of the documents in her filing cabinets, trying to understand what kind of situation I'd gotten myself involved with. What I found was a pattern of harassment and intimidation that had been going on for several years. Someone had been systematically targeting Professor Williams with various forms of harassment, items stolen from her garden, threatening letters posted through her door, even incidents of people attempting to break into her house while she was asleep. She'd reported everything to the police, but they'd been unable to identify the perpetrators or provide effective protection. The harassment seemed to be connected to her academic work, specifically research she'd been conducting into historical property ownership in the Manchester area. Some of her findings had apparently contradicted claims made by individuals who were involved in contemporary property disputes, and they'd responded by trying to intimidate her into retracting or modifying her conclusions. But the harassment had escalated beyond simple intimidation. Recent incidents included evidence that someone had been inside her house while she was away, moving items around and accessing her computer and files. Professional security assessments had confirmed that her property was being monitored by people with sophisticated surveillance equipment and detailed knowledge of her daily routine. The Oxford Fellowship hadn't been an academic opportunity. It had been an escape route. Professor Williams had accepted the position specifically to get away from Manchester until the harassment situation could be resolved. She'd hoped that a 6-month absence would convince her tormentors to move on to other targets. But leaving the house empty created new vulnerabilities. If the people harassing her were primarily interested in her research and files, an unoccupied property would provide the perfect opportunity for them to search through everything without interference. That's why she'd been so specific about security precautions and had asked for such detailed updates about any unusual activity. She wasn't just worried about burglary. She was expecting her harassers to use her absence as an opportunity to break in and steal or destroy her research materials. I realized I was essentially being used as a human security system, positioned in the house to deter break-in attempts and alert her if anyone tried to access her property. But I had no idea how dangerous these people might be or what they'd do if they discovered someone was living in the house they were planning to search. Professor Williams hadn't told me any of this because she'd known I probably wouldn't have agreed to house sit if I'd understood the real risks involved. Instead, she'd presented it as a straightforward arrangement that would benefit both of us while concealing the fact that I might be putting myself in serious danger. I considered confronting her about the deception, but I was also curious about what exactly she'd discovered that had made these people so determined to stop her research. The academic papers in her filing system were dense and technical, full of references to medieval property records and land ownership disputes that seemed unlikely to generate such extreme reactions. But when I started looking at her more recent work, I found research that was much more contemporary and potentially controversial. Professor Williams had been investigating connections between historical property ownership and modern property development in Manchester. Specifically, she'd been tracing how certain pieces of land had been acquired, developed, and transferred over several centuries, revealing patterns that suggested some contemporary property holdings might be based on fraudulent historical claims. Her research had identified several prominent Manchester property developers whose holdings appeared to be derived from land that had been acquired through forged documents, bribery, and other illegal methods during the 19th and early 20th centuries. If her findings were accurate, these developers' current property empires could be vulnerable to legal challenges that might cost them millions of pounds. That would certainly explain why someone might be willing to use harassment and intimidation to prevent her research from being published or used in legal proceedings. But it also meant that the people targeting her weren't just academic rivals or cranks with grievances about historical interpretations. They were potentially connected to serious criminal enterprises with substantial financial resources and a willingness to use violence to protect their interests. I was now living in a house that contained evidence of major property fraud, being targeted by people who had already demonstrated their willingness to use illegal methods to suppress inconvenient research. Professor Williams's increasingly worried emails suddenly made much more sense. She wasn't just concerned about burglary. She was terrified that her research would be destroyed and that anyone protecting it might be seriously harmed in the process. I started taking much more serious security precautions, double-checking all locks every night, varying my daily routine to make it harder for anyone to predict when I'd be home, even researching escape routes from the house in case someone tried to break in while I was there. But I also began preparing to document and preserve Professor Williams's research in case something did happen to the original materials. If people were willing to commit serious crimes to suppress her findings, those findings were probably important enough to deserve protection. I started copying her files onto external storage devices, uploading important documents to secure cloud storage, even photographing particularly crucial papers so there would be multiple backups if the originals were destroyed. As I worked through her research more systematically, I began to understand why it posed such a serious threat to certain property developers. Her historical analysis didn't just identify questionable land acquisitions. It provided detailed documentation that could be used in court to challenge the legal ownership of some of Manchester's most valuable commercial and residential properties. Property worth hundreds of millions of pounds could potentially be redistributed if her research was accepted as evidence in legal proceedings. Entire business empires could collapse if the historical ownership claims they were based on were proven to be fraudulent. That level of financial exposure would certainly justify extreme measures to prevent the research from becoming public knowledge. But I also realized that simply copying and storing the research wasn't enough to protect it. If the people targeting Professor Williams discovered that backup copies existed, they'd probably escalate their efforts to suppress the information entirely. Anyone known to have access to her research would become a target for the same harassment and intimidation she'd experienced. And unlike an established academic with tenure and institutional support, a student house-sitter would be much more vulnerable to serious threats. I was sitting on evidence of major crimes committed by people with significant resources and demonstrated willingness to use illegal methods to protect their interests. Even if I tried to distance myself from the situation, I now knew too much to be completely safe from retaliation. The house-sitting arrangement that had seemed like such a good opportunity was actually a trap that had put me in serious danger without my knowledge or consent. That's when I started noticing signs that the house was being watched. Cars parked in the street for longer than normal, with occupants who seemed to be observing the property rather than visiting neighbors. People walking past more frequently than you'd expect for a quiet residential street, sometimes making multiple passes within short periods. Most concerning were indications that someone had been testing the house's security measures. Scratch marks around lock mechanisms that suggested attempted lockpicking, footprints in flower beds near windows, even what looked like small electronic devices attached to the property's exterior that might have been surveillance equipment. Professor Williams's harassers had apparently identified the house as a target and were conducting reconnaissance in preparation for a break-in attempt. I tried contacting her to report these developments, but her responses became increasingly evasive. She seemed reluctant to discuss specific security concerns and kept redirecting the conversation to routine house maintenance issues, as if she was worried that our email communications might be monitored by the same people who were targeting her research. When I pressed her for clearer guidance about what to do if I discovered evidence of attempted break-ins, she suggested that I might want to consider ending the house-sitting arrangement early and returning to normal student accommodation. But by this point, I was too invested in protecting her research to simply walk away. The historical property fraud she'd uncovered was exactly the sort of investigative journalism I hoped to pursue after graduation. Her work represented years of careful research that could expose serious crimes and help victims recover property that had been stolen from their families generations earlier. If I abandoned the house and her research was destroyed, important evidence of historical injustices would be lost forever. I decided to stay and take whatever precautions I could to protect both the property and the research materials. But I also started preparing for the possibility that the harassment might escalate to direct confrontation. That preparation turned out to be necessary sooner than I'd expected. I woke up 3 nights later to the sound of someone trying to force open the back door of the house. not attempting to pick the lock or disable the alarm system, just using brute force to break through the door and gain entry as quickly as possible. I had maybe 30 seconds before they got inside. I thought I was doing something good. That's what makes this whole situation so much worse. 6 months ago, I was just someone trying to make the internet a safer place. Now, I'm hiding in a Premier Inn somewhere in the Midlands, knowing that tomorrow night, thousands of people will tune in to watch me become the star of my own nightmare. It started when I applied for a job as a content moderator with a company called SafeNet Solutions. They advertise themselves as specialists in keeping harmful content off social media platforms. The work seemed meaningful, protecting children from inappropriate material, removing violent content, flagging harassment. The kind of job where you could feel like you were making a difference. I'd been unemployed for nearly 8 months after my last position was made redundant. Living in a shared house in Birmingham with people half my age. Watching my savings dwindle while sending off countless applications. When SafeNet offered me the position working from home with decent pay, I jumped at it without asking too many questions. The training was straightforward. They gave me access to their proprietary software that would queue up flagged content for review. Videos, images, live streams, all reported by automated systems or other users as potentially violating community guidelines. My job was to watch each piece of content and make a decision. Remove it, leave it up, or escalate it to a senior moderator. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect. Spam, harassment, people posting copyrighted material, the occasional violent video or inappropriate image involving children, which would get immediately escalated and removed. The work was emotionally draining. You see humanity at its worst when you're cleaning up after it. But it felt necessary. I worked remotely, reviewing content for 8 hours a day from my bedroom. The company provided the computer and software, along with strict guidelines about confidentiality. We weren't allowed to discuss our work with anyone outside the company, ostensibly to protect user privacy and prevent people from gaming the moderation system. About 2 months into the job, I started noticing patterns in some of the content that came through my queue. Videos that looked like they were filmed in similar locations, industrial settings with concrete walls and minimal furnishing. The content itself wasn't explicitly violating guidelines, but something about it felt off. Empty rooms with strange equipment, brief clips of preparations for something unclear. When I flagged these for escalation, asking for guidance on whether they violated guidelines, my supervisor would respond that they'd been reviewed and deemed acceptable. I was told to stop wasting time on borderline cases and focus on clear violations. The message was clear: approve these and move on. I tried to push back, suggesting that these videos might be connected to something harmful, but I was reminded that I was new and still in my probationary period. SafeNet had strict policies about overreach. Moderators who flagged too much borderline content would be let go for inefficiency. I needed the job, so I started approving the strange videos without comment. Then I began noticing something else. Some of the videos had embedded metadata that my software could read, but that wouldn't be visible to normal users. Location data, timestamps, user identifiers. I shouldn't have been able to see this information. It suggested my moderation software had deeper access to these platforms than a normal content reviewer would need. One evening, while reviewing a particularly odd video of an empty room with metal restraints visible in the background, I noticed that the metadata showed it was being live streamed to thousands of viewers simultaneously. This wasn't a recorded video that someone had uploaded. It was happening live. And yet, it was coming through my queue as if it were standard user-generated content awaiting moderation. That's when I realized I wasn't moderating content that had already been posted. I was pre-approving content that was about to be streamed live. My approval was what allowed these broadcasts to go public. I started paying closer attention to the content coming through my queue. Mixed in with normal reported posts were these live feeds from empty rooms, industrial settings, medical equipment, restraints, each one tagged with metadata showing thousands of waiting viewers, and each one requiring my approval before it could broadcast. I was essentially the gatekeeper for what I was beginning to suspect were preparation streams for red rooms. I tried to refuse approval for one of these feeds, marking it as violating guidelines for depicting implements that could be used for harm. Within an hour, I received a call from my supervisor. They reminded me that I was still in my probationary period and that my approval rates had been flagged as concerning. Too many rejections could result in immediate termination. But they also said something that chilled me. They mentioned that they had my address, my banking details, my emergency contacts, standard information for any employer, of course. But the way they referenced it felt like a veiled threat, like they wanted me to know how easy it would be to find me if I became a problem. I kept approving the feeds. What choice did I have? I needed the work, and I convinced myself that maybe I was wrong about what I was seeing. Maybe these were just art projects or horror film sets. Maybe the viewer counts were inflated. Maybe I was letting the stress of the job make me paranoid. 3 weeks ago, everything changed. A new type of content started coming through my queue. Not just empty rooms anymore, but rooms with people in them. People who looked unconscious or restrained. People who weren't acting. People who looked genuinely terrified when they were conscious. The metadata on these streams showed viewer counts in the tens of thousands. Chat functions that were active with comments I couldn't read, but that seemed to be taking requests or making suggestions. Payment information showing cryptocurrency transactions happening in real time. I couldn't approve them. I just couldn't. I started marking them all as violations, knowing it would flag my performance, but unable to live with myself if I didn't. For 3 days, I rejected every single one of these streams that came through my queue. On the 4th day, I received another package at my house. I hadn't ordered anything, and there was no delivery note. Inside was a tablet computer that automatically connected to a network when I turned it on. The screen showed a live feed of my own bedroom, taken from the camera on the work computer SafeNet had provided. I was looking at myself looking at the tablet. A message appeared on the tablet screen. You've been very thorough in your moderating work. Time for a performance review. Below it was a link to another stream, one showing an empty room with a metal table in the center. In the corner of the screen was a viewer counter, already showing thousands of people waiting, and a countdown timer set for 2 weeks from that day. I packed immediately and left Birmingham that night. I've been moving around England since then, staying in different hotels, buying train tickets with cash, avoiding CCTV when possible. But they keep finding me. Notes left in hotel rooms, messages sent to new phone numbers I've bought, photos of me taken in public places that get sent to whatever device I'm using. The most disturbing realization is that SafeNet Solutions isn't what I thought it was. It's not a company fighting against harmful content. It's a company facilitating it. They use legitimate content moderation as cover for something much darker. The majority of moderators probably are genuine, reviewing normal social media posts. But some of us, selected for particular reasons, were unknowingly gatekeeping for red room broadcasts. I think about how many streams I approved over those 4 months, how many people were harmed because I clicked approve on their preparatory footage, how many victims suffered because I was too concerned about keeping my job to ask harder questions about what I was really moderating. Last week, I tried going to the police in 3 different cities. The evidence I have is circumstantial. Screenshots, metadata, the tablet they sent me. But when I tried to describe the situation, it sounds like the paranoid delusions of someone who spent too much time looking at disturbing content. They take reports, but I can tell they think I'm either lying or having a mental health crisis. The countdown on the tablet now shows less than 2 days remaining. The viewer count has grown to tens of thousands. I've started receiving more specific messages about when and where I need to be. An address in Liverpool, a time, consequences for my family if I don't comply. And they've proven they know exactly where my sister lives, where my elderly parents shop, which route my niece takes to school. I've come to understand that the entire system is designed to implicate people who work for them. Every piece of content I approved created a digital trail connecting me to these broadcasts. Every rejection I made after discovering the truth could be used as evidence that I knew what was happening, but participated anyway. I'm not just a target now. I'm a liability who knows too much about their operation. The most terrifying part is realizing how vast this network must be. How many other content moderation companies might be fronts for similar operations? How many people think they're doing honest work cleaning up the internet when they're actually facilitating its darkest corners? I keep wondering if any of my colleagues at SafeNet knew what we were really doing. Were some of them complicit from the beginning? Were others like me, gradually drawn into something they didn't understand until it was too late? Or am I the only one who stumbled across this particular stream of content? The tablet just chimed with a new notification. The message is simple. Final preparations complete. Transport details being sent to your current location. I'm in a service station cafe somewhere between Leicester and Nottingham, trying to disappear into the crowd, but somehow they still know exactly where I am. I'm going to post this and then ditch the tablet somewhere. Maybe throw it in a bin, maybe leave it on the train. I don't know if it will make any difference. I don't know if anyone will believe this account, or if they'll dismiss it as the ramblings of someone who's lost touch with reality. But if you're working in content moderation, especially for smaller companies or remote positions, pay attention to what you're really approving. Ask questions about the metadata you can access. Notice patterns in the content. And if something feels wrong, trust that instinct even if it cost you the job. I thought I was making the internet safer. Instead, I was helping to make it infinitely more dangerous for the most vulnerable people. Every approval was another step toward this moment, when I become the content instead of the moderator. The countdown shows approximately 30 hours remaining. Thousands of people are waiting to watch what happens next. And somewhere in Liverpool, a room is being prepared for tomorrow night's broadcast. I should have asked more questions from the beginning. Should have trusted my instincts about those first strange videos. Should have realized that a job that seemed too good to be true probably was. But it's too late for should-haves now. The only thing left is to run and hope that somehow I can break free from a system I helped maintain, without ever understanding what it really was. The irony isn't lost on me. I spent months deciding what content was safe for public consumption. Now thousands of people are waiting to consume content featuring me. The moderator has become the moderated. I suppose the obvious way to start is simply to say that I shouldn't have kept that chest of drawers. When I first came across it, it looked harmless enough. Beach veneer lifting at the corners. One loose handle, part of a house clearance lot from a terraced place off Abbeydale Road. I wanted my Sheffield flat to feel finished without spending much, so I carried it up in 2 awkward bursts, rested it on the landing to catch my breath, and slid it against the bedroom wall by the window. The scrape it left on the skirting didn't matter. The room felt more like a room with somewhere to put socks. I found the phone by accident while lining the drawers with old wrapping paper. My nail snagged tape glued under the lip, revealing a thin, cheap handset, the sort you buy at a supermarket when you've cracked your screen. On the back, under scuffed plastic, was a printed sticker with a web address and a short code. I didn't throw it away. When charged, it opened to a tidy page. No logos I recognized, just flat colors, a small icon like an open box, and a form asking me to confirm an item had changed hands. Fields for a short code and postcode. A button saying continue. I'd read enough pieces with dark web in the headlines to recognize what I was looking at, even if I'd never used it. It felt like scanning a warranty card. I typed the code, tapped my postcode, and pressed continue. The reply came old-fashioned, on paper. An envelope under the end bench in the little park by the shops. My first name in tidy block capitals. Inside was enough for a modest food shop and folded instructions thanking me for registering. A small bonus would be paid if I confirmed the chest was positioned safely. To the left of the bed, level with the window but away from the radiator to avoid warping. I had already put it there. It asked for 2 photos from 2 angles. I sent them. A minute later, the page displayed a small green tick and nothing else. After that came jobs dressed as care. Take a photo with curtains drawn and the bedside lamp on. Another with curtains open and ceiling light off. Measure the gap from bed to door using your foot as a rough unit. Count steps from the front entrance to your landing. Film a slow pan across the window from street to sky. Each was paid the same way. Envelopes at places so ordinary they were almost funny. Behind the grit bin, under the 3rd slab at the tram stop, inside a station locker with a code. Enough cash to feel like something for nothing. Never so much it felt like a bribe. The first wrong thing was almost polite. After a courier dropped bulbs and a kettle I'd ordered, another knock came. No one stood outside when I checked the viewer, but a postcard lay on the mat. One side showed a printed map of my street, with a dot where my building sits, and a thin pencil arc traced from my window to the car park's far corner. The other side, in the same tidy hand from the envelopes, thanked me for confirming a line of sight. It wasn't a threat. It wasn't even rude. It simply suggested that what I had done was useful to someone else. I started behaving like a person who keeps their head down. I took the drawers out and checked for surprises in the seams. Nothing. I pressed the backboard, flimsy fiberboard held by staples. I listened for clicks that weren't there. When small cards slid under the door with fresh codes, I entered them and did what was asked. Confirm whether the corridor smoke alarm uses a plastic key or hex screw. Photograph the intercom panel from arm's length. Record 30 seconds of street view from inside the window at dusk. Each task looked like a survey. Surveys don't bite. A woman in the block opposite pinned a note asking if anyone had seen a van outside at odd hours. People scribbled that they hadn't. I had seen plenty and said nothing. Not writing felt like the decision that kept everything ordinary. One night the drawer made a sound like a trapped insect under glass, tiny and quick. I pressed my ear to the top, just laminate easing as the heating clicked off. I said that to myself twice, and it became true enough to sleep on. In the morning, a card sat on the mat with a new code and time window. When I opened the page, It didn't show a form. It showed my room, a fisheye view from up on the wall to the left of the window, not wide enough to be the ceiling, not low enough to be bedside level. My unmade bed. The drawer exactly where the instructions had told me to put it. Yesterday's shirt on the chair. A small counter ticked in the corner. Text told me to leave the room and shut the door until the counter reached a certain point, then come back and stand in the doorway with the lamp on. No drama, no flashing warnings. I did what it said. When I stepped back into frame, the counter reset. The stream went black. The page turned into a form again, as if it had been bored and only pretending to be something else. I wanted to take the chest apart with a butter knife. I didn't. I put a towel on top like covering a birdcage and left the room. Later, a printed envelope arrived with a receipt from a locksmith 3 streets away. The date was from the previous week. The amount matched the cash I'd picked up the day before. I stood in the kitchen staring at the paper while something old and heavy settled behind my ribs. Paper can do that. It says you're not imagining things. I made a proper mess of it then. Unscrewed the backboard, laid the chest on its face, tapped every surface with my knuckle until it hurt. Cheap board sounds the same wherever you hit it. When I'd worked up sweat and nothing had changed, I put the back on and shoved the chest into the hallway like punishing it. I slept on the sofa with the bedroom door shut and bathroom light on. The next card asked me to be out during a loose hour in the early evening. There would be something on the kitchen table when I returned. I walked to the co-op and pushed a basket round in circles, buying milk slowly because going home faster felt like letting someone see me hurry. A padded envelope sat on the table when I returned. Inside was a small black cube and short cable. I saw where it had been placed before I plugged it in. A round patch of dust by the bookcase with a clean square in it. The stream now used a slightly different angle. Higher, nearer the corner. I could see the top of my head in the bottom edge when I leaned forward. The counter ticked up. I closed the browser and put the phone under the sofa cushion, then stood in the middle of the room doing nothing, because doing anything would have felt like admitting new rules existed. Payment changed to a station locker. A code at midday, inside a short stack of notes and a sheet saying everything was satisfactory and I should avoid changing the layout. Advice, not an order. I ignored it. Dragged the bed back where I wanted it, shoved the chest back into the hall, moved the lamp, swapped bulbs for cooler ones. The locksmith changed my cylinder and said the old one was fine. I slept badly, then normally. A person can't keep their shoulders to their ears forever. A month later, the crisp whisper of card on carpet woke me. On the mat, in a clear wallet, sat a laminated strip with my name and flat number and a line about a spare key, along with an old train ticket. The date made my stomach go light. It matched the afternoon I'd first registered the draw. I'd stood at the station then, checking departures, never thinking to wonder who else was looking. I typed the new code. The page split into 2 frames. One showed my hallway from near the coat rack, catching me holding the wallet. The other was a still of the bedroom from head height at the door. The bed sat where I'd pulled it back. The drawer was under the window again, as if it had gone there on its own. The towel I'd dropped 2 days earlier was half a plank left of where I'd left it. That was the part that made my mouth dry, not the camera, the towel. A short instruction asked me to leave the flat. I didn't. I sat on the stair looking at paint drips on the skirting, wiped before they dried. After what felt like a round number of minutes, I went back in. Nothing had moved. The towel was still wrong. I put my palm on the chest top and felt a trace of warmth where the towel had been the night before. The next cash pickup took me under the ring road where the river path echoes. Behind a loose cap on the third steel beam was a rolled envelope. Inside was the same amount and another printed map, this time of the stairwell and bin store. Arrows marked corners. A little circle was drawn at head height next to my door. It wasn't art, it was a list, turned sideways. The night everything tipped was ordinary. I found a plain cardboard box propped against my door, no label, no tape. It opened like it had been opened before. Inside was a black notebook and felt-tip pen. The first page set out neat rules for using the book, like a shared calendar. The next had a grid of days with short items. Take bins down, light off by 11. Curtains closed after dusk. Side window latched, front door on chain. My name was written inside the cover, steady as a school report. I took it to the bedroom to put on the wardrobe's top shelf. The shelf was lower than it had been. The little pegs were one notch down. A faint dust line marked where it had sat before. I knelt to look at the bottom panel. 2 shallow crescents pressed the carpet pile where toes would rest if someone had stood inside leaning forward. The smell in there wasn't mine. Clean, like fresh gloves. I lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling, white with lazy swirls and a faint stain near the light. In the corner above where the drawer had been, a hairline seam ran in the plaster. I'd never seen it. Now it was the only thing I could see. A place where a cable could be tucked, not high like a smoke alarm, but at the height of a person's eye if they stood and waited. I changed the lock again, borrowed my friend's small van, told him I'd gone off the drawer's look. We carried it down and left it by the recycling cages. I left the notebook on the kitchen table, turned the strange phone off, bought a ticket to the coast. I stayed above a pub where heating rattled and carpet bowed near the wardrobe. I slept with the lamp on and woke tasting dust. When I returned the next afternoon, my door showed no damage. Inside, the air had that cold, empty feel a room gets when no one's breathed in it for a day. The notebook had gone from the table. In its place lay a single sheet, cut from something bigger, like a delivery slip without branding. In neat handwriting, it recorded that a slot had been completed during the hour I was away. Below that, a short list noted that bed orientation, curtain position, drawer placement and latch use had been verified. A final note said the occupant had complied and future access was expected to be uncomplicated. No threats, no names, just a tone that said the work was straightforward. I didn't call anyone. I can pretend it was careful thinking about evidence and timing, but it was simpler. I couldn't face explaining how I'd registered a free drawer on a page that only loads a certain way, then collected envelopes under benches because instructions said there would be money there. I packed a bag, messaged a landlord about a short let I'd seen weeks earlier, and left. On the pavement, I looked back the way people look back at campsites, checking they haven't left rubbish behind. The windows looked like windows. The street looked like a street. It all looked clean. I moved 2 bus rides away with 2 cases and nothing that plugs in except my normal phone charger. I buy furniture new now, keep receipts in a shoebox, sleep with the bed in the room's middle because it makes thoughtless rearrangement harder. I still take bins down when the council asks. Routine makes noise in your head where silence might collect. I don't keep a chime on the hall socket. I don't take parcels for neighbors. I answer the buzzer with the chain on. None of this feels like safety. It feels like being less interesting. Sometimes I wake, not alarmed, just awake, and know without knowing that someone somewhere has ticked through another day I've had. Not photos, not a diary, a quiet grid in a black notebook with my tasks inside it. lines and crosses placed by a steady hand. It doesn't need storing anywhere clever. That wasn't the point. The point was that it was easy to keep. If you need a lesson, have this plain one. A flat can be read like a form. People will write in the boxes you don't fill. A lens fitted at head height sees a person who thinks they've chosen a safe place to put their head. A key can be cut when you're not looking, even if you changed the cylinder last week. A free drawer can arrive with a bill you don't see until later. The dark web doesn't have to look like masks or codes. Sometimes it looks like care instructions and tidy lists and cash where it says there will be cash. I still see that page in my head. The flat colors, the little counter in the corner, the neat tick when a job is done. I remember the first envelope under the bench and how clever I felt finding money that wasn't really hidden. I remember my breath fogging on the landing when I paused with the drawer. I think about the wardrobe shelf set one notch lower, the two crescents in carpet where toes pressed, the towel half a plank left of where I dropped it, the locksmith's receipt and how numbers on paper make a story feel like it has spine. I changed my number, changed how I throw away packaging, tearing labels, folding boxes small. I don't scan codes that arrive uninvited or touch house clearance furniture. If something comes with a bonus tucked in, I bin the bonus first. If a page offers a $5 for proving an easy fact, I leave it alone. Now and then, I pass the old street because routes cross whether you want them to or not. The bench is still there. The grit bin is still cracked. There's a new leaflet behind lobby glass about upcoming works and different trainers by a first floor door. Buildings keep going. People move in and out. Lights come on and off without meaning anything. I am the only person who stops at the corner and waits for nothing. Watching a square of faint yellow like it will say my name if I look long enough. I'll give you one last detail because it's the one I can hold without it slipping. The last morning I woke there, the air in the room felt the same as my skin. No draft, no temperature, just level. A new line had appeared in the dust on the wardrobe's top shelf where something had rested and been lifted. A thin, clean rectangle, set back an inch from the edge. When I stood on a chair and touched it, my finger made a smudge at one corner and nothing more. It wasn't proof of anything you could hand to someone else. It was a reminder, quiet as a breath, that the lightest thing can leave a mark if it sits still long enough. I shouldn't have kept the drawer. If you came here waiting for a shout or chase or door splintering, that isn't this. This is ordinary things arranged so a person becomes easy to move. The page made space for me to be helpful. The envelopes made it feel like I was included. The lens made the room smaller without changing its size. The notebook turned days into boxes someone else could tick. The rest is what you already know, even if you'd rather not say it out loud. Once you let something simple in, you don't decide where it stops. You only find out where it stopped when you've already left. It's funny how sometimes the most innocent decisions lead you down the darkest paths. Take my decision to become a night security guard at 34, for instance. I thought I was just taking a quiet job that would give me time to figure out what to do with the rest of my life after the redundancy from the council. Instead, I ended up discovering things about human nature that I wish I could forget. The job was at a small industrial estate in Coventry. Nothing glamorous, just a collection of warehouses and small manufacturing units that needed someone to walk around with a torch and make sure nobody was nicking anything. 12-hour shifts, 4 nights a week, decent pay for essentially doing nothing but staying awake and occasionally checking that doors were still locked. The site office had a proper security setup. Banks of monitors showing feeds from cameras dotted around the estate, a comfortable chair, and most importantly, a decent internet connection. Management had made it clear that as long as I did my hourly rounds and filed the incident reports, what I did with the rest of my time was my business. Perfect for someone trying to work out their next career move. Those first few weeks, I spent the quiet hours browsing job sites and updating my CV, but there's only so much career planning you can do at 3 in the morning before your brain starts craving something more stimulating. That's when I discovered online communities for night shift workers. Forums where security guards, hospital porters, warehouse staff, and various other nocturnal workers would gather to share stories and keep each other company during the long, empty hours. It was through one of these communities that I first heard about the deeper parts of the internet. Not the obvious stuff that makes headlines, drug markets, and identity theft, but the more obscure corners where people gathered to discuss things that wouldn't be tolerated on mainstream platforms. Privacy advocates, political dissidents, people who valued anonymity above all else. The appeal was obvious. After spending most of my adult life in local government, where every email was monitored and every website visit was logged, the idea of browsing the internet without leaving digital footprints felt liberating. Like taking off a suit of armor you'd been wearing so long you'd forgotten it was there. The technical side wasn't as complicated as I'd expected. There were guides, tutorials, entire communities dedicated to helping newcomers navigate safely. Within a few nights, I had access to a parallel internet that existed alongside the one most people knew about, invisible and unregulated. Most of it was surprisingly mundane. Forums discussing philosophy and politics, marketplaces selling legal but hard-to-find items, communities of people who simply preferred to communicate without corporate oversight. The criminal element was there certainly, but it felt more like a small part of a much larger ecosystem, rather than the dominant feature the media made it out to be. It was during my 3rd week of exploration that I stumbled across the discussion about live streaming. Someone in a privacy forum had posted a technical question about bandwidth requirements for real-time video over encrypted networks. The conversation that followed was academic in tone, but disturbing in content. They were discussing the feasibility of broadcasting live events to paying audiences without law enforcement being able to trace the source. Red rooms were mentioned only in passing, dismissed by most participants as urban legends that didn't match the technical realities of anonymous streaming. But one poster disagreed, claiming they'd encountered legitimate examples hidden deep within invitation-only networks. They refused to provide details, but something about their matter-of-fact tone suggested they weren't making it up. That comment stayed with me over the following nights. During my hourly rounds, walking between empty warehouses with only my torch for company, I found myself thinking about what might be happening in other buildings, in other cities, in other countries. Places where people gathered to watch things that should never be filmed, let alone broadcast to paying customers. The search took longer than I'd expected. Every obvious lead turned out to be a scam or a honeypot. The deeper I dug, the more sophisticated the gatekeeping became. This wasn't just about knowing the right websites. It was about establishing credibility within communities that valued secrecy above all else. The breakthrough came from an unexpected direction. I'd been helping moderate a forum for night shift workers. Nothing dramatic, just removing spam and settling the occasional disagreement. When I received a private message from someone I'd never interacted with before. They claimed to appreciate my contributions to the community and wondered if I'd be interested in discussing more sensitive topics in a private channel. The conversation that followed was careful, coded, full of references I didn't understand, and questions designed to test my knowledge and intentions. Gradually, it became clear that they were evaluating whether I could be trusted with access to something most people would never see. The invitation, when it finally came, was for a private network that existed several layers deeper than anything I'd encountered before. Access was limited to verified members only, with new users requiring sponsorship from existing participants. The verification process was extensive. Proof of identity, background checks, even references from other members who could vouch for your discretion. It took nearly 2 months to gain full access, and by then I wasn't entirely sure I wanted it anymore. But curiosity had become compulsion, and the same methodical approach that had served me well in local government carried me through the final stages of the approval process. The private network was smaller than I'd expected, maybe 100 active users at most, but the content was unlike anything I'd seen before. They called themselves documentarians, claiming to preserve authentic human experiences that would otherwise go unrecorded. But the experiences they were interested in documenting were things most people would never want to see. The Red Room section was hidden within a subsection marked Live Archives. 3 different providers, each claiming to offer unscripted real-time content featuring genuine participants. The language was clinical, designed to maintain plausible deniability while making the actual service clear to interested viewers. I spent weeks researching the providers before making contact with one. Their operation appeared professional. Encrypted communications, scheduled sessions, technical support for viewers having connection issues. They operated more like a legitimate streaming service than the criminal enterprise I'd expected. The booking process was surprisingly straightforward. Payment handled through an escrow system that provided guarantees for both parties. I was provided with connection details and technical requirements for a session scheduled for the following Thursday at 2 a.m. When the time came, I found myself sitting in the security office, surrounded by monitors showing empty car parks and darkened warehouses, about to witness something I knew would change how I saw the world. The session began promptly at the scheduled time, connecting me to a live stream that took several minutes to stabilize through the encrypted network. The video quality was poor but functional, showing what appeared to be a small, windowless room with concrete walls. A single chair sat in the center, currently empty, while cameras captured the space from multiple angles. A chat interface allowed communication with other viewers, though the messages were sparse and cryptic. For the first 20 minutes, nothing happened. Just an empty room occasionally flickering as the stream quality adjusted. I was beginning to wonder if this was some kind of performance art, when a figure appeared at the edge of the frame. The man who entered was unremarkable, middle-aged, wearing simple clothing, moving with the casual confidence of someone in familiar surroundings. He spent several minutes adjusting equipment I couldn't see clearly, occasionally glancing at the camera as if checking the feed quality. Then he left, and we were back to watching an empty room. The waiting was almost worse than what came next. Other viewers were using the chat to place bets, make requests, discuss payment options for specific outcomes. I realized I was witnessing something that existed at the intersection of entertainment and crime, where the audience was complicit in whatever was about to happen. When the door opened again, there were 2 figures. The same man as before, now accompanied by someone much younger. A woman, early 20s perhaps, who seemed confused about where she was or how she'd gotten there. She looked around the room with growing alarm, taking in the cameras and bare walls and single chair with obvious distress. The chat exploded with activity. Dozens of messages appearing faster than I could read them. Viewers making suggestions and placing bets on what would happen next. Bitcoin addresses were being shared. Payments arranged in real time. I watched in horrified fascination as what I was witnessing transformed from observation into participation. The man guided the woman to the chair with gentle but firm insistence. She kept looking directly at the cameras, as if trying to understand what they were recording. Her expression shifted from confusion to fear as the reality of her situation became clear. I should have closed the browser immediately, should have reported what I was seeing, though I had no idea how to explain where I'd found it or whether anyone would believe me. Instead, I found myself paralyzed, unable to look away from something I knew was fundamentally wrong. The man began responding to requests from the chat. He would pause, read something on a screen I couldn't see, then nod or make adjustments to whatever he was preparing. The audience was directing the performance, choosing what happened next through their messages and payments. Then something changed. The steady stream of chat messages stopped abruptly, replaced by a series of warnings from different users. Abort session, abort session, abort session. The man looked directly at the camera, his expression shifting from professional calm to genuine alarm. He moved quickly to something off-screen, and within seconds the video feed cut out entirely. I stared at a blank screen showing only a connection error message. When I tried to reload the page, the entire site was gone. The private network, the forums, even my access credentials, everything had vanished as if it had never existed. Over the following days, I tried to convince myself that what I'd witnessed had been elaborate fiction, a performance designed to extract money from people curious about the darker corners of human nature. The production quality could have been achieved with basic equipment, and everything I'd seen could have been staged by competent actors. But I kept thinking about those final moments before the stream ended, the way the man's demeanor had changed when he'd seen those warning messages, the speed with which everything had shut down. It felt less like a show ending and more like an emergency evacuation. 2 weeks later, I noticed the van. It was parked across from the industrial estate entrance when I arrived for my shift on Tuesday night. Nothing unusual about that. People parked there regularly to use the cash machine at the petrol station next door. But this van was still there when I did my first round at midnight, and again at 1 o'clock, and again at 2. Through the security office windows, I could see it clearly in the light from the street lamps. Dark blue, no markings, windows tinted too dark to see inside. Just sitting there, facing the estate entrance, as if whoever was inside was watching for something, or someone. The van was there for 3 consecutive nights before it disappeared. During that time, I noticed other things. Cars that seemed to follow the same route past the estate at regular intervals. A jogger who ran the same circuit at 3:30 every morning, always glancing towards the security office as they passed. Small anomalies that individually meant nothing but together suggested a pattern. On the Friday night, after the van had finally gone, I received an email at my personal account. The sender was anonymous, the subject line blank. The message contained only a single line of text. "We know what you watched." Below that was an attachment, a photograph taken through the security office window, showing me sitting at the desk with my laptop open. The image was clear enough to make out details of the screen, though not clear enough to see exactly what I'd been viewing. I deleted the email immediately and ran every security scan I could think of, changed all my passwords, cleared my browsing history, even formatted the laptop's hard drive. but the damage was already done. Whoever had sent that message had been close enough to photograph me through the office window without triggering any of the motion sensors around the building. That was 6 months ago. I've changed jobs since then. Couldn't concentrate on the security work after that. Kept seeing suspicious vehicles that probably weren't there and hearing footsteps that were likely just the building settling. I work days now, in an office with other people around, where everything feels safer and more predictable. But I still get emails occasionally, never more than once a month, always from different anonymous addresses. Sometimes it's another photograph, my car in the supermarket car park, my flat building taken from across the street, me walking to work on Tuesday morning. Once, it was a copy of my employment records from the security company. Each one carries the same message. We know what you watched. I don't know what they want from me. Money, silence, complicity. None of it would surprise me at this point. But I've learned that some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. And some audiences never stop watching, even after the show has ended. The thing that bothers me most isn't the surveillance or even the constant feeling of being monitored. It's knowing that somewhere out there, in windowless rooms with concrete walls and multiple cameras, things are still happening that should never be filmed. That people are still gathering online to watch and direct and pay for experiences that exist at the furthest edges of human cruelty. And now I'm part of it, whether I want to be or not. A witness who can't testify. A viewer who can't unsee. Connected forever to something I stumbled across during the long, quiet hours of a night shift in Coventry. Sometimes I wonder if that was always the plan. If the whole thing, the forums, the invitations, the careful vetting process, was designed not just to provide entertainment for paying customers, but to create a network of compromised witnesses, people who'd seen too much to ever feel completely safe again. People like me, who now understand that the worst monsters aren't hiding under beds or lurking in dark alleys. They're sitting in rooms just like the one I'm in now, watching screens that show things no human being should ever have to see. The package arrived on a Monday morning while I was having coffee in my kitchen, addressed to me by name, but with no return address or delivery company markings. Just a plain brown box sitting on my doorstep, like it had materialized overnight. Inside was a laptop I'd never seen before, expensive looking but completely unmarked, along with a handwritten note explaining that I'd been selected for a freelance research project that would pay £500 for a few days' work. I was 29 and struggling to keep my freelance writing career viable, mostly producing content for local businesses and the occasional magazine article, when editors needed someone who could work quickly and cheaply. The money being offered was more than I usually earned in a month. The note was brief and professional, explaining that the research involved documenting online communities that weren't accessible through normal browsers. Nothing illegal, just academic investigation of how information spreads through hidden networks that most people never encounter. They'd chosen me based on my journalism background and writing samples they'd found online, looking for someone who could observe and document without technical preconceptions about what they might discover. The laptop came preloaded with software I'd never used before, along with detailed instructions for accessing what they called alternative information networks. The process was more complex than regular internet browsing, involving multiple steps and security protocols that suggested the content wasn't meant for casual access. I should have been more suspicious about receiving expensive equipment from anonymous sources, but the financial pressure of freelance work made the opportunity difficult to refuse. £500 would solve several immediate problems and buy me time to find more reliable income. The first communities I accessed were disappointingly mundane. Discussion groups about privacy rights, archives of academic papers, forums where people shared information that had been censored from mainstream platforms. Exactly the sort of content you'd expect researchers to study. But as I explored more widely, following links and recommendations between different communities, I began encountering material that was considerably more disturbing than academic research. Not obviously illegal content, but documentation of activities that mainstream platforms wouldn't host. Real-time discussions about events that weren't being reported in normal news sources. Communities sharing information about incidents they claimed were being deliberately suppressed. The research brief had asked me to focus particularly on communities discussing local events, incidents in Newcastle, and the surrounding areas that might not be receiving broader media attention. I found several groups dedicated to what they called regional intelligence. People sharing information about activities in their immediate geographic areas that weren't appearing in local newspapers or radio broadcasts. The Newcastle section was surprisingly active, with dozens of regular contributors discussing everything from local authority decisions to business activities that weren't being publicly reported. Some posts included photographic evidence supporting claims about incidents that had supposedly occurred, but weren't being covered by local media. Images of accident scenes, building damage, even what appeared to be emergency service activities that hadn't been mentioned in official reports. The documentation quality was often professional, suggesting either serious amateur investigators or people with official access to information that wasn't being shared publicly. One thread that particularly caught my attention focused on missing persons cases in the Northeast that hadn't received media coverage. Contributors shared details about people who had disappeared without official investigations being launched, or families being properly informed about search efforts. The cases they discussed weren't random disappearances, but seemed to follow patterns that suggested systematic targeting of specific types of individuals. People living alone, working irregular hours, without strong family connections that would ensure immediate reporting of their absence. I recognized some of the locations being discussed, areas of Newcastle where I'd worked on assignments, neighborhoods I was familiar with from my journalism research. The proximity made the content feel more immediate and credible than if it had been about distant places. As I documented these communities for my research assignment, I started cross-referencing their claims with official sources and mainstream news reports. What I discovered was disturbing. Many of the incidents they discussed had indeed occurred, but with minimal official acknowledgement and virtually no media coverage. Missing person reports that had been filed but not publicized, accident investigations that had been conducted but not reported, even criminal activities that had been recorded but not prosecuted. Either the hidden communities had access to official information that wasn't being shared publicly, or they were conducting their own investigations into incidents that authorities were choosing not to pursue. I started contributing to the discussions, sharing information I'd gathered through my journalism work that might be relevant to their research. Nothing confidential, just background context about local issues that could help verify or contradict claims being made. The response was immediate and encouraging. Other contributors provided additional information that helped me understand connections between different incidents, patterns that weren't obvious when each event was considered individually. They also began sharing more sensitive material with me, including documentation that suggested some of the missing persons cases were connected to activities that were being deliberately concealed from public scrutiny. Photographs of locations where people had last been seen, records of their final communications, even evidence that their disappearances had been noted by authorities but not investigated with appropriate thoroughness. The material painted a picture of systematic negligence or deliberate concealment, with certain types of disappearances being treated as administrative problems rather than potential crimes requiring investigation. I should have reported this information to appropriate authorities, rather than continuing to participate in communities that were clearly operating outside official oversight. But I was becoming genuinely concerned about the patterns they were documenting, and traditional journalism hadn't provided opportunities to investigate issues that weren't being acknowledged by official sources. About 6 weeks into my research, I received additional instructions that shifted the focus of my assignment. Rather than just documenting existing communities, I was asked to investigate specific cases that had been identified as potentially significant. People who had disappeared under circumstances that suggested they might be connected to activities that weren't being properly investigated. The cases were all local to Newcastle, involving individuals who shared characteristics that made their disappearances particularly concerning. All lived alone, all worked from home, or had irregular employment. All had minimal family connections that would ensure immediate reporting of problems. I was provided with detailed background information about each case, personal histories, work patterns, social connections, even financial circumstances that might make them vulnerable to exploitation. The level of detail was impressive, but also unsettling. Someone had conducted comprehensive research into these individuals' private lives, gathering information that wouldn't be available through normal journalism or official investigation. I started investigating the cases using traditional journalism methods, contacting police departments, searching public records, trying to verify the claims that these disappearances weren't being properly investigated. What I discovered confirmed the hidden community's allegations about systematic negligence. Most of the cases had indeed been reported to authorities, but with minimal follow-up investigation. Missing person reports had been filed, but searches had been perfunctory and investigations had been closed quickly without resolution. The pattern suggested either severe resource limitations affecting police response to certain types of cases, or deliberate decisions to avoid thorough investigation of disappearances that met specific criteria. I documented my findings and shared them with the hidden communities, hoping to contribute to their ongoing research into systematic problems with missing person investigations. But I also started to notice changes in my own circumstances that seemed connected to my investigation activities. People I'd contacted during my research began experiencing problems that interfered with their ability to provide information. Sources became reluctant to discuss cases they'd previously been willing to address openly. Some contacts mentioned receiving warnings about sharing information with journalists, though they couldn't identify who had contacted them or what authority they represented. My own internet connectivity became unreliable when accessing certain types of information, and I started experiencing technical problems with equipment that had previously functioned normally. Most unsettling was discovering that people were asking questions about my research activities in contexts that suggested my investigation was being monitored by individuals with access to information I hadn't shared publicly. I researched methods for conducting journalism investigations without creating unnecessary visibility for sources or subjects, but realized that my activities had already attracted attention from people who had resources to monitor and interfere with independent research. The hidden communities provided advice about protecting investigation activities from unwanted scrutiny, but also warned that certain types of research could create personal risks for investigators who weren't prepared for retaliation. Several contributors mentioned experiencing harassment after their documentation had led to official attention, including professional difficulties financial problems, and even personal safety concerns. They advised extreme caution when investigating cases that might be connected to activities involving people with official authority or significant resources. This advice proved relevant sooner than I'd expected. About 2 months after beginning my research, I received a visit that made it clear my investigation activities had attracted unwanted attention. 2 people arrived at my flat, claiming to represent a government agency investigating unauthorized access to sensitive information. They were polite but thorough, asking detailed questions about my research methods and the sources of information I'd been accessing. They seemed particularly interested in the hidden communities I'd been participating in, asking whether I'd identified other contributors or learned about similar research activities in different regions. Their knowledge of my investigation was comprehensive, suggesting either sophisticated monitoring of my online activities or information provided by sources within the communities I'd been researching. They explained that some of the cases I'd been investigating were connected to ongoing official operations that required confidentiality to maintain effectiveness. My journalism research was potentially compromising legitimate law enforcement activities by drawing unwanted attention to sensitive investigations. They didn't threaten me directly, but made it clear that continuing my research could create legal complications that would be difficult to resolve through normal journalism channels. In exchange for discontinuing my investigation, they were prepared to provide background information that would help me understand why certain missing person cases weren't being pursued through traditional methods. The explanation sounded plausible, but their approach made me uncomfortable. The level of surveillance they demonstrated suggested resources that went far beyond normal law enforcement oversight of journalism activities. I agreed to discontinue my research while privately resolving to verify their claims through independent sources. Over the next few weeks, I tried to confirm the legitimacy of the agency they claimed to represent and the official operations they described. I found no corroborating evidence for their explanation. No government agencies matching their description. No official operations that could account for the systematic negligence I documented. No legitimate reasons why missing person investigations would be deliberately restricted. Either their work was so classified that no public information existed, or the explanation had been fabricated to discourage my investigation. I returned to the hidden communities to share my concerns and seek advice about verifying official claims that couldn't be independently researched. The response was immediate and alarming. Several community members reported similar experiences: official contact after investigating sensitive cases, explanations that couldn't be verified, pressure to discontinue research that had identified problematic patterns. Some contributors had been threatened with prosecution for accessing classified information, though the classification of their research couldn't be verified through normal channels. Others had experienced escalating problems that made continuing their investigation impossible. Technical difficulties, financial pressures, even personal safety concerns that forced them to abandon their research. The pattern suggested coordinated efforts to discourage investigation of activities that were operating without proper oversight or accountability. I started researching the individuals who had visited me, trying to understand their actual authority and whether their claims about official operations could be substantiated. The business cards they'd provided led to addresses that didn't correspond to legitimate government offices, and the phone numbers connected to generic voicemail systems that provided no useful information. Either they were operating with extraordinary secrecy protocols, or they represented interests that weren't connected to legitimate law enforcement activities. I was beginning to understand that I'd stumbled across something considerably more complex than systematic negligence in missing person investigations. The patterns I documented were likely evidence of activities that were being conducted outside official oversight, with missing persons cases being deliberately ignored to avoid scrutiny of whatever was causing the disappearances. The hidden communities had become a way for people to document and share information about these activities, creating alternative investigation networks for cases that weren't being pursued through official channels. But participation had also made us visible to people who had resources to monitor our research and motivation to discourage our documentation. Last week, I discovered something that confirmed my worst suspicions about how closely my activities were being monitored. The laptop that had been provided for my research assignment contained sophisticated surveillance software that had been recording not just my investigation activities, but all my computer usage, internet communications, and even ambient audio from my flat. I'd been under comprehensive observation since the moment I'd accepted the research assignment, with everything I'd discovered, everyone I'd contacted, and every piece of evidence I'd gathered being monitored by people who had provided the tools for my investigation. The realization that my research had been watched from the beginning made me understand that the assignment itself had been part of a system designed to identify and monitor people who might investigate activities that weren't meant to be scrutinized. The £500 had been payment for allowing myself to be surveilled while investigating cases that were connected to activities someone wanted to keep hidden. I'd essentially been recruited to document my own investigation, providing comprehensive intelligence about my methods, sources, and findings to people who could use that information to prevent similar research by others. The package that had started everything sits in my desk drawer now, containing evidence of surveillance that extends far beyond my own investigation, to include systematic monitoring of anyone who asks inconvenient questions about missing persons cases in the Northeast. I still write freelance articles for local businesses, still struggle with the financial uncertainty of independent journalism, still wonder which of my sources might be experiencing problems because I contacted them during research that was being monitored from the beginning. But I'm also aware that my investigation activities are being recorded, my communications are being monitored, and my research methods are being studied by people who turn curiosity about systematic problems into comprehensive intelligence gathering about the people asking questions. The worst part about finding out your basement was used as a torture chamber isn't the bloodstains, it's realizing you helped pay for the soundproofing. 4 months ago, I was just a small-time landlord in Portsmouth, trying to make enough rental income to cover my mortgage payments. Now, I'm staying in a Premier Inn outside Winchester, and tomorrow the police are going to search the basement flat I've been renting out to what I thought was a quiet, professional tenant who's actually been broadcasting murders to dark web audiences while I collected rent money from upstairs. I inherited the house from my grandmother 2 years ago, a Victorian terrace that had been converted into 3 separate flats. The rental income from the upper 2 floors helps me pay the mortgage while I live in the main house. It's not a huge moneymaker, but it covers the bills and gives me some financial security in an uncertain economy. The basement flat has always been the most difficult to rent. It's below street level, doesn't get much natural light, and feels a bit cramped compared to the other units. Previous tenants usually moved out within 6 months, complaining about the atmosphere or finding somewhere brighter. I'd started to think it might remain empty long term. When Marcus Thompson contacted me about the basement flat, he seemed like the ideal tenant. Professional references, stable income from freelance consulting work, and he specifically requested a quiet, private space where he could work from home without disturbances. He was willing to pay 6 months' rent in advance and didn't mind the flat's limitations. Marcus explained that his work involved sensitive client consultations that required complete privacy and discretion. He needed soundproofing installed, which he offered to pay for himself, and requested that I minimize visits to the property unless there were genuine emergencies. This arrangement suited me perfectly, a reliable tenant who wanted to be left alone. The soundproofing work Marcus arranged was more extensive than I'd expected. Professional contractors installed industrial-grade acoustic materials throughout the basement flat, along with enhanced ventilation systems and what appeared to be specialized electrical work. Marcus assured me this was all necessary for his consulting business and that it would improve the property's value. After Marcus moved in, the basement flat became remarkably quiet. I rarely heard any activity from downstairs, which was exactly what he'd requested. He kept regular business hours, with occasional evening appointments, and maintained the property well. As far as tenancy arrangements go, it was ideal. Marcus also proved to be an excellent tenant in other ways. He always paid rent on time, never complained about minor issues, and generally required minimal management. He occasionally had visitors for what he described as client meetings, but they were always professional and discreet. The rental income was steady and reliable. About 2 months after Marcus moved in, he asked about making additional modifications to the basement flat. He wanted to install specialized lighting and upgrade the internet connection to support what he called high-bandwidth client communications. He offered to cover all costs and assured me the improvements would benefit future tenants. The internet upgrade was substantial: fiber optic cables, commercial-grade equipment, and backup systems that seemed excessive for normal home use. When I asked Marcus about the requirements, he explained that his consulting work involved real-time video communications with international clients who demanded professional quality connections. Marcus's business appeared to be thriving. He mentioned expanding his client base and taking on more complex projects that required enhanced technical capabilities. The basement flat was being equipped to professional standards that would allow him to offer premium services to demanding clients. Around this time, I started noticing unusual activity around the property. Delivery vans arriving at odd hours, often staying for extended periods, while Marcus supervised the unloading of equipment. When I asked about these deliveries, Marcus explained that his business required specialized equipment that needed careful handling and setup. The deliveries became more frequent and elaborate. Professional camera equipment, sophisticated lighting systems, and computer hardware that looked expensive and technical. Marcus assured me this was all legitimate business equipment necessary for his expanding consulting practice. I also noticed that Marcus had begun receiving visitors at unusual hours, late evening appointments that sometimes lasted until dawn, often involving multiple people who would arrive separately and leave at different times. Marcus explained that international clients required flexible scheduling due to time zone differences. The visitors were always discreet and professional, but something about their behavior seemed unusual. They would arrive with their own equipment, work intensively for several hours, then leave with everything they'd brought. Marcus described these as intensive consulting sessions that required complete focus and privacy. About 3 months ago, Marcus approached me about a different type of arrangement. He wanted to sublease the basement flat occasionally to other professionals who required similar facilities for their own consulting work. He offered to increase the rent substantially and assured me that all subletters would meet the same professional standards he maintained. The subletting arrangement seemed reasonable, particularly given the increased income it would provide. Marcus handled all the arrangements directly, screening potential subletters and managing their access to the property. I rarely saw these temporary tenants, but Marcus assured me they were all legitimate professionals. The subletting activity increased the overall usage of the basement flat, but it remained remarkably quiet thanks to the soundproofing Marcus had installed. Occasionally, I'd notice increased electricity usage or signs that multiple people had been using the space, but there were never any disturbances or complaints from neighbors. 2 weeks ago, everything changed when I received an unexpected visit from the police. They were investigating what they described as online criminal activity and had traced some suspicious internet traffic to my property. They asked detailed questions about my tenants and requested permission to examine the basement flat. The police examination revealed that Marcus's consulting business was actually a cover for something much darker. The basement flat had been converted into a sophisticated broadcasting studio designed for creating what they called dark web content. The soundproofing, lighting, and technical equipment weren't for legitimate consulting. They were for producing illegal streams. The investigators explained that the basement flat had been used to broadcast live violence to paying audiences on the dark web. The consulting sessions I'd observed were actually torture and murder sessions being streamed to thousands of viewers who paid to watch authentic suffering rather than staged entertainment. Marcus and his subletters hadn't been running a consulting business. They'd been operating a red room facility. The discreet professional visitors I'd seen were victims being brought to the basement for broadcasts. The extensive equipment deliveries had been setting up a professional murder studio in my own property. The police showed me evidence recovered from the basement flat, computer systems configured for dark web broadcasting, payment processing equipment for handling viewer subscriptions, and recording devices that had captured dozens of murder sessions over the months Marcus had been my tenant. Most disturbing was learning that I'd been unknowingly facilitating systematic murder for entertainment. My rental property had become a venue for dark web red rooms, and I'd been collecting rent money from people who were using my basement to broadcast torture and death to international audiences. The investigation revealed that Marcus's operation was part of a larger network that specialized in using rental properties as temporary red room venues. They would rent properties from unsuspecting landlords, convert them for broadcasting purposes, then relocate before attracting suspicion. The police explained that landlords like me were ideal targets because we provided legitimate cover for their activities while having minimal oversight of what tenants actually did in rented spaces. The rental arrangement created a buffer between their operations and law enforcement, making it difficult to trace their activities. My property had apparently been selected because the basement flat provided the privacy and isolation necessary for red room broadcasting, while the conversion to multiple flats meant that unusual activity would seem like normal rental property management. Marcus had been specifically looking for this type of setup. The legal implications of the situation are complex. While the police don't suspect me of knowing participation, my property was used for serious crimes, and I potentially face civil liability from victims' families. The rental income I received could be characterized as proceeds from criminal activity. More immediately, the property has been sealed as a crime scene while investigators gather evidence. I can't access my own home, can't collect rent from other tenants, and face substantial legal costs, even though I had no knowledge of Marcus's real activities. The investigation has also revealed the scope of Marcus's network. Similar operations have been discovered in rental properties across southern England, all using the same model of targeting small landlords who wouldn't closely monitor tenant activities. I'm apparently just one victim in a much larger scheme. I've been staying in hotels while the investigation continues, unable to return home and uncertain about my legal and financial future. The police have warned me that the case will take months to resolve and that I may need to testify about my unwitting involvement in facilitating the operation. The most horrifying realization is how easily I was manipulated into providing the perfect venue for systematic murder. Every reasonable request Marcus made, soundproofing, privacy, professional equipment, was actually preparation for broadcasting torture and death to paying dark web audiences. The rental income I thought was helping secure my financial future was actually payment for providing a murder venue. The quiet, professional tenant I appreciated was actually a killer who needed somewhere discreet to broadcast authentic suffering to international subscribers. Tomorrow, forensic teams will begin a detailed examination of the basement flat to gather evidence about the scope of Marcus's operation. They've warned me that the investigation will uncover disturbing details about what happened in my property while I lived upstairs, unaware of the horror taking place below. I keep thinking about all the victims who died in my basement while I went about my normal daily routine overhead. People were being tortured and murdered for entertainment, while I watched television, cooked dinner, and slept peacefully, never knowing what was happening one floor below. The police have explained that Marcus's network specifically targets properties where landlords live separately from tenants, creating the isolation necessary for red room operations, while maintaining the legitimacy of a normal rental arrangement. My Victorian terrace conversion was perfect for their purposes. I've been advised to contact a solicitor about potential civil liability and criminal implications, even though I had no knowledge of Marcus's activities. The legal system struggles with cases where property owners unknowingly facilitate dark web crimes through legitimate rental arrangements. The financial implications are also substantial. Beyond legal costs, I face potential civil claims from victims' families, possible seizure of rental income received from Marcus, and the costs of restoring the property after forensic examination. My rental business may be effectively finished. I'm writing this from a premier inn outside Winchester, where I'll remain until the investigation concludes and I'm allowed to return home. The police believe Marcus's network is still active and that my cooperation with the investigation may have made me a target for retaliation. The most terrifying thought is how many other landlords might be unknowingly hosting similar operations. How many rental properties across the country might house dark web red rooms? How many small landlords might be collecting rent from systematic killers without realizing what they're facilitating? The rental property market provides perfect cover for these operations. Legitimate business arrangements that create privacy and isolation while deflecting suspicion from criminal activities. Landlords like me become unwitting accomplices to horror we never suspected was happening. Marcus's network understood exactly how to exploit the rental system, targeting properties and landlords that would provide the cover they needed while minimizing the risk of discovery. The conversion to multiple flats, the basement location, my preference for hands-off property management, it all made my property ideal for their purposes. Tomorrow's forensic examination will reveal the full extent of what happened in my basement flat while I collected rent money from upstairs. But I already know that I'll never be able to think of property rental the same way again. The landlord becomes an unwitting venue provider for systematic murder, and there's no way to unknow what your property was really used for. And somewhere out there, Marcus's network is probably targeting other landlords, looking for the next basement flat to convert into a dark web broadcasting studio. I never thought being a landlord could make me complicit in murder, but apparently collecting rent from the wrong tenant can turn your property into a venue for horrors you never imagined. I thought I was helping a local artist with a photography exhibition, but it turns out the subjects weren't volunteers, and most of them had no idea they were being documented. I grew up in Brighton, surrounded by creative types from an early age. My mum was a ceramicist, half our neighbours were musicians or artists of some description, and there was always someone looking for help with exhibitions, installations, or other projects that needed extra hands. By the time I started studying at Sussex University, I'd spent years helping with gallery openings and art events around the city. That background made me a natural choice when people needed someone reliable to assist with creative projects. I knew how galleries worked, understood the local art scene, and could handle everything from hanging paintings to managing guest lists. It was good casual work that fitted around my history degree and often led to interesting conversations with artists whose work I genuinely admired. When Marcus approached me about helping with his latest photography project, it seemed like exactly the sort of opportunity I enjoyed. He was a conceptual artist who specialized in documentary photography, exploring themes around privacy, surveillance, and urban life in contemporary Britain. His previous exhibitions had received good reviews in the local arts press, and he had connections with several respected galleries. The project he needed help with was called Observed Lives and focused on how people behaved in private spaces when they believed they were unobserved. Marcus explained that he was interested in the contrast between public personas and private behaviors, documenting the authentic moments when people thought nobody was watching. He'd been developing the project for several months, working with volunteer subjects who had agreed to allow him to photograph them during ordinary daily activities. The volunteers came from various backgrounds and age groups, providing a cross-section of how different people experience privacy and solitude in urban environments. My role would be organizing the photographs and helping to prepare them for exhibition. Marcus had accumulated hundreds of images and needed someone to help catalog them, identify the strongest pieces, and work out how they should be presented in a gallery setting. It was exactly the sort of behind-the-scenes work I'd done for other artists, and Marcus offered to pay reasonably well for what seemed like straightforward archival assistance. The photographs themselves were genuinely striking. Marcus had a good eye for composition and timing, capturing moments of genuine spontaneity and emotion. People cooking alone in their kitchens, reading in bed, having phone conversations they thought were private. The images had an intimate quality that was both compelling and slightly uncomfortable to view. What impressed me most was how natural and unposed the subjects appeared. Unlike typical portrait photography where people were clearly aware of the camera, these images showed people behaving exactly as they would if they were completely alone. Marcus had obviously developed excellent rapport with his volunteers to achieve such authentic results. But as I worked through more of the collection, I began noticing technical details that seemed inconsistent with the collaborative process Marcus had described. Many of the photographs appeared to have been taken from significant distances, using telephoto lenses that would have required the photographer to be positioned well outside the subjects' homes. The angles suggested shots taken from across streets, through windows, or from elevated positions that wouldn't have been accessible if the subjects had been aware of the photography sessions. The lighting also seemed wrong for posed photography. Most images showed people in natural indoor lighting, without the additional illumination that would be necessary for good quality photography in domestic environments. The shots looked more like surveillance photographs than collaborative artistic documentation. When I asked Marcus about these technical aspects, he explained that achieving authentic results required photographing people in their genuine living environments without artificial lighting or obvious camera presence. The volunteers had agreed to extended documentation periods during which Marcus would capture their daily routines using discrete equipment and techniques. That explanation addressed my technical concerns, but raised new questions about the consent process and how the volunteers had been recruited for such an invasive project. Marcus showed me some of the paperwork associated with the project, including consent forms that volunteers had signed agreeing to be photographed during normal daily activities. The forms looked legitimate and included detailed explanations of what the project involved and how the resulting images would be used. But the consent forms raised as many questions as they answered. The volunteers' personal details were limited to first names and partial addresses, making it difficult to verify that these were real people who had genuinely agreed to participate. The signatures looked authentic, but there was no independent verification that the people signing the forms understood what they were agreeing to. More concerning was the scope of the project. According to the documentation, Marcus had been photographing some volunteers for weeks or months, documenting their daily routines in comprehensive detail. The level of surveillance involved seemed excessive even for an ambitious art project about privacy and observation. I started paying closer attention to the specific content of the photographs, looking for clues about how they had actually been produced. Many images showed people in states of partial undress or engaged in intimate activities that seemed unlikely to have been performed knowingly in front of a photographer. Subjects changing clothes, bathing, or in bed with partners in ways that suggested complete privacy rather than awareness of being documented. Other photographs captured people in moments of emotional vulnerability, crying, arguing, or dealing with personal problems in ways that would be difficult to fake, even with excellent acting skills. These images had the spontaneous quality of genuine private moments rather than performed scenarios. The most disturbing images showed people in situations that appeared dangerous or distressing. Subjects who looked ill, intoxicated, or upset in ways that suggested they might need help rather than documentation. Some photographs showed people in domestic environments that looked unsafe or neglected, raising questions about their welfare and living conditions. If these images were genuinely collaborative, Marcus would have been ethically obligated to intervene in situations where his volunteers appeared to be in distress or danger. The fact that he had continued photographing rather than offering assistance suggested that the subjects were unaware of his presence. I began to suspect that Observed Lives wasn't a collaborative project at all. Instead, Marcus had been conducting unauthorized surveillance of people in their homes, documenting their private lives without consent or knowledge. When I tried to research Marcus's previous work more thoroughly, I found inconsistencies in his artistic background that made me question whether he was a legitimate photographer at all. While he had indeed exhibited work in local galleries, the scope and technical quality of those exhibitions were much more limited than he'd suggested. His artistic reputation seemed to be based on a small number of shows that had received minimal critical attention, rather than the established career he'd implied. More troubling was the lack of documentation about how his previous projects had been developed. There were no interviews, reviews, or academic discussions that explained his methods or explored the ethical dimensions of his surveillance-based photography. Either Marcus was much less established in the art world than he'd claimed, or his previous work had also involved questionable methods that reputable critics and curators preferred not to examine too closely. I decided to investigate some of the locations where the observed lives photographs had been taken, hoping to understand more about how the project had been conducted. Several of the images showed distinctive architectural features or interior details that made it possible to identify specific buildings or neighborhoods. Using this information, I was able to locate some of the properties where Marcus claimed to have been working with volunteer subjects. What I found was deeply disturbing. Most of the buildings were ordinary residential properties with no obvious connection to artistic projects or experimental photography. The residents I spoke to had never heard of Marcus or any project involving documentary photography of private domestic life. More significantly, some of the properties had recently experienced break-ins or reports of prowlers that corresponded with the timeframes when Marcus claimed to have been conducting photography sessions. Residents described incidents of someone being seen in their gardens, evidence of attempted entry through windows, and feelings of being watched that they couldn't explain. Marcus hadn't been collaborating with volunteers at all. He'd been systematically stalking and surveilling people in their homes, using sophisticated photography equipment to document their private lives without consent. The art project was actually a cover story for what amounted to organized voyeurism and invasion of privacy on a massive scale. But understanding what Marcus was really doing didn't immediately resolve my situation. I'd been working with him for several weeks and had access to hundreds of photographs that constituted evidence of serious crimes. Simply walking away from the project might not protect me if law enforcement investigated his activities. More importantly, the people whose lives had been documented deserved to know what had happened and to have the opportunity to take legal action against their privacy violations. But contacting them would require admitting my involvement in cataloging and organizing the images of their private lives. I was trapped between my ethical obligation to help Marcus's victims and my potential legal liability for having assisted with organizing the evidence of his crimes. Meanwhile, Marcus continued to treat our working relationship as if everything was completely normal. He regularly checked on my progress with cataloging the photographs and discussed plans for the eventual exhibition. He seemed genuinely excited about the artistic and commercial potential of the project. His casual attitude toward what he'd been doing was almost as disturbing as the surveillance itself. Marcus clearly didn't see anything wrong with systematically violating people's privacy for artistic purposes. He viewed his subjects as source material rather than human beings whose consent and dignity mattered. When I tried to raise ethical concerns about the project, Marcus dismissed them as conventional thinking that failed to appreciate the innovative nature of contemporary conceptual art. He argued that all significant artistic breakthroughs required challenging social norms and conventional ideas about privacy and consent. He also pointed out that none of his subjects had been physically harmed, and that the photographs revealed nothing more intimate than what could be observed by neighbors, delivery drivers, or other people who had legitimate access to residential areas. That argument completely missed the point about consent and violated the fundamental principle that people should have control over how their private lives are documented and shared. But it also revealed something important about how Marcus justified his behavior to himself. He'd constructed an elaborate intellectual framework that allowed him to view systematic stalking and surveillance as legitimate artistic practice. I began to worry that Marcus's current project wasn't his first experience with this type of unauthorized documentation. Someone who was comfortable with such extensive privacy violations had probably been engaging in similar behavior for years, developing the technical skills and psychological justifications that made observed lives possible. I started researching unsolved cases of stalking voyeurism, and privacy violations in Brighton and surrounding areas, looking for incidents that might be connected to Marcus's activities. What I found was a pattern of reports spanning several years that seemed consistent with someone conducting systematic surveillance of residential properties. Prowler sightings, attempted break-ins, and reports of photography equipment being used to observe people in their homes. Most of these incidents had been reported to police but hadn't led to arrests or prosecutions. Stalking and voyeurism cases are notoriously difficult to solve unless perpetrators are caught in the act, and many victims are reluctant to pursue complaints that require them to discuss intimate details of their private lives. But the pattern suggested that Marcus had been conducting unauthorized surveillance projects for much longer than just the Observed Lives exhibition. He'd probably been stalking and photographing people for years, gradually developing more sophisticated methods and expanding the scope of his activities. The art project framework was just his latest approach to organizing and justifying behavior that had been going on for a long time. That realization made my situation much more serious. I wasn't just helping with a single problematic art project. I was potentially assisting someone who had been systematically stalking and harassing people for years. If Marcus was arrested and prosecuted for his activities, my involvement in organizing his photograph collection could be presented as evidence that I'd been aware of the criminal nature of his work and had chosen to assist him anyway. But I also knew that allowing him to continue meant that more people would be victimized by his surveillance activities. The Observed Lives project was clearly successful from his perspective, and he was probably already planning similar future projects that would involve stalking and photographing additional victims. I needed to find a way to expose what Marcus was doing while minimizing my own legal exposure and ensuring that his existing victims received appropriate support and information about what had happened to them. The challenge was that any effective intervention would require admitting my involvement in organizing the evidence of his crimes. I decided to document everything I could about Marcus's activities and methods, building a comprehensive record that could be provided to law enforcement if necessary. But I also started making copies of some of the most clearly non-consensual photographs, focusing on images that showed evidence of the surveillance techniques he'd used. These copies could potentially be used to help his victims identify what had happened and take appropriate legal action. Most importantly, I began identifying specific locations and timeframes where Marcus had conducted surveillance, hoping to provide enough information for people to determine whether they had been targeted by his photography projects. The process of documenting Marcus's crimes while pretending to continue helping with his exhibition was emotionally exhausting. Every day meant handling more evidence of serious privacy violations while maintaining the pretense that I considered his work legitimate artistic practice. But I was also motivated by anger about what he'd done to innocent people who had no idea their most private moments had been photographed and catalogued for an art exhibition. The subjects in his photographs weren't collaborators or volunteers. They were victims of systematic stalking who deserved justice and protection from future harassment. However, my careful documentation process was interrupted when Marcus announced that he'd found a gallery willing to exhibit the Observed Lives collection. The exhibition was scheduled to open in 6 weeks, meaning that hundreds of photographs documenting unauthorized surveillance would soon be publicly displayed in a respected Brighton gallery. Marcus's victims would potentially discover that their private lives had been violated only when they saw their own images hanging on gallery walls, viewed by strangers who had paid admission to observe their most intimate moments. I had to act immediately to prevent the exhibition from proceeding and to alert the victims about what had been done to them. I still can't quite believe how quickly things went from normal to absolutely terrifying. 2 months ago, I was just a minicab driver in Newcastle, trying to make ends meet after losing my warehouse job. Now I'm hiding in a service station near Durham, and tomorrow night I'm supposed to help transport someone to their death in a Red Room broadcast that I've been unknowingly facilitating for weeks. I've been driving for Galaxy cars for about 6 months. It's not glamorous work, late nights, drunk passengers, navigating through traffic for what works out to less than minimum wage most shifts. But after the warehouse closed down, it was the only job I could get that didn't require waiting weeks for security clearances or training courses. You just need a clean license, a reasonably decent car, and the ability to deal with difficult people. The job that changed everything started in early October. I got a call from the dispatcher about a regular booking, someone who needed transport twice a week, always the same route, always paid in cash. The customer was described as a professional gentleman who required discretion and reliability. The pay was better than usual, and regular bookings are gold dust in the minicab business. The passenger was a man in his 40s called Michael Stevens. He was always waiting outside when I arrived, always polite and professional, and never wanted to make small talk during the journey. The route was consistent: pick up from a residential address in Gosforth, drive to an industrial estate on the outskirts of the city, wait for about 2 hours, then drive him back home. Michael explained that he worked in media production and needed transport to a specialized facility where his company created content for online platforms. He said the work required unusual hours and that he preferred having a reliable driver rather than using different taxi services that might not understand his schedule. The industrial estate where I dropped Michael was one of those anonymous business parks filled with warehouses and small manufacturing units. The specific building he used was unmarked, with blackened windows and several high-end cars usually parked outside. During the 2-hour wait, I'd see other people arriving and leaving, all carrying equipment cases or technical gear. After several weeks of this routine, Michael started asking if I'd be interested in additional work. He needed someone to help with equipment transport, moving cameras, lighting gear, and computer systems between different locations. The pay was substantially better than driving, and Michael assured me the work was straightforward manual labor. I agreed to the additional work, partly for the money, and partly because I was curious about what kind of media production required such elaborate security and secrecy. Michael explained that his company created specialized content for niche audiences who paid premium rates for high-quality, authentic material. The equipment transport work involved loading and unloading professional-grade cameras, sophisticated lighting systems, and computer servers that seemed more advanced than anything I'd seen in normal television or film production. Everything was carefully packaged and required precise handling to avoid damage. Michael gradually introduced me to more aspects of his operation. He needed help setting up equipment in different locations, not just the industrial estate, but also residential properties and commercial spaces around Newcastle and the surrounding areas. The setups were always temporary, designed to be assembled quickly and dismantled without leaving traces. The locations varied, but they all shared certain characteristics: soundproofed rooms with controlled access, spaces that could be completely isolated from outside observation, and technical infrastructure that supported high-bandwidth internet connections. Michael explained that this variety was necessary for creating diverse content that would appeal to different audience preferences. As weeks passed, Michael began explaining more about his business model. His company produced what he called authentic interactive content for online platforms that specialized in realistic, unscripted material. Viewers paid substantial amounts for access to live streams that felt genuine rather than obviously staged or performed. The technical requirements for this content were demanding. Multiple camera angles, professional lighting that could be adjusted in real time, audio systems that captured every detail, and streaming infrastructure that could handle thousands of simultaneous viewers without interruption. Michael's operation was sophisticated enough to meet these standards consistently. Michael also started discussing the importance of finding suitable performers for his content. He explained that the most valuable material featured people who provided authentic reactions to various situations. Viewers could distinguish between obvious acting and genuine responses. So his company specialized in creating scenarios that produced real emotions and reactions. About a month into the equipment work, Michael asked if I'd be interested in a different type of assignment. He needed someone to help with what he called scenario testing, essentially helping to verify that technical setups would work correctly for live broadcasts. The pay for this work was even better, and Michael assured me it was just technical verification rather than actual content creation. The scenario testing involved me spending time in the prepared spaces, while Michael operated the equipment from control rooms. He would test camera angles, audio levels, lighting configurations, and streaming quality by having me move through different positions and respond to various prompts he provided through the technical systems. Michael explained that this testing was essential because his audience expected flawless technical quality. Any problems with audio, video, or streaming could ruin the viewing experience and damage his company's reputation. The testing sessions helped ensure that everything would work perfectly during actual broadcasts. The testing became increasingly elaborate. Michael would simulate various scenarios, test my responses to different types of stimuli, and document my reactions to unexpected situations. He said this comprehensive testing helped his company understand how their technical setups would perform under the stress of live broadcasting. During these sessions, Michael would give detailed instructions about timing, positioning, and responses to different cues, follow specific movement patterns, react to various sensory inputs, demonstrate how someone might behave in challenging circumstances. He claimed this testing helped optimize the technical systems for capturing authentic human responses. 3 weeks ago, everything became clear in the most horrifying way possible. I was conducting what Michael had described as a final comprehensive test when I noticed that the monitors in the control room were displaying more than just local recording interfaces. Multiple screens showed dark web streaming platforms with view accounts, indicating thousands of people watching live feeds. Michael's media production company wasn't creating content for mainstream online platforms. It was broadcasting live torture and murder to paying audiences on the dark web. The spaces I'd been helping to set up were red rooms, and I had been unknowingly preparing them for operation, while gradually being recruited as their transport coordinator. The weeks of scenario testing had been training sessions, teaching me the locations and procedures I'd need to know as their logistics coordinator. My equipment transport and setup work had been gradually transformed into preparation for facilitating actual red room operations, moving victims and managing the technical infrastructure. Michael dropped all pretense when he realized I understood what was happening. He calmly explained that minicab drivers were ideal logistics coordinators for his operation. They could transport victims without raising suspicion, had legitimate reasons for visiting multiple locations, and could move equipment between sites as part of their normal work routine. The industrial estate facility was just one node in a larger operation that used multiple locations across the Northeast. Michael's company specialized in identifying and recruiting people whose jobs provided cover for the gradual conditioning process required to create authentic dark web content. My scenario testing sessions had been training me for tomorrow night's operation. I'd been learning the procedures for transporting unwilling victims, understanding the technical requirements for live broadcasts, and becoming familiar with the security protocols necessary for avoiding detection during actual Red Room events. I managed to escape while Michael was distracted with technical preparations, but I know his surveillance network extends far beyond the locations I'd visited. They've been monitoring my communications, tracking my movements through the minicab company's GPS systems, and building detailed profiles of my personal life. Since leaving Newcastle, I've been moving between different locations, but they keep finding me. Messages sent to my phone despite changing numbers, people who seem to recognize me at petrol stations and service areas, evidence that my movements are being tracked through methods I don't understand. Yesterday, I received a package at the bed and breakfast where I'd been staying. A package containing a sat-nav device that showed tomorrow night's pickup location and delivery route. Michael's operation had been preparing for months, and they expected me to transport their next victim to the prepared Red Room facility. The package included detailed information about tomorrow's victim, a young woman who had been selected and prepared through their recruitment network. They knew her routines, her vulnerabilities, and exactly how to get her into my car without raising suspicion. My role was to collect her and deliver her to the broadcast location. I could go to the police, but Michael has spent months creating evidence that would suggest I was a willing participant in his dark web activities. Galaxy Cars would have records of my regular bookings, my involvement in equipment transport, and my participation in what they would call training sessions that could be presented as voluntary preparation for criminal activity. Security cameras at the various locations would show me helping to set up equipment, following Michael's instructions, and participating in what could be characterized as preparation for facilitating kidnapping and murder. Without context, my actions would appear to show someone knowingly working as a logistics coordinator for dark web Red Room operations. Michael's operation is too sophisticated, too well established, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. The minicab industry provides perfect cover. Drivers regularly visit unfamiliar locations, work irregular hours, and have legitimate reasons for transporting equipment and spending time in industrial areas. Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch what Michael's audience has been anticipating for weeks. They've paid to see a carefully planned abduction and murder, and they expect their logistics coordinator to deliver the victim as promised. My months of unknowing preparation have led to this moment. I'm writing this from a service station toilet because it's one of the few places with constant lighting and regular security patrols. But I know they're still watching somehow. The sat-nav device included details about tomorrow's victim and pickup location, suggesting their operation extends to surveillance and recruitment networks I never suspected. In roughly 20 hours, I'll have to decide whether to collect the victim they've assigned me or refuse to participate and face the consequences. But Michael has demonstrated that his network can track me across multiple counties, and they have evidence that could destroy my life even if I don't complete tomorrow's assignment. The most terrifying realization is that Michael's operation probably uses multiple drivers simultaneously. How many other minicab drivers might be unknowingly transporting victims to Red Room facilities? How many regular bookings might be training operations for logistics coordinators who don't understand what they're really facilitating? The transport industry provides perfect access to isolated workers who visit unfamiliar locations, handle sensitive cargo, and are expected to maintain discretion about their passengers and destinations. It's an ideal setup for exploitation by people who understand how to gradually transform routine work into participation in something much darker. Michael's technical expertise allows him to maintain sophisticated surveillance and streaming operations while using legitimate transport needs as cover. His business credentials provide credibility, his security requirements deflect suspicion, and his resources allow him to maintain operations across multiple locations. Tomorrow's broadcast is being promoted as featuring a carefully orchestrated abduction using their trained logistics network. Michael's audience values the meticulous planning and professional execution that their driver coordination system enables. I never thought driving a minicab could lead to this kind of moral crisis. I thought the biggest risks were difficult passengers or road accidents. I never imagined that regular bookings could lead to becoming complicit in someone else's murder. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so terrifying. I spent months learning to become an accomplice to murder without knowing what I was training for. Tomorrow's broadcast is titled Perfect Delivery. Michael's audience is expecting a flawless abduction executed by their professionally trained logistics coordinator. And an innocent woman is going to die because I helped build the system that will kill her. The driver becomes the deliverer of death to someone who has no idea what's coming. And I still don't know if I'll show up or let them destroy my life for refusing to complete the delivery. Have you ever wondered what it's like to watch someone being murdered and not realize it until months later? 3 months ago, I was just a night security guard at a business park in Reading, spending my shifts reading books and doing crosswords. Now, I'm in protective custody somewhere in Wales, and my testimony about what I saw through CCTV cameras could expose a Red Room operation that's been broadcasting murders to thousands of viewers, while I unknowingly watched it all happen in real time. I've worked security for Morrison Security Services for about 2 years. It's easy work most of the time. Monitor CCTV feeds, do periodic building checks, log any incidents in the security report. The business park I cover has about 20 units, mostly small manufacturing companies and storage facilities that operate during normal business hours. My job is to make sure nothing gets broken into overnight. The unit that changed everything was Industrial Solutions Loyalty, a company that rented one of the larger warehouse spaces about 4 months ago. According to their lease application, they were in import-export, dealing with specialized equipment for various industries. They kept normal business hours initially, with delivery trucks arriving during the day and staff leaving by early evening. Industrial Solutions was run by a man called David Chen, who seemed professional and legitimate when he signed the lease. He explained that his company required enhanced security and privacy due to the sensitive nature of their work with international clients. This meant upgrading the CCTV coverage in their section of the business park and installing additional monitoring equipment. The upgraded surveillance system was impressive. High-definition cameras with night vision capabilities, audio recording equipment, and monitoring software that could track movement patterns and identify unusual activity. David explained that his clients required this level of security documentation for insurance and compliance purposes. As the security guard responsible for monitoring these feeds, I was trained to use the new equipment and given specific instructions about documenting any activity around Industrial Solutions. This included logging delivery times, recording visitor details, and maintaining detailed reports about anyone who accessed their facility outside normal business hours. Initially, everything seemed routine. Delivery trucks during the day, occasional evening meetings with what appeared to be international clients, and standard warehouse activities. The enhanced CCTV coverage meant I could monitor their operations more thoroughly than other units, but nothing seemed suspicious or concerning. About 6 weeks after Industrial Solutions moved in, their activity patterns began to change. Instead of finishing by early evening, staff would often remain until very late at night. The types of deliveries also shifted: fewer commercial trucks and more unmarked vans arriving at unusual hours, often staying for extended periods. David explained these changes when I mentioned them in my security reports. He said the company was expanding into time-sensitive international markets that required round-the-clock operations. The unusual delivery schedule was necessary to coordinate with clients in different time zones who needed immediate access to specialized equipment. The nighttime activities gradually became more frequent and elaborate. I'd watch through the CCTV feeds as people moved equipment around the warehouse, set up what appeared to be temporary work areas, and conducted meetings that sometimes lasted until dawn. The enhanced surveillance system captured everything in remarkable detail. Around this time, David asked me to expand my monitoring responsibilities. Beyond standard security surveillance, he needed detailed documentation of all activities around their facility for what he called operational compliance purposes. This meant reviewing recorded footage, creating timestamped logs of events, and maintaining archives of particularly important activities. The compliance documentation work paid substantially better than standard security duties, and David assured me it was just administrative record-keeping required by his international clients. I welcomed the additional income and found the work straightforward enough, essentially creating detailed reports about what I was already observing through the CCTV system. As weeks passed, the activities I was documenting became increasingly unusual. The warehouse would be reconfigured regularly, with temporary structures assembled and dismantled between sessions. Professional lighting equipment would be set up around specific areas, along with what appeared to be sophisticated recording devices. When I asked David about these activities, he explained that Industrial Solutions had expanded into creating training materials and documentation for their international clients. The temporary setups were necessary for filming instructional videos about equipment operation and safety procedures. The training sessions always followed similar patterns: extensive preparation involving equipment setup and lighting configuration, followed by what appeared to be filming activities, then thorough cleanup and equipment removal. My role was to document the timing and participants involved in these sessions for compliance purposes. The people involved in these training sessions seemed to change regularly, with new participants arriving for each filming event. David explained that this was because they were creating materials for different types of equipment and needed specialists with relevant expertise for each training video. What struck me as odd was how the participants behaved during these sessions. Unlike normal training or instructional filming, the people involved seemed distressed or reluctant. When I mentioned this in my reports, David assured me that realistic safety training required participants to demonstrate genuine concern about potential hazards. About 2 months ago, I started noticing technical equipment around the Industrial Solutions facility that seemed more sophisticated than necessary for creating training videos. Multiple camera angles, professional audio systems, and computer equipment that appeared designed for live broadcasting rather than simple recording. David explained that their clients required real-time access to training materials, necessitating live streaming capabilities. The enhanced technical setup allowed them to broadcast training sessions to international audiences who couldn't attend in person. This explained the sophisticated equipment and the emphasis on precise timing for their filming sessions. My documentation responsibilities expanded to include monitoring the technical aspects of these broadcasts. verifying that streaming equipment was functioning correctly, logging connection quality issues, and maintaining records of broadcast durations and viewer access logs that David's system automatically generated. The viewer logs were remarkable in their scope. Thousands of people from around the world were accessing these training broadcasts, with detailed analytics showing viewing patterns, geographic distribution, and engagement metrics. David's operation was clearly successful in reaching international audiences. 1 month ago, everything changed when I discovered what these broadcasts actually were. While reviewing archived footage for compliance documentation, I noticed that one of the computer monitors visible in the CCTV feed was displaying a dark web interface rather than the normal streaming platform David had described. The interface showed the same warehouse space I'd been monitoring, but it was labeled as a red room with viewer count displays and what appeared to be payment processing systems. The training sessions I'd been documenting weren't educational content. They were live torture and murder broadcasts being streamed to paying audiences on the dark web. The participants I'd watched weren't willing trainers demonstrating safety procedures. They were victims being murdered while thousands of people paid to watch. My detailed compliance documentation had been creating evidence of systematic killing for entertainment, and I'd been unknowingly facilitating the operation by providing security oversight. I realized that Industrial Solutions had never been an import-export company. The entire operation was designed to create a legitimate front for dark web red room broadcasting, using my security monitoring to ensure their activities remained undetected, while documenting everything for their own operational purposes. David's emphasis on enhanced security wasn't about protecting valuable equipment. It was about maintaining operational security for systematic murder. The professional CCTV coverage I'd been trained to monitor was partly for his own security, but also to create detailed archives of their broadcasts for premium subscribers. My compliance documentation hadn't been administrative record keeping. It had been creating detailed logs of murder events, participant information, and broadcast analytics that helped David's operation optimize their content for dark web audiences. I'd been an unwitting administrator for a systematic killing operation. When I confronted David about what I'd discovered, he calmly explained that I was already too deeply involved to simply walk away. Months of detailed documentation had created evidence trails that would suggest I was a willing participant, rather than an unknowing observer. My security reports contained information that could only have been gathered through knowing cooperation. David also revealed that my own activities had been under surveillance during this entire period. Security cameras monitoring the security office meant that my reactions to various broadcasts had been documented, showing my gradual normalization of increasingly disturbing content. This footage could be edited to suggest willing participation, rather than unknowing observation. I managed to escape and contact the police, but the investigation has revealed the complexity of prosecuting dark web crimes. The broadcasts were accessed through encrypted networks that make traditional evidence gathering extremely difficult. Most of the direct evidence exists in digital formats that require specialized technical knowledge to authenticate. More problematically, my own involvement creates complications for the prosecution. Months of detailed documentation and security monitoring could be characterized by defense lawyers as evidence of willing participation. My gradual acceptance of increasingly unusual activities could be presented as knowing cooperation rather than professional obligation. The police have moved me to protective custody while they investigate, but they've explained that dark web red room cases are notoriously difficult to prosecute successfully. The technology provides multiple layers of anonymity for operators and viewers, while the evidence often relies on witnesses whose own involvement can be questioned. David's operation has apparently shut down and relocated since my escape, but the police believe it's part of a larger network that operates multiple facilities across the country. Industrial Solutions was just one node in a system that uses legitimate business fronts to hide systematic murder broadcasting. The most disturbing aspect is learning how many people were involved in David's network without understanding what they were facilitating. Delivery drivers, equipment suppliers, cleaning services, and utility workers, all unknowingly supporting an operation that broadcast murder to international audiences. My case has become a test for how effectively law enforcement can prosecute dark web crimes using traditional legal frameworks. The police are trying to build a case that doesn't rely too heavily on my testimony, given the complications created by my unwitting involvement in documenting the operation. I've spent weeks in debriefing sessions, helping investigators understand how David's operation functioned and identifying other potential facilities that might be using similar business models. The scale of the network they've uncovered is far larger than anyone initially suspected. The investigation has revealed that Industrial Solutions was generating substantial revenue through their dark web broadcasts, with thousands of subscribers paying premium rates for access to live murder content. The professional quality and systematic operation made their broadcast particularly valuable to audiences seeking authentic material. I keep thinking about all the victims I watched die through those CCTV feeds, not understanding what I was really observing. People who were murdered while I documented their final moments for compliance reports that helped optimize their killer's broadcasting operation. The police have assured me that my cooperation is essential for prosecuting David's network, but they've also explained that the legal process could take years and that successful convictions are far from guaranteed. Dark web crimes exist in legal grey areas that traditional prosecution methods struggle to address effectively. I'm writing this from a safe house somewhere in Wales, where I'll remain until the investigation concludes and the trial process begins. The police believe David's network is still active and that my testimony poses a significant threat to their continued operations. Tomorrow, I'm supposed to meet with prosecutors who will determine whether my evidence is sufficient to build a case against David's network. But they've warned me that the legal challenges are substantial and that my own involvement creates complications that defense lawyers will certainly exploit. The most terrifying realization is that David's operation was just one of many similar networks operating across the country. The business park model provides perfect cover for dark web red rooms, using legitimate commercial spaces to hide systematic murder broadcasting, while unknowing security guards document everything. How many other security guards might be unknowingly monitoring murder broadcasts? How many business parks might house similar operations? How many people might be facilitating systematic killing without understanding what they're really observing? The dark web has made it possible for these operations to exist anywhere, hidden behind legitimate business fronts, broadcasting authentic murder to paying audiences while ordinary people unknowingly facilitate their activities. The technology makes it easy to hide, to pay anonymously, to consume murder as entertainment. I never thought security work could lead to becoming a witness to systematic murder. I thought the biggest risks were dealing with break-ins or equipment failures. I never imagined that monitoring CCTV feeds could make me complicit in facilitating dark web red room operations. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so horrifying. I spent months watching people die while thinking I was just doing my job, creating detailed documentation that helped optimize their murders for entertainment value. Tomorrow's meeting will determine whether my testimony can help prosecute David's network or whether the legal complications make a successful case impossible. Either way, I know I'll never be able to work security again. The guard becomes the witness to systematic murder, and there's no way to unsee what I've documented. And somewhere out there, David's network is probably setting up new operations, recruiting new security guards who don't know they're about to become unwitting administrators for the next generation of dark web entertainment. I need to tell someone about this, even if it makes me look like an idiot. Maybe especially because it makes me look like an idiot. I've been carrying it around for nearly 2 years now, and the weight of not talking about it has become worse than the fear of judgment. So here it is. Back in early 2023, I was working as a graphic designer for a small agency in Newcastle. The job was fine, the pay was adequate, and I had a nice little flat in Jesmond that I shared with my girlfriend, Emma. We'd been together about 3 years at that point. Everything was stable, comfortable. I had no reason to go looking for anything else. But there's this thing about comfort, isn't there? It makes you complacent, makes you think you're untouchable. That bad things happen to other people, people who make stupid decisions or take unnecessary risks. I thought I was smarter than that. The whole thing started because I was bored one evening. Emma was visiting her parents in Durham, and I had the flat to myself. I'd finished the work I'd brought home, had eaten dinner, and found myself with nothing to do. I'd read articles about the dark web before, mostly out of idle curiosity. The usual sensationalist stuff about illegal marketplaces and hidden services. But I'd also read more measured pieces explaining that a lot of it was actually mundane. Whistleblowers, journalists, privacy advocates, people with legitimate reasons for wanting anonymity. I spent maybe 20 minutes getting access. It wasn't complicated. I'd expected it to be this elaborate process, but it wasn't. Just a few simple steps, and suddenly I was looking at a completely different internet. Sites with strange addresses, pages that loaded slowly, everything looking dated and slightly broken. For the first hour, I found exactly what I'd expected. Abandoned pages, broken links, marketplaces I had no intention of using. A few discussion boards where people talked about things that range from boring to disturbing. I was starting to think the whole experience was overrated when I stumbled across something called the vetted list. It wasn't advertised anywhere obvious. I found it through a link someone had posted on one of the discussion boards, mentioning it in passing. The description was vague, something about verified services for verified people. When I clicked through, the page that loaded was surprisingly professional. Clean design, minimal but functional, not like most of the sites I'd seen. The homepage explained that this was a directory of services, everything from research assistance to document retrieval to personal security. But unlike other directories, both the service providers and the people seeking services had to go through a screening process. The idea was that it weeded out scammers and time wasters. Both sides could trust that they were dealing with serious people. It sounded reasonable enough, almost legitimate. There was a button at the bottom, Apply for Access. I clicked it, not really intending to follow through, just curious about what the application process looked like. A form appeared. It asked for basic information: age, location, occupation, reason for seeking access. There were fields for providing an anonymous email address and uploading what they called verification materials. The instructions explained that applicants needed to prove they were real people with legitimate reasons for using the service. This could include professional credentials, references from existing users, or other documentation that demonstrated trustworthiness. The whole thing had this odd air of professionalism about it, like a job application or a membership form for an exclusive club. I suppose that's what made me fill it out. It felt harmless enough. I put down my real age and occupation, said I was from Newcastle, and wrote something vague about needing research assistance for design projects. Then I created a temporary email address and submitted the form without attaching any verification materials. I closed the browser and forgot about it. 3 days later, I remembered to check the temporary email account. There was one message waiting from an address that was just a string of random numbers and letters. The subject line said, "Application status. Additional information required." The message was brief and formal. It thanked me for my application and explained that they needed additional verification before they could grant access. Specifically, they wanted proof of identity, not a real name or official documents, but something that proved I was who I claimed to be. They suggested uploading a photograph of myself holding a piece of paper with my anonymous email address written on it, along with a photo of my current location or workspace. It seemed odd, but not unreasonable. They wanted to confirm I was a real person, not a bot or a scammer. I could understand that, and it wasn't asking for anything particularly sensitive. Just a photo. I took a quick picture on my phone. Me sitting at my desk in the flat, holding up a piece of paper with the email address scrawled on it. You could see part of my living room in the background, the sofa, the window, some of my design work pinned to the wall. Nothing that identified me or my exact location, but enough to prove I was real. I uploaded the photo and sent it back. 2 days later, another email arrived. This one said, "Verification successful. Access granted. Welcome to the vetted list." There was a link at the bottom. When I clicked it, I was taken back to the site, but now I could see more. The directory was extensive, dozens of categories, each containing listings for various services. Some were innocuous: document translation, data recovery, genealogy research. Others were more questionable: background checks, surveillance assistance, location tracking. Each listing included a brief description of the service, a rating based on previous users' feedback, and a contact method. Most used anonymous email or encrypted messaging. I clicked through a few out of curiosity, not intending to actually contact anyone. Then I noticed something at the top of the page, a notification. It said, "You have one pending request." I clicked on it. A message appeared, sent from another user on the platform. It was addressed to me, or rather, to my account. The message was short. "Saw your profile. Interested in working with you. Let me know if you're available." I hadn't created a profile. I'd only submitted an application. But apparently, the process of getting verified had also created some kind of user profile that others could see. I looked for a way to view my own profile and found it under account settings. What I saw made my stomach drop. My profile included the photo I'd sent. Me at my desk, holding the paper with the email address. But it also included information I definitely hadn't provided. My full name. My actual name, not some anonymous username. My address in Jesmond, complete with postcode. My phone number. My workplace, including the name of the agency and the address of our office. Underneath all that was a brief description. Graphic designer, Newcastle. Verified user. Available for consultation. I stared at the screen, trying to work out how they'd gotten this information. I hadn't given them my name. I hadn't given them my address or phone number. I'd been careful, anonymous. But somehow, they'd connected me to my real identity anyway. I looked at the photo again, the background, my living room. There were details visible if you looked closely. A piece of mail on the coffee table, too blurry to read but clearly there. A framed print on the wall, something I designed myself for a client. My laptop, partially visible on the desk, small things, individually meaningless, but together, they'd reverse searched me, or maybe facial recognition, or maybe they'd traced the temporary email somehow, linked it back to my actual accounts. I didn't know how they'd done it, but they had. They'd taken the information I'd voluntarily provided and used it to uncover everything else. I immediately tried to delete my account. There was an option in the settings, but when I clicked it, an error message appeared. Account deletion requires admin approval. Request submitted. I closed the browser and sat there feeling sick. I'd been so careful, or so I'd thought. Anonymous email, no real information, just a harmless photo. And they'd used it to identify me completely. The next day, I received another email. Different address, but the subject line made it clear it was from the vetted list. Account deletion request denied. The message explained that accounts could only be deleted under specific circumstances. Users who had completed transactions could request deletion after a waiting period. Users who had never engaged with the platform had to wait 30 days before deletion was permitted. This was to prevent abuse of the system. I hadn't engaged with anyone. I hadn't used any services. I just looked around. But apparently, that wasn't enough. I had to wait. I tried to ignore it. I didn't go back to the site. I didn't check the messages. I just tried to pretend it hadn't happened. Then, about a week later, something strange occurred. I was walking home from work one evening, the usual route through Jesmond, when I noticed someone walking behind me. A man, maybe in his 40s, wearing a dark coat. Nothing unusual about him. But he stayed behind me for several streets, matching my pace. When I turned onto my road, he turned too. When I reached my building, he stopped across the street and took out his phone. I went inside quickly, glancing back through the door before it closed. He was still there, standing on the pavement, looking at his phone, or looking at my building. I couldn't tell. I went up to my flat and looked out the window. He was gone. I told myself I was being paranoid. Newcastle wasn't a small city. People walked the same routes, stood on the same street. It didn't mean anything. But then it happened again. A few days later, different person. A woman this time, younger, standing outside the building when I came home from the shops. She wasn't doing anything suspicious, just standing there looking at her phone. But when I went inside, I watched from the window, and she stayed there for another 10 minutes before walking away. Then someone came into the agency, a man I'd never seen before, asking to speak to me specifically. The receptionist told him I was in a meeting and asked if she could take a message. He said no, he'd come back. He never did. Emma noticed I was anxious. I told her I was stressed about work, about a difficult client. She believed me. Why wouldn't she? I went back to the vetted list. I had to know what was happening. I logged into my account and checked the messages. There were dozens now, all from different users, all saying variations of the same thing. Available for work. Can help with your project. Let me know what you need. I hadn't posted anything. I hadn't requested anything. But apparently, my profile was visible to other users, and they thought I was offering services, or looking for them. I couldn't tell which. Then I saw something else. My profile had been updated. The description now included additional information. Specializes in visual verification and documentation. Can provide detailed observations and reporting. I hadn't written that. Someone else had edited my profile. The site administrators, presumably. They decided what kind of services I was offering, based on God knows what. I sent a message to the site support, demanding they delete my account immediately. The response came within an hour. Your profile has generated interest from verified users. Deletion at this time would violate platform terms. Please wait until engagement period expires. Engagement period, like I was a product they were marketing. I stopped going to work, called in sick. Emma was worried, kept asking what was wrong, but I couldn't tell her. How do you explain that you accidentally signed up for something on the dark web, and now people might be watching you? It sounded insane. Then someone knocked on my door. Middle of the afternoon, Emma was at work. I looked through the peephole and saw a man I didn't recognize. Average height, average build, wearing ordinary clothes. He knocked again, then checked his phone, then knocked a third time. I didn't answer. I stood there, completely still, barely breathing, until he finally left. I checked the vetted list again that evening. There was a new message, sent from the same account that had first contacted me weeks earlier. Confirmed your location. Ready to proceed when you are. Proceed with what? I hadn't agreed to anything. I hadn't engaged with anyone. I just submitted a stupid application and uploaded a stupid photo. I replied to the message. Wrong person. Delete my account. Leave me alone. The response came quickly. You created the profile. You submitted verification. You're on the platform now. That's how it works. I asked what they wanted from me, what they thought I'd agreed to. The response, observation services. That's what your profile says. People need eyes in Newcastle. You're local. You're verified. You're available. I wrote back that I'd never agreed to provide any services, that I'd only been curious, that this was all a mistake. The response, doesn't matter. You're verified now. Other users have paid for access to your services. You need to fulfill the request or face penalties. Penalties? What did that even mean? I asked what kind of requests, what they expected me to do. The response included a list, addresses in Newcastle and the surrounding areas, specific locations I was supposed to visit and photograph, times I was supposed to be there, people I was supposed to watch and document, all presented like a work schedule, like a list of deliverables for a project. I didn't respond. I closed the laptop and sat in my flat with all the lights off, curtains drawn, trying to work out what to do. Going to the police felt impossible. What would I tell them? I accessed the dark web and accidentally signed up for something illegal. They'd probably arrest me, or laugh at me, or both. The next day, Emma found me sitting in the dark. She'd come home from work early, worried because I hadn't been answering her calls. She turned on the lights and saw me there, still in yesterday's clothes. Laptop closed in front of me. She asked what was happening. She said I was scaring her. She said if I didn't tell her what was wrong, she was going to call my parents, or a doctor, or someone who could help. So I told her, not everything, but enough. I said I'd been looking at something online I shouldn't have been, that I'd given away information I shouldn't have given, that people were contacting me now, asking me to do things I didn't want to do. She asked if it was illegal. I said I didn't know. She asked if I was in danger. I said I didn't know that either. She wanted to go to the police. I told her we couldn't. She didn't understand why, but she trusted me enough not to push it. We decided to leave. Just pack up and go. Stay with her parents for a while, or find a new flat somewhere else, somewhere these people couldn't find me. It seemed like the only option. We spent that evening packing essentials, planning to leave first thing in the morning. Emma went to bed around 11. I stayed up, watching the windows, checking the street below every few minutes. Around midnight, my phone buzzed. A text message from a number I didn't recognize. It said, "Leaving won't help. You're verified. We know where you go." I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the living room, lights off, watching the street. Nobody came. Nothing happened. But the message sat on my phone like a weight. We left anyway. Went to her parents' place in Durham. I worked remotely for a few weeks. Told my boss I had a family emergency. Emma's parents asked questions, but Emma covered for me. Said I was dealing with some personal issues and needed space. I didn't check the vetted list during that time. I didn't look at my email. I just tried to pretend it had all gone away. But after a month, I had to go back. Back to work. Back to the flat. We couldn't hide at her parents' house forever. So we returned to Newcastle, and I went back to the agency, and everything seemed normal, except it wasn't. Small things kept happening. Mail going missing. Someone ringing our buzzer late at night, then no one being there when we checked. My bike, which I kept locked in the building storage area, moved to a different spot. Tiny things, easy to dismiss individually, but they kept happening. Then one morning, I found an envelope under my door. Inside was a printed sheet of paper. It showed my profile from the vetted list, complete with my photo, my information, and that description I hadn't written. At the bottom, handwritten in red pen, someone had written, "Still waiting." Emma saw it before I could hide it. She demanded to know what it meant, who had left it, what I'd gotten us involved in. I told her everything then, the whole story, the application, the photo, the verification process, the requests, all of it. She was furious, not just scared, but genuinely angry that I'd been so stupid, so careless. She said we needed to go to the police, consequences or not. I agreed. We went to the station that afternoon, told them the whole story, showed them the envelope, explained about the site and the profile and the people watching us. The officer who took our statement was patient, professional. He said they'd look into it, but he also said that dark web cases were complicated, difficult to investigate, hard to prove. He said we should be careful, change our locks, maybe install a camera, stay alert, but he couldn't promise anything would come of the report. Nothing did. Weeks passed. The police called once to say they were still investigating, but they hadn't found anything concrete. The site still existed. My profile was still there, and the small incidents kept happening. Eventually, we moved, left Newcastle entirely. Emma got a job in Edinburgh, and I went with her. New flat, new city, new routines. We told people we'd wanted a change, a fresh start. We didn't mention the real reason. It's been almost 2 years now. We're still in Edinburgh. Emma's doing well at her new job. I'm freelancing, working from home, avoiding offices and regular commutes where someone could track my movements. I haven't accessed the dark web since. I deleted all the software, changed all my passwords, got rid of that laptop entirely and bought a new one. My profile on the vetted list is probably still there. I have no way to check without going back, and I'm never going back. But sometimes I'll see someone on the street who seems to be watching me, or I'll notice the same car parked outside our building on multiple days, or I'll find something small out of place in our flat, something I'm sure I didn't move, and I'll wonder if they're still tracking me. If being verified is something you can never undo. If somewhere on that site, my profile is still active, still telling people I'm available, still providing my current location to anyone who pays for the information. Emma doesn't know I still worry about this. She thinks we left it all behind in Newcastle. And maybe we did. Maybe I'm just paranoid now, seeing threats where there aren't any. But I don't think so. I think when you give people access to your identity, when you let them verify who you are and where you are, you can never really take that back. It's out there, permanent, waiting for someone to use it. I was right about one thing at least. Bad things do happen to people who make stupid decisions. I just didn't realize I was one of those people until it was too late. I remember it like it was yesterday, though it's been 8 months since I found the laptop hidden behind the water tank in our loft and discovered that the man I'd been married to for 6 years wasn't who I thought he was. David and I had what everyone considered a stable relationship. We'd met through mutual friends in Manchester, moved in together after about a year, got married 3 years later in a small ceremony that felt perfect for both of us. He worked in logistics for a mid-sized company. I taught primary school. Ordinary jobs, ordinary lives, the sort of comfortable domesticity that most couples aspire to. We lived in a Victorian terrace in Chorlton that we'd bought together, splitting the mortgage payments and household responsibilities in ways that felt fair and sustainable. David handled most of the practical stuff, bills, maintenance, the technical side of running a household, while I focused on the social aspects like keeping in touch with friends and family. It was a good arrangement that worked well for both our personalities. David was naturally private and preferred dealing with systems rather than people, while I enjoyed the interpersonal side of life that he found draining. We complemented each other in ways that made the relationship feel balanced and secure. The only thing that occasionally bothered me was how secretive David could be about his computer activities. Not suspicious secretive, just protective of his digital space in ways that seemed excessive for someone with nothing to hide. Separate user accounts, passwords I didn't know, laptops that he'd close when I entered the room. He explained it as work-related confidentiality requirements and general preference for privacy, which seemed reasonable enough. I had my own phone and computer for personal use, and it's not like I needed access to his devices for any practical reason. But after 6 years of marriage, the casual secrecy started feeling less like reasonable boundaries and more like active concealment, especially when he'd receive messages at odd hours that would make him immediately reach for his phone with an urgency that seemed disproportionate to routine work communication. The discovery happened by accident while I was looking for Christmas decorations in the loft. David was away for a few days on a work trip, and I decided to get the house ready for the holidays while he was gone. The decorations were stored in boxes near the water tank, and while moving them, I knocked over a small holdall that I'd never seen before. Inside the holdall was a laptop I didn't recognize. Not David's work machine or the personal computer he used downstairs, but a third device that he'd apparently been keeping hidden from me. It was password protected, but David had always been predictable with passwords, variations on dates and names that were significant to our relationship. I shouldn't have tried to access it, should have put it back where I'd found it and pretended I'd never seen it. But curiosity got the better of me, especially when the password turned out to be a combination of our wedding date and my middle name. The desktop contained folders with names that immediately made me uncomfortable. Video files, streaming software, communication applications I'd never heard of. Nothing obviously illegal at first glance, but arranged in ways that suggested activities David had never mentioned to me. One folder contained what appeared to be technical documentation for broadcast equipment, cameras, lighting, audio recording devices, professional quality gear that would cost thousands of pounds and wasn't the sort of thing David had ever shown interest in owning. Another folder contained correspondence with people using usernames rather than real names, discussing technical aspects of streaming and content creation. The conversations were carefully worded, but clearly referred to activities that weren't entirely legal or socially acceptable. The third folder contained video files that made my hands shake as I scrolled through the list. Recordings of what appeared to be live streams, showing dark rooms with industrial equipment and bound figures. The sort of content that explained why David had been keeping this laptop hidden. I opened one of the files and immediately understood that I was looking at something David had created rather than just downloaded. The camera work was deliberate and professional. The lighting was carefully arranged, and in the background I could hear David's voice giving instructions to someone off camera. The video showed a basement space that I'd never seen before, but with architectural details that suggested it was local rather than foreign. British electrical fittings, building materials that were common in the UK, background sounds that seemed typically Manchester. Most disturbing was the casual way David spoke during the recording. Not the voice of someone being forced to participate in criminal activity, but someone who was clearly in control and experienced with this type of content creation. I closed the file and sat in the loft trying to process what I'd discovered. The man I'd been married to for 6 years, who taught me to drive and remembered my birthday and helped me mark schoolwork in the evenings, was apparently creating violent content for audiences on hidden parts of the internet. Over the next few hours, I went through more of the files and correspondence on the laptop. The scope of David's activities was larger than I'd initially realized. Multiple locations, regular scheduling, sophisticated technical setup. This wasn't occasional dabbling in extreme content. It was a substantial ongoing activity that he'd been maintaining throughout our relationship. Some of the correspondence included references to participants and locations that made it clear David wasn't working alone. He was part of a group that shared resources and expertise. Though the communications were careful never to use real names or specific geographic details, what bothered me most wasn't just the criminal nature of what David was doing, but the systematic way he'd been concealing it from me. Separate bank accounts I'd never known about, rental agreements for properties I'd never visited, equipment purchases that hadn't appeared on our joint financial statements. He'd been living a completely separate life that required significant time, money, and planning. The sort of elaborate deception that takes years to establish and maintain without detection. I put the laptop back where I'd found it and spent the rest of the day trying to decide what to do with what I'd discovered. Reporting David to the police would destroy our marriage and probably result in serious criminal charges. But continuing to live with someone who created violent content felt impossible now that I knew what he was capable of. When David returned from his work trip, I tried to act normally while observing him more carefully than I'd ever done before, looking for signs of the person I'd seen in those recordings, trying to reconcile the loving husband I thought I knew with someone who spent his free time creating content that most people would find horrifying. He seemed exactly the same as always, affectionate, considerate, interested in my work and our shared plans for the future. If I hadn't seen the evidence myself, I'd never have suspected he was involved in anything more disturbing than occasional overtime at his logistics job. But I found myself paying attention to details I'd previously ignored. The times when he worked late or went out for drinks with colleagues whose names he never mentioned. The phone calls he'd take in another room. The messages that arrived at unusual hours. Most unsettling was realizing how much of our life together had been structured around David's hidden activities without me recognizing it. Weekends when he'd encourage me to visit friends or family while he stayed home to catch up on work. Evening plans that would be cancelled at short notice because something urgent had come up. I'd always assumed he was just busy with legitimate work responsibilities. Now I understood that he'd been managing our relationship around his criminal activities, ensuring I wouldn't be present when he needed to focus on content creation. About 2 weeks after discovering the laptop, I decided to follow David when he said he was going out for drinks with work colleagues. Not because I wanted to confront him, but because I needed to understand the scale of what he was involved in. He drove to an industrial area on the outskirts of Manchester, parking outside a warehouse that looked abandoned from the road, but there were other cars in the car park and lights visible through windows that had been covered from inside. I watched from a distance as David let himself into the building with his own key, suggesting he had regular access to the property. Other people arrived over the next hour, all entering the same way, all behaving like they were attending a routine business meeting. That's when I realized David wasn't just creating violent content. He was running some kind of organized activity that involved multiple people and significant infrastructure. The warehouse, the equipment, the regular schedule suggested something much more substantial than I'd initially understood. I drove home and spent the evening researching what I could find online about the type of content David was creating. Most sources dismissed red rooms as internet mythology, but a few seemed to have genuine knowledge about how such activities might function in practice. The technical requirements, legal risks, and financial resources needed to maintain live violent streaming were considerable. David would need partners with complementary skills, multiple secure locations, and sophisticated methods for avoiding detection by law enforcement, which meant the mild-mannered logistics worker I'd been married to was actually involved in running what amounted to a criminal enterprise, with all the risks and complications that implied for anyone connected to him. Over the next few weeks, I found myself becoming increasingly paranoid about our safety and my own legal liability. If David's activities were discovered by police, would I be considered an accomplice for having lived with him? Would our shared finances implicate me in funding criminal activities? More immediately, I was worried about what David might do if he discovered that I knew about his hidden life. The violence I'd seen in those recordings demonstrated he was capable of extreme actions when the situation required it. I started making preparations to leave without telling David directly what I'd discovered. Opening my own bank account, researching rental properties, making excuses to spend more time away from home, building the foundation for escape while trying to maintain the appearance of normal married life. But David wasn't stupid, and after 6 years of marriage, he knew my habits well enough to notice changes in my behavior. He started asking questions about why I seemed distracted, whether something was bothering me, if there were problems with work or our relationship. I tried to deflect his concerns with vague references to stress and tiredness, but his questions became more specific and persistent, as if he suspected I'd discovered something that explained my change in attitude, but wasn't sure exactly what I knew. One evening, he mentioned that he'd been thinking about making some changes to his work situation, maybe taking on different responsibilities that would require less travel and evening commitments, spending more time at home with me. The conversation felt like a test to see how I'd react to the prospect of David being around more often, whether I'd welcome the increased time together or seem uncomfortable with the idea of closer observation. I tried to respond positively while internally panicking about what it would mean to have David monitoring my activities more closely while I was planning to leave him. That night, I couldn't sleep for thinking about the trapped feeling of being married to someone who created violent content for entertainment and who might become violent himself if he felt threatened by exposure. The next morning, I found that the laptop in the loft had been moved. Not obviously disturbed, just positioned slightly differently than I'd left it after my initial discovery, as if someone had checked to see whether it had been accessed recently, which meant David knew I'd found it, knew I'd seen the evidence of his activities, and was now deciding what to do about my knowledge. I called in sick to work and spent the day researching emergency accommodation and legal advice for people in dangerous domestic situations. But how do you explain to support services that your husband isn't physically abusive, but creates content that demonstrates he's capable of extreme violence against strangers? That evening, David came home with flowers and suggestions for a weekend away together. A romantic trip to the Lake District, just the two of us, no distractions from work or technology. The offer felt like an ultimatum disguised as a romantic gesture. Either accept that our marriage would continue as if nothing had changed, or face consequences that I wasn't prepared to contemplate. I told him the weekend away sounded lovely and started planning how to disappear before we were supposed to leave together. But I'm still here, 8 months later, sleeping next to someone who smiles when he kisses me goodnight and creates violent content in hidden locations during his free time, because leaving would mean acknowledging what I know, and acknowledging what I know would mean accepting that the last 6 years of my life were built on foundations I never understood. And because I'm not sure someone who's invested this much time and effort in maintaining a secret life would simply let me walk away with knowledge that could destroy everything he's built. Picture this. You're sitting in your kitchen on a Thursday morning, still in your dressing gown, when someone knocks on your door with a package you never ordered. The delivery driver seems normal enough, checks your name and address twice, and hands over a box that's heavier than it looks. You sign for it without thinking, because that's what you do when packages arrive. Except I should have been more careful. I should have asked more questions, checked the sender details, maybe even refused to accept it. But I was half asleep and running late for work. So I just scrawled my signature on the electronic pad and took the box inside. It was addressed to me, complete with my full name and postcode, but there was no return address or company logo anywhere on the packaging. Just a plain brown box with a shipping label that looked like it had been printed at home rather than by a proper courier service. I left it on the kitchen table while I got ready for work, thinking I'd deal with it when I got home. My job at the insurance office in Northampton doesn't exactly leave much time for personal admin during the day, and I had a meeting first thing that I couldn't afford to be late for. The box sat there all day, and by the time I got home that evening, I'd almost forgotten about it. It wasn't until I was making dinner that I remembered the delivery and decided to see what was inside. The contents were nothing like what I'd expected. Instead of the usual online shopping mistake or misdirected package, I found a mobile phone I'd never seen before, along with a charger and what looked like a set of printed instructions. The phone was an older model, probably a few years out of date, but it had been completely reset to factory settings. When I turned it on, there were no contacts, no installed apps beyond the basic ones, and no indication of who it had belonged to previously. The instructions were more concerning. They were handwritten on plain paper, explaining how to access something called a private communication system using the phone. The writing was clear and methodical, like someone had taken time to make sure every detail was correct. According to the instructions, the phone had been specially configured to connect to certain areas of the internet that weren't accessible through normal means. The writer explained that this would allow secure communication with people who shared similar interests and concerns about privacy and government surveillance. This should have been the moment I threw everything in the bin and forgot about it. Any rational person would have recognized this as either a scam or something much worse. But I was curious, and the instructions made it sound like accessing these areas was perfectly legal and quite common among people who cared about digital privacy. I'd been following news stories about data breaches and corporate surveillance for months, so the idea of finding more secure ways to communicate online didn't seem completely unreasonable. The phone appeared to be a way of connecting with like-minded people who had similar concerns about online privacy. I followed the instructions that evening, more out of curiosity than any real intention to get involved in whatever community the phone was meant to connect me with. The setup process was simpler than I'd expected, requiring just a few specific settings changes and the installation of an app that wasn't available through normal channels. Within an hour, I had access to what the instructions described as a private forum, where people discussed topics that they couldn't safely explore on mainstream social media. The conversations I could see seemed to focus on legitimate concerns about surveillance, corporate data collection, and government overreach. Most of the participants appeared to be ordinary people who had become worried about their online privacy and were looking for ways to communicate without being monitored. Teachers, shop workers, office staff, people with normal jobs and everyday concerns who had simply become more conscious of how much personal information they were sharing online. The discussions were more sophisticated than typical social media conversations, with people sharing detailed information about privacy tools, security practices, and ways to avoid unwanted attention from authorities or corporations. Nothing obviously illegal or threatening, just a community of people who valued their privacy more than most. I started reading the forum regularly over the following weeks, learning about various tools and techniques for maintaining anonymity online. The information was genuinely useful, and I began implementing some of the suggested privacy practices in my own internet usage. Some of the participants reached out to me directly, welcoming me to the community and offering advice about online security. These private conversations were friendly and helpful, with people sharing their experiences of avoiding surveillance and protecting their personal information. One contact in particular seemed especially knowledgeable about privacy tools and techniques. They offered to provide additional resources that weren't suitable for sharing in the main forum, explaining that some information was too sensitive to discuss openly even in private communities. This person sent me links to other areas of the internet where more advanced privacy advocates shared information and resources. They explained that these areas required additional security measures to access, but that the information available was much more comprehensive than what could be safely discussed in more accessible forums. I followed their recommendations and gained access to several other communities where the discussions were more detailed and technical. The participants in these areas seemed to have deeper knowledge of surveillance techniques and more sophisticated approaches to avoiding detection. The conversations in these communities revealed information about corporate and government monitoring that was much more extensive than anything I'd seen in mainstream news reports. People shared evidence of surveillance programs that hadn't been publicly acknowledged, along with techniques for identifying and avoiding various forms of monitoring. This information was disturbing, but it also felt important. I was learning about surveillance practices that affected everyone, but which most people were completely unaware of. The knowledge was empowering, giving me tools to protect my privacy that I never would have discovered through normal means. But somewhere around the 6th week, the nature of the information being shared began to change. Instead of general privacy advice and surveillance awareness, people started discussing more specific situations and individuals. Some participants shared detailed information about people they suspected of being involved in surveillance activities, not government agents or corporate spies, but ordinary people who they believed were monitoring their communities on behalf of authorities. These discussions included personal details about suspected informants, their real names, addresses, employment information, and daily routines. The level of detail suggested that extensive research had been conducted into these people's private lives. When I asked about the source of this information, I was told that community members conducted their own surveillance of people they suspected of infiltrating their groups. They explained that this was necessary for security, and that anyone who valued privacy needed to be aware of potential threats in their local area. I was given access to files containing surveillance reports on dozens of people across the country. These reports included photographs, address histories, employment records, and detailed information about social connections and daily routines. The reports were professional in their thoroughness, suggesting that whoever was conducting this surveillance had significant resources and expertise. They covered people in various locations and circumstances, from small towns to major cities, across a wide range of ages and backgrounds. What made these reports particularly unsettling was that many of the people being surveilled appeared to be completely ordinary individuals with no obvious connection to law enforcement or government agencies. Shop assistants, delivery drivers, retirees, people whose only apparent crime was living or working near someone who had become suspicious of their activities. When I raised concerns about the ethics of surveilling innocent people, the response was that determining innocence required investigation. The community's position was that anyone could potentially be involved in surveillance activities, and that protecting privacy required vigilance about everyone in their environment. I was encouraged to contribute to these surveillance efforts by providing information about people in my local area who might pose security risks to the community. They suggested starting with neighbors, work colleagues, or anyone who had shown unusual interest in my activities or conversations. This request made me deeply uncomfortable, but when I tried to reduce my participation in the community, I discovered that leaving wasn't as straightforward as I'd expected. The people I'd been communicating with began reaching out more frequently, expressing concern about my sudden change in activity levels. They explained that reducing participation after accessing sensitive information created security risks for the entire community. They needed assurance that I remained committed to protecting the privacy and safety of other members, which required continued engagement with community activities. When I tried to explain that I was simply losing interest in online privacy issues, they pointed out that my access to their surveillance reports had given me detailed information about their operations and the people they were monitoring. Withdrawing from the community while retaining this knowledge created an unacceptable security risk. The tone of these communications began to shift from friendly encouragement to more direct pressure. They reminded me that they had extensive information about surveillance techniques and resources, and suggested that people who pose security risks to the community often found themselves becoming subjects of surveillance rather than participants in it. To demonstrate their point, they sent me a file containing detailed information about my own activities over the previous 2 months. Photographs of me leaving and entering my flat, records of my work schedule, details about my shopping habits and social activities. The file included information that could only have been gathered through extensive surveillance of my daily routine. They knew where I worked, what time I typically left home, which shops I visited regularly, and who I spent time with socially. More concerning was evidence that they had access to my electronic communications beyond the private forum. They referenced conversations I'd had through my personal phone and email account, suggesting that their monitoring capabilities extended to my normal internet usage. The message accompanying this file explained that gathering this information had been a routine security check conducted on all new community members. They wanted to ensure that people accessing their resources were genuine privacy advocates rather than infiltrators attempting to gather intelligence about their activities. They assured me that this surveillance would continue only as long as I remained a potential security risk to the community. Once I demonstrated ongoing commitment to their shared goals, the monitoring would be reduced to routine security checks rather than comprehensive surveillance. The implication was clear. I could continue participating in their surveillance activities against other people, or I could become a target of similar surveillance myself. Either way, my privacy was no longer my own to control. I realized that the phone delivery hadn't been random or mistaken. Someone had deliberately selected me as a potential recruit for their surveillance network, probably based on information they'd already gathered about my circumstances and vulnerabilities. The private forums and security information had been recruitment tools designed to draw people into increasingly invasive activities while normalizing surveillance as a necessary tool for protecting privacy. The irony was that protecting privacy required giving up privacy, at least for anyone who wanted to remain part of the community. I tried to return the phone and end all contact with the community, but discovered that they had backup methods for maintaining communication. Messages began appearing through my personal devices, and I received calls at work from people claiming to be conducting security checks on behalf of the community. The surveillance of my daily activities intensified, with increasingly obvious signs that my movements were being monitored and documented. Not threatening behavior, but clear demonstrations that they had comprehensive knowledge of my routine and social connections. This continued for several weeks, with regular reminders that my security status within the community remained unresolved. They suggested that relocating or changing jobs wouldn't necessarily improve my situation, since their surveillance capabilities weren't limited to my current location or circumstances. The pressure only ended when I moved to a different city and changed my phone number, email address, and most of my online accounts. Even then, I received occasional contact attempts for several months, suggesting that they were still attempting to re-establish communication. I never found out how they had initially identified me as a potential recruit, or how many other people had received similar packages and invitations to join their surveillance network. The whole operation was presented as grassroots privacy advocacy, but the resources and coordination required suggested something much more organized and well-funded. The most disturbing aspect was how reasonable their initial approach had seemed. Concerns about privacy and surveillance are legitimate, and many of their resources and techniques were genuinely useful for protecting personal information online. But their real purpose was recruiting people to participate in surveillance activities against their own communities, using privacy concerns as justification for invasive monitoring of innocent people's lives. I still don't know whether they were criminals, political extremists, or something else entirely. What I do know is that they understood how to exploit legitimate concerns about privacy to recruit people for activities they would never have agreed to if they'd understood the full scope from the beginning. The phone is probably still sitting in a drawer somewhere in my old flat, still configured to access their private communities and surveillance networks. I wonder, sometimes, how many other people have received similar packages, and how many of them were curious enough to follow the instructions without thinking about the consequences. Picture this. Someone knocks on your door with a package you never ordered, and you sign for it without asking questions. Sometimes the most dangerous deliveries are the ones that seem completely innocent. I'm sitting in a different flat now, in a different city, but I still find myself checking the locks twice before bed and keeping the curtains drawn during the day. It's been 8 months since everything happened, and I know I should probably just forget about it and move on. But I keep thinking about other people who might be in the same situation I was in. People who are desperate enough to ignore obvious warning signs because they need the money. The whole thing started in October last year, when the whole of Birmingham was having one of those miserable grey weeks where it never quite stops drizzling. I was spending most days in my bedsit near the city centre, watching the condensation run down the windows while I refreshed job search websites that never seemed to have anything new. I'd been unemployed for about 6 weeks by then, ever since the marketing agency where I worked decided to restructure their entire digital team out of existence. They'd given me a decent enough redundancy package, enough to cover rent and bills for a couple of months if I was careful, but finding replacement work was proving more difficult than I'd expected. The flat was starting to feel like a prison. The room consisted of a kitchenette in the corner, a small bathroom, and a view of the back of a Greggs across the road. I'd moved there straight after university because it was cheap and close to my job, thinking it would be temporary. 4 years later, I was still there, still telling myself I'd find somewhere better once my career got properly established. The redundancy had put an end to those plans. Now I was just trying to avoid having to move back in with my parents in Coventry, which felt like admitting defeat in a way I wasn't ready to accept. After 6 weeks of applications and interviews that went nowhere, I was getting genuinely worried about making next month's rent. That's when I started looking at freelance work, the sort of gig economy stuff I'd always thought was beneath my experience level. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect: content writing for websites, social media management, basic design work. The pay was terrible and the clients were demanding, but it was better than nothing. I managed to scrape together enough small jobs to cover my immediate expenses, but it was exhausting and barely sustainable. Then I saw a listing that seemed too good to be true. Someone needed help with what they called content curation and verification for a research project. The pay was significantly better than anything else I'd seen, and the work seemed straightforward enough. The listing was posted on one of those freelance platforms that cater to more specialized work, not the mainstream sites where you compete with hundreds of other applicants, but smaller communities where clients look for people with specific skills or experience. The job description was deliberately vague, which should have been a red flag. The client explained that they needed someone to review and categorize various types of digital content for academic research purposes. They emphasized that discretion was essential and that successful applicants would need to sign comprehensive confidentiality agreements. I applied without thinking too much about the details. The money was good enough to solve my immediate problems, and I convinced myself that academic research work would be more interesting than writing product descriptions for online retailers. The response came back within hours. The client wanted to arrange a phone interview, but insisted on using an encrypted communication platform rather than normal phone or video calls. They sent detailed instructions for downloading and setting up the software, along with explanations about why standard communication methods weren't suitable for their work. This should have raised my suspicions, but I was more concerned with the potential income than the unusual requirements. I told myself that academic research often involves sensitive information, and that using secure communication was probably just standard practice in their field. The interview took place that evening. The client's voice was distorted by the encryption software, making it impossible to determine their age, gender, or accent. They asked standard questions about my background and experience, but also probed into my personal circumstances in ways that felt slightly intrusive. They wanted to know about my living situation, whether I shared my workspace with anyone, how I handled confidential information in previous jobs. They seemed particularly interested in my financial situation and how urgently I needed work. I answered honestly about most things, including admitting that I was between jobs and needed income fairly urgently. Looking back, this was probably exactly what they wanted to hear. They offered me the position at the end of the call, subject to signing their confidentiality agreement and completing what they called a probationary assessment period. The pay would be transferred weekly, and all work would be conducted through secure channels similar to the interview platform. The confidentiality agreement arrived the next morning. It was longer and more detailed than anything I'd signed for previous jobs, with clauses about non-disclosure that seemed to cover not just the work itself, but any communication with the client or knowledge of their identity. More concerning were the sections about legal liability and indemnification. The language was complex, but it seemed to suggest that I would be personally responsible for any legal issues that arose from my work, and that the client would not provide support or representation if problems occurred. I nearly backed out at this point, but the financial pressure was overwhelming. I'd received another final notice about my rent, and I couldn't afford to wait for other opportunities to materialize. I signed the agreement and returned it the same day. Work began immediately. The client provided access to a private area of what they called their research database, along with detailed instructions for reviewing and categorizing the content I found there. The material was disturbing from the start, nothing obviously illegal, but the sort of content that exists in the darker corners of the internet, where normal social rules don't apply. Forums where people shared extremely personal information about their lives, communities built around unhealthy obsessions and compulsions. My job was to review this material and tag it according to various categories: the types of behavior being discussed, the apparent demographics of the participants, the level of detail being shared about real-world activities. It was like being a librarian for humanity's darkest impulses. The work was psychologically exhausting, but I told myself it was temporary, and that understanding these communities probably did have legitimate research value. I tried to maintain professional distance, treating it like any other content analysis job. The client communicated regularly through their encrypted platform, providing feedback on my categorization work and requesting additional detail about specific posts or conversations I'd reviewed. They seemed particularly interested in content that referenced real locations or identifiable details about the participants. After about 2 weeks, they began requesting additional information beyond what was visible in the posts themselves. They wanted me to research the usernames and posting patterns, looking for connections between different accounts and trying to identify repeated participants across multiple communities. This felt like crossing a line from content analysis into something more like surveillance. But when I raised concerns, the client reminded me of the confidentiality agreement and suggested that this level of analysis was standard for their type of research. They also mentioned that my probationary period was going well, and that they were considering offering me additional work at higher rates if I could demonstrate the thoroughness and discretion they required. The money was solving my immediate problems, and I convinced myself that tracking posting patterns was still within the bounds of legitimate research. I continued with the expanded requirements, though I found the work increasingly uncomfortable. Around the 3rd week, the client began asking me to focus on specific individuals whose posts had caught their attention. They provided detailed profiles of certain users, including information that clearly came from sources beyond the forums I was monitoring. These profiles included real names, addresses, employment details, and personal information that would have been impossible to gather from anonymous forum posts. It was obvious that the client had access to much more comprehensive surveillance capabilities than they'd initially suggested. When I asked about the source of this additional information, they explained that their research involved correlating online behavior with real-world data from various sources. They suggested that this was standard practice in modern social research, and that my role was simply to add context and analysis to data they'd already gathered through other means. This explanation made me deeply uncomfortable, but I was already involved enough to feel trapped. The confidentiality agreement made it clear that discussing the work with anyone else would result in serious legal consequences, and I couldn't afford the potential financial liability if I breached the contract. I continued working, but began documenting everything I was asked to do and keeping copies of all communications with the client. I told myself this was just prudent record keeping, but really I was starting to worry about what I might be contributing to. The turning point came when the client asked me to research someone whose online posts had mentioned my local area. They wanted me to identify real-world locations referenced in the posts and provide detailed information about the places and people mentioned. This was no longer abstract research about anonymous internet communities. I was being asked to help identify and potentially locate someone who lived in my own neighborhood, based on their private online activity. When I refused to continue with this specific task, the client's response was immediate and concerning. They reminded me that my contract included provisions for minimum performance standards, and that failure to complete assigned work could result in immediate termination and demands for repayment of previous payments. More troubling, they mentioned details about my own personal situation that I'd never shared with them. References to my financial difficulties, my living arrangements, even my daily routines, and the places I went for normal activities like shopping or socializing. It became clear that while I'd been researching other people, the client had been conducting similar research into my own life. They'd built up a comprehensive profile of my circumstances and vulnerabilities, presumably to ensure I would be motivated to continue working regardless of my comfort level. I tried to end the arrangement immediately, but discovered that extricating myself wasn't going to be straightforward. The client had structured the contract to make termination difficult, and they seemed prepared to use both legal pressure and personal intimidation to maintain my cooperation. They began sending me information about my daily activities that they couldn't possibly have gathered through normal online surveillance. Details about conversations I'd had in person, places I'd visited, people I'd met. The sort of information that suggested physical surveillance rather than just digital monitoring. This escalated over several days, with increasingly specific references to my movements and activities. Not direct threats, but clear demonstrations that they had comprehensive knowledge of my life and routine. I realized that I'd become as much a subject of their research as the people I'd been investigating. My online activity, personal circumstances, and psychological profile had been analyzed and catalogued just like the forum users I'd been researching. The irony was that I'd been helping them perfect techniques for gathering and correlating personal information, while simultaneously providing them with a detailed case study of how those techniques could be used to control and manipulate someone. I eventually managed to end my involvement by threatening to report everything to the police, though I knew that proving anything would be difficult given the way the client had structured our arrangement. The work had been presented as legitimate research, the payments were legal, and most of the surveillance could be explained as quality control or security measures. The clients seemed more amused than concerned by my threats, but they agreed to terminate the contract without pursuing the financial penalties they'd previously mentioned. Their final message suggested that my work had been useful for their research purposes and that they had sufficient data to continue without my participation. I never found out what the real purpose of the project had been, whether it was criminal surveillance, corporate espionage, government research, or just someone who enjoyed the power of cataloging and controlling other people's lives. What I do know is that the dark web communities I'd been studying were probably the least dangerous part of the entire arrangement. The real threat came from someone who understood how to exploit the legitimate-seeming freelance economy to recruit unwitting participants in activities they would never have agreed to if they'd understood the full scope. I've been more careful about employment opportunities since then, but I also know that my financial vulnerability made me an ideal target. Someone who needed money urgently enough to ignore warning signs and rationalize increasingly uncomfortable requests. The client was still receiving weekly reports about my activities and circumstances for months after our arrangement ended, based on the monitoring systems they'd established while I was working for them. I only realized this when I started noticing subtle signs that my routine was still being documented and analyzed. Moving house eventually solved the immediate surveillance problem, but I've never been entirely certain whether they lost interest or just became more discreet about their monitoring methods. The experience taught me that the most dangerous aspects of the dark web aren't necessarily the obviously criminal communities that everyone warns about. Sometimes the real threat comes from people who understand how to use legitimate-seeming arrangements to exploit the normal human needs for income and security. I still get occasional contact attempts through various platforms, offers for similar research work that probably come from the same client or their associates. The pay rates are always generous, the work descriptions are always vague, and the communication methods are always unnecessarily complex. I delete these messages immediately now, but I wonder how many other people have accepted similar offers without understanding what they were really agreeing to participate in. The strangest thing about finding yourself in the middle of a horror story is how ordinary everything feels right up until it doesn't. I'm a freelance graphic designer, nothing special, living in a cramped flat above a chip shop in Hackney. The kind of person who orders too much takeaway and falls asleep watching Netflix documentaries. Not exactly the sort you'd expect to stumble into something that would change everything. It started because of Danny, my flatmate's younger brother. He'd been staying with us for a few weeks after dropping out of university, much to his parents' horror. Danny was one of those lads who thought he knew everything about computers, but really just knew how to download things he shouldn't and act smug about it. The kind who'd lecture you about privacy whilst posting every meal on Instagram. One evening in March, I came home to find Danny hunched over his laptop at the kitchen table, looking pale as milk. He quickly shut the screen when I walked in, but not before I caught a glimpse of what looked like a chat room with dozens of messages scrolling past. Nothing unusual there, except Danny looked genuinely shaken, which was odd for someone who spent most of his time arguing with strangers online. Over the next few days, I noticed changes in him. He'd always been a bit of a night owl, but now he was staying up until dawn, emerging from his room only to grab food or use the bathroom. The bags under his eyes grew darker, and he jumped at every small noise. When I asked if he was all right, he just mumbled something about a project he was working on. The following week, Danny disappeared. Not dramatically, just packed his things whilst we were out, and left a note saying he'd decided to go travelling. His brother seemed relieved, honestly. Danny had been getting stranger by the day, barely speaking and spending all his time online. We assumed he'd finally sorted himself out and moved on. 3 months later, I was clearing out the spare room when I found Danny's old external hard drive wedged behind the radiator. Curiosity got the better of me. Most of it was the usual rubbish you'd expect from a 20-year-old, but buried in a folder labeled uni stuff. were dozens of screenshots that made my stomach turn. The images showed what appeared to be a streaming interface, dark and minimal, with a video player displaying various rooms. Some looked like basements or warehouses, others like normal bedrooms or kitchens. Each stream had a view account and a chat sidebar filled with usernames I couldn't pronounce. The screenshots captured moments that looked disturbingly real. People in distress, sometimes alone, sometimes not. At first, I thought it might be some kind of elaborate horror game or interactive fiction, but the timestamps on the files suggested Danny had been accessing these streams regularly over several weeks. The final screenshot was dated just 2 days before he'd left, showing a room I recognized. It was his bedroom, taken from the angle of his webcam, but the image showed him sleeping, whilst the chat beside it was filled with messages about him. I should have deleted everything and forgotten about it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that Danny might be in trouble. After some research, I learned about the dark web and how to access it safely. I'm no computer expert, but I'm not completely hopeless either, and the instructions weren't as complicated as I'd expected. Finding the site again took weeks of searching through hidden forums and following cryptic links. When I finally located it, the interface was exactly as Danny's screenshots had shown. A grid of streams, each showing different locations, some with people, others empty. The view accounts ranged from a handful to several hundred. The chat moved too quickly to read properly, a constant scroll of messages in multiple languages. I watched for hours, trying to understand what I was seeing. Most streams seemed to show people going about normal activities, unaware they were being watched. Cooking, reading, sleeping. It felt voyeuristic, but not necessarily sinister. Then I found the premium section. The premium streams required some form of verification I couldn't work out, but the preview thumbnails were enough to make me feel sick. These weren't people living their normal lives. These were deliberate performances, and not the kind anyone would volunteer for. One stream caught my attention because the location looked familiar. The room was sparse, with concrete walls and a single window set high up. It reminded me of the basement storage areas in council housing blocks, the kind where residents keep their Christmas decorations and broken furniture. As I watched, someone entered the frame, but the image quality was too poor to make out details. The chat beside this stream was different from the others. Instead of random messages, users seemed to be making requests or suggestions. I watched in horrifying fascination as these instructions appeared to be followed. The person in the room would move or act according to what the viewers demanded. Over the following weeks, I found myself drawn back to the site regularly. I told myself I was looking for clues about Danny, but really, I think I was just fascinated by the grotesque spectacle of it all. The streams never seemed to end, cycling through different locations and different people. Some faces appeared regularly, others only once. I started recognizing patterns. Certain usernames appeared in multiple chats, seeming to have influence over what happened. Some streams would suddenly cut to black, only to resume hours or days later with new occupants. The premium section grew, offering more extreme content for users who could prove their commitment to the community. The breakthrough came when I spotted Danny in one of the regular streams. He wasn't a victim, he was working behind the camera. I caught glimpses of him adjusting equipment, checking messages, sometimes speaking to people off-screen. He looked different, thinner and more focused, but it was definitely him. The realization that my flatmate's brother wasn't missing, but was actively involved in running these streams changed everything. I started paying closer attention to the technical side, trying to work out how the operation functioned. The streams appeared to be broadcast from multiple locations across the UK, possibly Europe, with sophisticated systems for avoiding detection. More disturbing was the discovery that many viewers weren't just passive observers. They were paying for influence, contributing resources, even providing locations and equipment. The whole thing operated like a twisted social network, with users building reputations and gaining access to more extreme content. I began documenting everything, taking screenshots and notes, thinking I might eventually take it to the police. But the more I learned, the more I realized how difficult that would be. The site was designed to be untraceable, the users anonymous, the evidence ephemeral. Even if authorities could locate the servers, they'd find nothing but empty rooms and abandoned equipment. Then one evening, whilst watching a stream from what looked like an abandoned warehouse in East London, I noticed something that made my blood freeze. In the background, barely visible through a grimy window, was the distinctive tower block where I lived. The camera angle suggested the warehouse was less than half a mile from my flat. I spent the next day walking around the industrial estate near my building, looking for anything that matched what I'd seen on screen. Most of the warehouses were still in use or had been converted to flats. But one building at the end of a dead-end road stood empty, its windows boarded up. That night, I watched the stream more carefully, looking for any details that might confirm the location. During a quiet moment, I heard something that made my chest tighten. Through the audio feed came the distant sound of the Northern Line trains pulling into the nearby station, the same sound I heard from my bedroom window every night. The warehouse was practically on my doorstep, and I'd been watching people being held there for weeks without realizing it. I should have called the police immediately, but something held me back. What if I was wrong? What if it was just coincidence? The streams operated on such a scale that surely law enforcement already knew about them. Maybe this was all part of some larger investigation I'd stumble into and compromise. Instead, I decided to take a closer look myself. Just to confirm the location, I told myself. Nothing more than that. The next evening, I walked past the warehouse several times, trying to look casual. The building appeared genuinely abandoned, with no signs of activity. But as I lingered near the entrance, I noticed something odd. Despite the boarded windows and general air of dereliction, there were fresh tire marks in the dirt near the loading bay. I was about to leave when I heard voices coming from inside the building. Low, conversational tones, too muffled to make out words, but definitely present. As I moved closer to try to hear better, my phone buzzed with a notification. Someone had sent me a private message on the streaming site. I'd never interacted with anyone there, never even created a proper account, so receiving direct contact was impossible. Yet there it was, a simple message that made my knees weak. The message contained just my full name and address, followed by a single line. "We appreciate dedicated viewers. Please step away from the building." I ran home faster than I'd moved since school sports day, my mind racing with questions about how they'd identified me, how long they'd known I was watching, what else they might have discovered about my life. Back in my flat, I immediately tried to access the streaming site again, but the link no longer worked. Every saved bookmark, every cached page, everything had vanished, as if it had never existed. Even Danny's screenshots from the hard drive were gone, leaving only empty folders. For days afterwards, I barely left the flat. Every noise in the hallway made me jump. Every unfamiliar face on the street seemed suspicious. I kept checking my phone for more messages, my laptop for signs of intrusion, but nothing came. Weeks passed, and gradually, I began to convince myself that I'd overreacted. Maybe the message had been a prank or a coincidence, or even something I'd imagined in my paranoid state. The warehouse remained abandoned, with no signs of the activity I thought I'd witnessed. But then Danny came back. He appeared at our door one rainy Tuesday morning, looking exactly as he had when he'd left months earlier. Same clothes, same rucksack, even the same cocky smile. His brother welcomed him back without question, and life resumed as if nothing had happened. Except Danny was different now. He moved with purpose, carried himself with confidence, and seemed to know things he shouldn't. He'd ask about my work before I mentioned any projects, reference conversations I'd had with people he'd never met, make casual observations about my routines that felt too specific to be guesses. Most unsettling was the way he'd look at me sometimes, with expression that suggested he knew exactly what I'd been doing during his absence. Not accusatory, just aware, like we shared a secret neither of us would ever discuss. The warehouse at the end of the dead-end road was demolished last month, replaced by a small block of expensive flats. I walk past the construction site regularly, but there's no trace of what might have been there before. The workers I've spoken to say they found nothing unusual when they cleared the building, just the usual debris you'd expect from an abandoned property. Danny still lives with us, still spends hours on his laptop, still emerges from his room at odd hours, looking like he hasn't slept. But now, when I pass him in the hallway, he nods at me with something that might be respect, or acknowledgement, or warning. I never found another working link to the streaming site, though I suspect it's still out there, operating under different names, different systems, different faces. Sometimes, late at night, when the trains have stopped running and the chip shop below has closed, I think I can hear voices through the walls. Quiet conversations, muffled instructions, the soft hum of electronic equipment. But that might just be my imagination, shaped by weeks of watching things I should never have seen. The mind has a way of creating patterns where none exist, finding connections that aren't really there. At least, that's what I tell myself when I wake up at 3 a.m, convinced someone's been in my room whilst I was sleeping. The hum of the traffic outside my window was a constant, low thrum, a dull counterpoint to the silence within my flat. Portsmouth, a city that never truly slept, yet my own corner of it often felt like a tomb. I was David, 34, an insurance claims assessor. My days unfolded in a meticulous dance of paperwork, figures, and dispassionate assessments of other people's misfortunes. My evenings, however, were a different beast. They stretched out, vast and empty, often filled by the pale glow of a screen. It began, as most things do, with a search for something to fill the void. Not a conscious search, perhaps, more adrift. I found myself drawn to the fringes of the internet, the obscure forums, the corners where the unvarnished truth, or at least a convincing facsimile of it, was whispered. I wasn't looking for anything specific, just a distraction from the quiet hum of my own unremarkable existence. Then I saw it, a link buried deep within a thread about urban legends and forgotten histories. The title was innocuous enough: Lost Footage, Portsmouth Docks. I clicked, a casual flick of the wrist, a momentary lapse in my usual caution. The video player loaded slowly, the buffering icon a mocking circle against the black screen. My flat, a converted Victorian building with walls so thin, I could sometimes hear the neighbour's television, felt colder suddenly. The flickering hallway light outside my door seemed to dim. The footage began, grainy, shaky, filmed vertically on what looked like an old mobile phone. The resolution was poor, but the content, The content burned with an awful clarity. A room. It was dimly lit. A single bare bulb swinging slightly overhead, casting long, dancing shadows. There was a figure, indistinct, struggling. Another, larger, darker shape loomed over them. No sound, just the visual horror unfolding in jagged, stuttering frames. A muffled thud, a gasp that was more felt than heard. Then, the sickening stillness. The larger shape moved away, leaving the first figure slumped, motionless. The camera dropped, and the screen went black. My breath hitched. The air in my lungs felt thick, heavy. This wasn't some special effect, some elaborate prank. The raw, visceral terror of it, the sickening sense of violation clung to the pixels. This was real, a real killing. I stared at the black screen, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. My fingers, usually so steady, trembled as I navigated back to the forum. The thread was already several pages deep. Others had seen it. Their comments ranged from shock to morbid curiosity, some dismissing it as a fake, others demanding more information. I scrolled, my eyes darting across the anonymous usernames, the fragmented sentences. No one knew the source. No one knew who had uploaded it. Just a ghost in the machine. A cold knot formed in my stomach. The methodical part of my brain, the part that dissected insurance claims, that sought out anomalies and inconsistencies, kicked into overdrive. This wasn't some abstract problem. This was a violation, a life taken, and it was out there, floating in the digital ether, unpunished, unseen by the eyes that mattered. My quiet dissatisfaction, my boredom, curdled into something sharper, a desperate need for answers. I spent the next few days in a daze. The image of that dimly lit room seared into my mind. I re-watched the video countless times, pausing, zooming, trying to extract every scrap of detail. The furniture was sparse, almost bare. A worn armchair, a small low table, a pattern on the wallpaper, faint but distinct. My flat, with its impersonal atmosphere, began to feel less like a sanctuary and more like a cage. The constant hum of traffic outside seemed to mock the quiet claustrophobia indoors. I started digging. I delved deeper into the forum, then branched out, following breadcrumbs across encrypted archives and abandoned links. My sleep became fractured, haunted by the ghostly movements in the video. My work suffered, my mind adrift in a sea of algorithms and IP addresses. My flat, usually a place of quiet solitude, now felt like a command center, its single window a portal to a world I was desperate to penetrate. I found a user, shadow_echo, who had posted a cryptic message beneath the video. This is not the first. My fingers flew across the keyboard. What do you mean? I typed, the words feeling inadequate, clumsy. A pause, then a reply. Others exist, different angles, different victims. A chill snaked down my spine. Where? I demanded, my voice a whisper in the silent room. You have to know where to look, not for the faint of heart. And the conversation died there. Shadow Echo went silent, their digital footprint vanishing as quickly as it appeared. But the seed was planted. Different angles, different victims. The horror deepened, widened. This wasn't an isolated incident. This was a pattern. My search became an obsession. I learned the language of the dark web, the protocols of anonymity. I bypassed firewalls, navigated proxy servers, my mind a relentless engine of inquiry. I found another video, then another. They were all similar. Low quality, dimly lit rooms, the same chilling act repeated with different faces, different settings, yet always with that same awful intimacy. But none of them had the same impact as the first. The first one, the the one that had snagged my attention, still held a particular, unsettling grip. I kept returning to that first video, scrutinizing every pixel, the wallpaper pattern, the specific angle of the bare light bulb, the faint reflection in a window pane, hinting at the outside world. I started comparing it to my own flat, my own sparse furniture, my own worn armchair, my own low table. My heart began to thud, a slow, heavy beat. One evening, I paused the video, the image of that dimly lit room frozen on my screen. I stood up, walked to my living room, and looked around. The layout, the dimensions, the way the light fell from my own bare bulb, swinging slightly from the ceiling. A sickening realization began to dawn, a cold dread seeping into my bones. No, it couldn't be. I walked to the wall, my fingers tracing the faint pattern of the wallpaper. It was old, faded, a floral motif that had long since lost its vibrancy. I returned to the screen, zoomed in on the video. The pattern matched, identical. My breath hitched, a ragged sound in the quiet room. I moved to the window. The reflection in the video, indistinct as it was, showed a glimpse of a red brick building opposite. My eyes darted across the street, the red brick building, the one directly across from my flat. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. My vision blurred. This wasn't just a random video. This wasn't just a room. This was my room, my flat. My mind reeled. I had moved into this flat 6 months ago. The landlord, a jovial man named Mr. Henderson, had mentioned it had been empty for a few months before I took it. Needed a bit of a spruce up, he'd said, but a solid place. The video had to have been filmed before I moved in, months before. The thought sent a wave of nausea through me. I was living in a crime scene, sleeping in a room where a life had been brutally extinguished. The mundane objects around me, my books, my laptop, my half-empty mug of tea, suddenly felt tainted, imbued with a horrific past. The very air I breathed felt heavy, thick with unspoken terrors. I spent the next few days in a fog of disbelief and mounting horror. I re-watched the video, not as a detached observer, but as a resident, an unwilling inheritor of its grim history. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of the wind outside, every flicker of the hallway light now carried a sinister echo. The quiet claustrophobia indoors became almost unbearable. I tried to rationalize it. It was just a flat, a building, bricks and mortar. But the image of that slumped figure, the silent struggle, refused to leave me. It had happened here, in this very space. I considered going to the police, but what would I say? I found a video of a murder in my flat on the dark web. The anonymity of the internet, the obscure forums, would make it impossible to trace. They would dismiss it, or worse, they would suspect me. My meticulous nature, my quiet life, would be picked apart, scrutinized. I had no evidence beyond the video itself, and a gut feeling that clawed at my insides. The illusion of control, once a comforting presence in my life, shattered. I had thought I was searching for truth, for order. Instead, I had stumbled into a world built on lies and faceless cruelty, a world that had now invaded my own sanctuary. I started looking for details in the video that I might have missed. Anything. A reflection of the killer, a piece of clothing, a distinctive sound, though the video was silent. My eyes, accustomed to dissecting minute details in insurance claims, now scoured every pixel for a clue. Then I saw it, in one brief, almost imperceptible frame, as the camera dropped, a glint, a metallic glint, reflecting the bare bulb. It was on the floor, near where the victim had fallen. Small, insignificant, easily missed. A ring. I zoomed in further, pushing the grainy image to its limits. The ring was simple, a silver band, but there was something on it, an engraving, a symbol. The resolution was too poor to tell. My heart pounded with a renewed sense of purpose. This was it, a physical lead, a tangible piece of the puzzle. I got down on my hands and knees, my face inches from the worn carpet in my living room. I crawled, slowly, meticulously, across the exact spot where the victim had fallen in the video. My fingers brushed against the fibers, searching, hoping. Nothing. The carpet was clean, vacuumed, impersonal. Whatever had been there, whatever small metallic glint, was long gone. The flat had been spruced up, Mr. Henderson had said. Cleaned, sanitized, all traces erased. A wave of despair washed over me. I was chasing ghosts, shadows in a digital realm, physical manifestations that had long since vanished. The silence of the flat pressed in on me, suffocating. The constant hum of traffic outside seemed to mock my futile efforts. Days bled into weeks. My life became a dual existence. By day, I was David, the methodical claims assessor, navigating the mundane world of policies and premiums. By night, I was a ghost hunter, replaying the video, obsessing over the details, trying to conjure the past into the present. I began to notice things, small things, a faint discoloration on the wall near the armchair, almost invisible, but there, if you look closely enough. A slightly deeper indentation in the floorboards beneath the carpet, as if something heavy had rested there for a long time. My imagination, once a dormant faculty, now painted vivid, terrifying pictures of what had transpired in this room. One night, the obsession reached a new peak. I had been staring at the video for hours, the dim light of the screen reflecting in my wide, bloodshot eyes. The victim's face, though blurred, began to coalesce in my mind. A young woman, her eyes, wide with terror, seemed to stare directly at me, accusingly. I felt a cold presence in the room, a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. The air thickened. The shadows in the corners of my living room seemed to deepen, to take on form. I could almost hear the muffled thud, the choked gasp. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. I stood up, my legs wobbly. My gaze swept across the room, seeing it not as my home, but as it had been, a stage for horror. I walked to the armchair, the one I sometimes sat in to read. My hand reached out, tracing the worn fabric. Was this where she had been? Had her last moments been spent struggling against that very armrest? A guttural sound escaped my throat, a sob, a gasp, a cry of pure, unadulterated terror. I couldn't live here anymore. The flat, once a refuge, had become a prison. The walls, the floor, the very air were saturated with a past I could not escape. I picked up my phone, my fingers trembling. I needed to talk to someone, anyone, but who? My colleagues would think I was mad. My family, distant and disconnected, would dismiss it as a morbid fantasy. I scrolled through my contacts, my mind a blur. No one understood. My gaze fell upon the screen again. The video paused on that awful moment of stillness. The larger, darker shape, the killer. It was indistinct, but something about its posture, its build. A memory stirred, a fleeting image from a long-forgotten news report, a cold case. A series of disappearances in the area years ago, dismissed as runaways or unfortunate accidents. No bodies ever found. My mind, once so focused on the single video, began to connect the dots. Not the first, Shadow_Echo had said. Others exist. Different angles, different victims. This wasn't just a random act of violence. This was something far more sinister, far more organized. A predator operating in the shadows, leaving behind only digital echoes of his gruesome work. I felt a surge of cold fury. This wasn't just about the flat anymore. It was about justice, about giving a voice to the voiceless, bringing light to the darkness. I couldn't go to the police with just a grainy video and a gut feeling. I needed more. I needed to understand the pattern. I needed to find the source. I returned to the forums, my fingers flying across the keyboard with a renewed intensity. I searched for every mention of shadow_echo, every cryptic post, every abandoned link. I delved into the deep web, pushing past my previous boundaries, my ethical considerations dissolving in the face of the overwhelming horror. The anonymity of the internet, once a shield, now felt like a veil, a deliberate obfuscation. I had to rip it away. I found another user, Cypher Ghost, who had interacted with Shadow Echo years ago. Their posts were even more cryptic, referencing the architect and the gallery. "You speak of an architect," I typed, my fingers ablur. "Who is he?" A long pause. The silence on the other end felt heavy, pregnant with unspoken knowledge. Then a reply. "He builds, he collects, he shares." "Shares what?" I demanded, my voice a whisper. "His art, his creations." My blood ran cold. Creations, the victims. Where can I find him? "You can't find him. He finds you." The message vanished. Cypher Ghost 2 went silent. My heart pounded. "He finds you." The words echoed in my mind, a terrifying premonition. Was I already on his radar? Had my relentless digging exposed me? I looked around my flat, the familiar objects now imbued with a new, chilling significance. The thin walls seemed to breathe. The flickering hallway light outside my door seemed to pulse like a dying heart. The hum of traffic outside, once a dull drone, now sounded like a distant, approaching roar. I was no longer a detached observer. I was part of the story. The hunter had become the hunted. Or perhaps I had always been the prey, lured into his web by the irresistible pull of the forbidden. Sleep became impossible. Every shadow was a lurking figure, every creak a footstep. I started leaving the lights on, a futile attempt to ward off the encroaching darkness. My once methodical life dissolved into a chaotic spiral of fear and paranoia. One evening, as I stared at my reflection in the darkened window, a chill snaked down my spine. The reflection was distorted, ghostly, and then, for a split second, I saw it. A figure standing behind me in the reflection. Tall, indistinct, a dark silhouette against the dimly lit room. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. Nothing. Just the empty room, the familiar furniture, the faint pattern on the wallpaper. My breath hitched, my hands clenched into fists, nails digging into my palms. I was losing my mind. The obsession had consumed me, blurring the lines between reality and nightmare. But the image in the reflection felt too real, too visceral. I backed away, stumbling, until my back hit the wall. My eyes darted around the room, searching, scrutinizing every corner. The air felt heavy, charged. Then a sound, a faint click, from the hallway. My blood ran cold. I hadn't locked the door. I rarely did. Portsmouth, for all its busyness, generally felt safe enough. A shadow detached itself from the gloom of the hallway. It was tall, lean, a man. He stepped into the living room, his movements fluid, silent. His face was obscured by the dim light, but I could feel his gaze, cold and assessing. He wore a dark, unassuming jacket. His hands were bare. In one, he held something. A small, black object. A phone. My breath caught in my throat. This was him. The architect. The man who built. The man who collected. The man who filmed. "You found me," I managed to croak, the words barely audible. My voice, usually steady, was a ragged whisper. He didn't reply. He simply raised the phone, pointing it at me. The small red light on the camera lens glowed, a malevolent eye. My mind raced. This wasn't a warning. This was the next act. I was to be his next creation. "Why?" I asked, my voice gaining a desperate edge. "Why do you do this?" A low chuckle escaped his lips, a dry, rustling sound, devoid of humor. "You seek truth, David," he said, his voice a low murmur, surprisingly calm. "But truth is subjective. It's what we make of it. I simply document." He took a step closer. The lens of the phone seemed to magnify, to consume me. "You've been a diligent student," he continued, his gaze unwavering. "Following the breadcrumbs, unearthing the past." He gestured around the room with his free hand. "This room, it has history. You felt it, didn't you? The echoes." My blood ran cold. He knew my name. He knew my thoughts. He had been watching me all this time. "You filmed it here," I said, my voice trembling. "In my flat." He nodded slowly, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. "A good location. Anonymous. Easily forgotten. People come and go. The walls, they remember everything." He took another step. I could smell him now. A faint scent of stale smoke and something metallic, like old coins. My heart hammered, a drum solo of pure terror. "But you," he said, his voice dropping to an almost inaudible whisper. "You remembered. You disturbed the peace." The phone was still pointed at me, its red eye glowing. He was filming me, my terror, my final moments. I had chased the truth, and the truth had found me. The illusion of control, of anonymity, had dissolved into this terrifying reality. My obsession had led me not to justice, but to my own grim end. The quiet hum of traffic outside seemed to fade, replaced by the pounding in my ears. The flickering hallway light outside my door seemed to dim, preparing for the final blackout. He moved quickly then, blurring into the shadows. I barely registered the glint of metal before a searing pain exploded in my chest. My legs buckled. The phone, still recording, captured the wide, terror-stricken eyes, the desperate gasp for air. My hands flew to the wound, warm, sticky blood gushing between my fingers. I fell, a muffled thud, onto the worn carpet. The room spun. The bare bulb overhead swung wildly, casting long, dancing shadows. The last thing I saw was the red light of the phone still pointed at me, still documenting, still collecting. The last thing I heard was the distant mocking hum of the traffic outside, a dull counterpoint to the silence within my flat. And then, only darkness. I never thought I'd be the type of person to stumble into something genuinely horrifying. Most people don't, I suppose. We go about our mundane lives assuming the worst things happen to other people in other places, never suspecting that horror might be actively seeking us out. It started with redundancy. After 8 years working for a marketing firm in Birmingham, I found myself suddenly unemployed thanks to corporate restructuring. The severance package was decent enough to keep me afloat for a few months, but job hunting in my field had become increasingly competitive. Every position attracted hundreds of applicants, and at 34, I was starting to feel like damaged goods in a market that seemed to favor fresh graduates. After 6 weeks of rejections and automated responses, I'd exhausted the mainstream job sites. That's when a mate from university mentioned he'd found freelance work through what he called alternative channels. Nothing dodgy, he assured me, just companies that preferred discretion and paid well for specialized skills. He wouldn't elaborate much, but he did give me a web address that looked nothing like the usual recruitment sites. The initial interface was surprisingly professional, clean, minimalist design, with a simple registration form. It asked for basic details, experience, skills, availability. Nothing seemed unusual until I reached the section about work preferences. Among the standard options like full-time, part-time, and contract work, there was something called performance-based assignments. The description was vague, mentioning client satisfaction and results-driven compensation. I ticked several boxes, including that one, and submitted my application. Within hours, I received an email with a link to what appeared to be a more detailed application process. This is where things became strange. The second form was extensive, asking increasingly personal questions. It wanted to know about my living situation, whether I lived alone, my relationship status, family connections. There were questions about my comfort level with confidential work, my discretion regarding client privacy, and whether I'd be willing to sign comprehensive non-disclosure agreements. Most oddly, it asked about my appearance, requesting recent photographs and basic physical statistics. I nearly abandoned the application at that point, but unemployment has a way of making you consider options you'd normally dismiss. I told myself this was probably for some sort of client-facing role that required specific presentation standards. The third stage involved a video interview, but not the kind I expected. Instead of speaking with a recruiter, I was asked to record myself answering a series of questions. The questions themselves were peculiar. They focused heavily on my ability to follow instructions precisely, my comfort with being observed, and my willingness to participate in projects that might seem unusual but were completely legal. One question particularly stuck with me. Describe a time when you did something you weren't entirely comfortable with because the compensation was worthwhile. I found myself being more honest than I'd intended, discussing some of the more questionable marketing campaigns I'd worked on in my previous job. A week passed without response. I'd almost forgotten about the application when I received a phone call from an unlisted number. The voice was professionally pleasant, but offered no company name or personal identification. They simply said I'd been selected for a trial assignment and asked if I was still interested. The pay they quoted was substantial, more than I'd earned in 3 months at my previous job, for what they described as a one-day commitment with possible ongoing opportunities. They couldn't provide details over the phone, they explained, due to client confidentiality requirements, but assured me everything was above board. We arranged to meet at a coffee shop in central Birmingham. I was told to look for someone carrying a red folder and wearing a blue scarf. The whole thing felt like something from a spy film, but I was curious enough to go along with it. The person I met defied my expectations entirely. Rather than some shadowy figure, she was a well-dressed woman in her 40s who could have been anyone's aunt. Professional, articulate, and completely ordinary. She introduced herself as Sarah, though she mentioned that wasn't her real name, and apologized for the cloak and dagger approach. She explained that her organization facilitated what she called emotionally authentic live experiences for clients seeking genuine human connection. The work involved participating in specialized digital interactions that provided viewers with access to unfiltered personal moments. She emphasized that everything was legal, consensual, and that I would maintain complete autonomy over my involvement. The way she described it made it sound like some sort of therapeutic service, perhaps for isolated wealthy clients who craved authentic human interaction. She mentioned that traditional media had become too artificial, and there was growing demand for unscripted, genuine experiences. When I asked for more specifics, she became slightly evasive, saying that client requirements varied significantly and that each assignment was tailored to individual comfort levels. She did mention that the work took place in controlled environments with professional equipment, and that safety was their primary concern. What convinced me was the advance payment she offered, enough to cover my rent for 2 months just for agreeing to a trial session. If I decided not to continue after seeing what was involved, I could keep the money with no obligations. The location she gave me was an industrial estate on the outskirts of Coventry. The building looked like a converted warehouse, professionally maintained but unremarkable from the outside. Inside, it was surprisingly sophisticated. Multiple rooms equipped with professional lighting and camera equipment, all very clean and organized. I was introduced to what they called the technical team, 3 people who seemed competent and professional. They explained that I'd be participating in a live broadcast to a select audience, following simple instructions from a director. The scenario, they said, would involve me responding to audience requests in real time, but nothing that would make me genuinely uncomfortable. The room I was brought to looked like a cross between a television studio and a comfortable living space. There were cameras positioned at various angles, professional lighting, and a comfortable chair positioned in the center. A large monitor displayed what appeared to be a chat interface, though I couldn't read the text from where I sat. They fitted me with a small earpiece and explained that I'd receive instructions through it. The director would tell me what to do, and I should follow along naturally. They emphasized that if I became uncomfortable at any point, I could simply say so and the session would end immediately. As the session began, I could see numbers appearing on the monitor. What I assumed were viewer counts. The figures were higher than I'd expected, climbing into the hundreds. The director's voice in my earpiece was calm and professional, initially asking me to introduce myself using a fake name they'd provided. The first instructions were mundane. Stand up, walk around the room, describe what I was wearing. The audience seemed to be asking questions that the director relayed to me. Standard things like where I was from, what I did for work, whether I enjoyed being on camera. Gradually, the request became more personal. The director asked me to talk about my living situation, my relationships, my daily routine. I found myself sharing details about my unemployment, my loneliness, the financial pressures I was facing. Then came requests that made me slightly uncomfortable. I was asked to provide my address, my phone number, details about my neighbors. When I hesitated, the director explained that this was part of the service. Clients paid for authentic, personal connections with performers. She assured me that all information was kept strictly confidential and used only to enhance the viewer experience. The session continued for about 2 hours, with me answering increasingly intimate questions about my life, my fears, my vulnerabilities. By the end, I felt drained but satisfied that I'd completed the assignment successfully. The audience numbers had grown significantly, and the director seemed pleased with my performance. I was paid immediately and told to expect follow-up sessions. The money was exactly what I needed, and despite feeling slightly unsettled by some of the questions, I agreed to consider future sessions. Over the next few days, I noticed small things that bothered me. A car I didn't recognize parked across from my flat several times. Phone calls that rang twice and stopped. An envelope in my mailbox with no return address, containing only a photo of me walking to the shops. When I called the number Sarah had given me, it was disconnected. The building in Coventry was empty when I drove out to check, with no signs that anyone had been there recently. It was only when I started researching online that I began to understand what I'd actually participated in. The term that kept appearing was Red Room, live broadcasts where audiences paid to watch real people in vulnerable situations, with the entertainment value coming from the subject's genuine distress and fear. I realized that everything I'd shared during that session, my address, my routine, my vulnerabilities, had been broadcast to an audience that wasn't looking for entertainment in any conventional sense. They were looking for someone isolated, financially desperate, and emotionally fragile. The follow-up contact came exactly a week later, but not in the way I'd expected. Instead of a phone call or email, I found a note slipped under my door. It contained a single line. "Thank you for your application. The position is now permanent." That night, I noticed the car parked outside again, but this time I could see someone sitting in it, watching my windows. When I looked closer, I saw they were holding what looked like a high-end camera. I've been researching how to disappear completely, but I'm beginning to suspect it's too late for that. The audience I performed for wasn't just watching for entertainment. They were evaluating me for something much more permanent. The final confirmation came through a Reddit message from a throwaway account. Someone had sent me a link with a simple message. "Thought you should see this." The website was selling subscriptions to what it called ongoing lifestyle content. The preview thumbnail made my stomach drop. It was me sitting in my living room, photographed through my window. The monthly subscription price was higher than my old salary. I'm writing this from a hotel room in Manchester, but I don't think distance matters anymore. The internet has made geography irrelevant, and I've already given them everything they need to find me anywhere. The worst part is knowing that I applied for this myself, answered all their questions willingly, and provided them with a complete roadmap to my destruction. I was so focused on the immediate payment that I never considered what I was actually selling. If you're ever desperate enough to consider unconventional work opportunities, especially ones that seem too good to be true, please learn from my mistake. Some audiences aren't looking for performance. They're looking for victims. There's a reason most people never go past the first few search results when they're looking for something disturbing online. Sometimes what you find in the deeper corners of the internet finds you back. I was 17 and in my final year at sixth form when I got invited to the group chat that changed everything. Not that I thought of it that way at the time, of course. Back then, it just seemed like another place where people shared content that was too extreme for mainstream platforms, the sort of thing that gets removed from social media within hours of being posted. The invitation came from someone I'd met on a forum dedicated to banned films and censored documentaries. He went by the username Deep Diver and seemed to know about obscure content that most people had never heard of. After a few weeks of exchanging messages about hard-to-find footage, he asked if I wanted to join a more private discussion group. I should probably have asked more questions about what exactly they discussed in this private group, but I was curious and figured it couldn't be worse than some of the content I'd already encountered online. Plus, being invited to something exclusive felt like validation that I was serious about this stuff, rather than just another casual browser. The group used an encrypted messaging app that automatically deleted messages after a few hours. There were maybe 15 or 20 regular participants, all using pseudonyms, discussing everything from leaked police footage to underground documentaries that had never seen official release. Most of the conversation was fairly mundane. People sharing links, discussing whether particular videos were authentic, debating the ethics of viewing certain types of content. The sort of academic discussion you might expect from film students, except focusing on material that would never appear on any university syllabus. But occasionally, someone would mention red rooms. For those who don't know, red rooms are supposedly live streams hidden on the dark web, where viewers can watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Most people dismiss them as urban legend, technically impossible to maintain and too risky for anyone to actually operate. The group participants seemed split on whether they actually existed. Some claimed to have accessed genuine streams. Others insisted it was all elaborate fiction designed to waste people's time and money. The debates could go on for hours without reaching any conclusion. What made me pay attention was how knowledgeable some of the participants seemed about the technical aspects. They discussed hosting infrastructure, streaming protocols, and audience management with a sort of detail that suggested real familiarity rather than theoretical speculation. One participant, who called himself Stream Watcher, claimed to have documented evidence of multiple Red Room operations over the past year. He offered to share recordings and screenshots with serious researchers who could prove their legitimate interest in the subject. I was skeptical initially. Half the people online claimed to have exclusive access to rare content, and most turned out to be attention seekers or scammers. But Streamwatcher's approach was different, more cautious, more professional, focused on documentation rather than sensationalism. After several weeks of proving my interest through detailed discussions about other extreme content, Streamwatcher finally offered to share some of his archive material. Not direct access to live streams, but recordings and evidence that would allow me to evaluate whether red rooms were genuine phenomena or elaborate hoaxes. The files he sent were disturbing but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, timestamps suggesting live broadcasts. It could have been genuine documentation of real events, or sophisticated fiction created by someone with considerable technical skills and resources. What convinced me the material might be authentic was the mundane details that would be easy to overlook if you were creating fiction. Background sounds that suggested urban environments, equipment brands visible in some shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates and times when cross-referenced with other sources. Streamwatcher explained that accessing live streams required considerably more commitment than just viewing recordings. The hidden services hosting red rooms changed locations frequently, required personal recommendations to access, and operated on schedules that weren't publicly advertised. But if I was serious about documenting whether red rooms were real or fictional, he could arrange for me to observe a live stream scheduled for the following week. I should have declined at that point. Viewing recordings of questionable content was one thing, but participating in a live stream felt like crossing a line into more serious territory. But I was curious, and Streamwatcher assured me that observation didn't require any participation or payment. The access instructions were complex but manageable. Specific software to download, rotating access codes, designated connection times. The whole process felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to people with genuine research interests. When I finally connected to the live stream, the interface was surprisingly ordinary. A video player showing a feed from what appeared to be a basement or warehouse space, with a chat window below where viewers could communicate. Nothing sophisticated or mysterious about the presentation. The video showed a concrete room with harsh lighting and minimal furniture. In the center was a metal chair, and restrained in that chair was a man who appeared to be in his 20s or 30s. He was conscious, but not moving much, occasionally testing his restraints or looking around the room with obvious confusion. The chat was active with participants discussing what they expected to see happen. Comments in multiple languages suggested an international audience, though English appeared to be the primary language for communication. People were making suggestions, placing bets on various outcomes, treating the situation like entertainment. I watched for about 40 minutes before anything significant occurred. The man in the chair would periodically struggle against his restraints or attempt to speak, though no audio was available through the stream. The chat maintained a running commentary, with participants displaying varying degrees of enthusiasm for what was clearly going to be genuine violence. Then someone entered the frame. They were dressed in ordinary clothes, jeans, plain shirt, nothing theatrical or costume-like, no mask or distinctive features, though the camera positioning meant I never got a clear view of their face. Just someone who could have been anyone, preparing to do something that definitely wasn't ordinary. What followed was methodical preparation. The figure arranged tools on a nearby surface, adjusted camera equipment, checked various pieces of apparatus that weren't fully visible in the main video feed. They moved with the practiced efficiency of someone following a familiar routine. The chat became more excited as the preparations continued. People were making requests in multiple languages, sharing previous experiences, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer counter showed several hundred people watching the stream. I realized I needed to stop watching before the situation escalated further. Whatever was about to happen would cross ethical boundaries that no amount of academic curiosity could justify. I was about to close the browser when something in the video made me pause. The camera had shifted slightly, revealing more of the room's background. On the wall behind the chair was a poster, a promotional image for a local music festival that had taken place in Birmingham the previous summer. I recognized that poster because I'd been to the festival, had the same promotional image saved on my phone from when I'd posted about it on social media. It was distinctive enough that there couldn't be any mistake about what I was seeing, which meant this stream was being broadcast from somewhere near Birmingham, possibly from Birmingham itself. I took screenshots of the background details and compared them to images I could find online. The poster was definitely from the Birmingham Festival, but there were other details too. A section of brick wall with a particular pattern. Fluorescent lighting fixtures that looked like standard commercial installation. The combination of elements suggested an industrial or commercial space rather than a residential property. Somewhere with concrete floors, basic lighting, and walls where someone could put up posters without worrying about damage to decorative surfaces. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the Birmingham connection, looking at maps of industrial areas, checking property listings for commercial spaces, trying to identify locations that matched what I'd seen in the stream. The other group chat participants seemed impressed that I'd spotted local details in the background. Streamwatcher in particular was interested in my analysis, asking detailed questions about the Birmingham area and whether I recognized any other elements from the video. His questions made me uncomfortable. Rather than being pleased that I'd provided useful information, he seemed focused on how much I knew about local geography and whether I spent time in industrial areas of the city. That's when I started to wonder whether my invitation to the group chat had been as random as I'd initially assumed. I went back through our early conversations, looking for anything that might have revealed my location or personal details. I'd been careful not to share identifying information, but there were probably enough clues in my posts for someone determined to work out roughly where I lived. My concerns increased when Streamwatcher offered to share access to another live stream. This one specifically described as being broadcast from the Midlands. He seemed particularly interested in whether I'd be able to identify the location from background details. Instead of accepting the offer, I decided to test whether the group participants knew more about me than they should. I posted a message mentioning that I was planning to visit London the following weekend, then watched to see if anyone reacted to the false information. Within a few hours, Streamwatcher had sent a private message asking about my London plans and suggesting places I might find interesting to visit. His recommendations were specific enough to suggest he knew the city well, but generic enough that they could apply to any tourist. But then he mentioned a particular bookshop in Camden that specialized in rare and unusual publications, the sort of place that someone interested in extreme content might find appealing, but not somewhere you'd recommend to a casual visitor. I'd never mentioned any interest in books or Camden specifically. The recommendation felt like someone demonstrating knowledge they shouldn't have about my interests and preferences. That night, I noticed a car parked outside my house that I hadn't seen before. Nothing particularly suspicious about it, just an ordinary family saloon with local number plates. But it was positioned where the driver would have a clear view of my bedroom window. I watched from behind my curtains for about an hour, but no one approached the car or gave any indication of what they were doing there. Eventually, I convinced myself I was being paranoid and went to bed. The car was gone the next morning, but I found myself checking for it every time I looked outside. Over the next week, I started noticing other small things that individually meant nothing, but collectively suggested someone was paying closer attention to my routine than felt comfortable. Post delivered slightly later than usual, as if someone had intercepted and then replaced it. Items in my room that seemed to have been moved minutely from where I'd left them. The sort of details that could easily be imagination or coincidence, but which felt more significant in the context of my growing suspicions about the group chat. I decided to test my theory by posting false information about my weekend plans, claiming I was visiting relatives in Manchester when I actually intended to stay home. Then I watched to see if anyone showed unusual interest in my supposed absence. On Saturday morning, while I was supposedly in Manchester, someone knocked on our front door. I watched from my bedroom window as a man in ordinary clothes had a brief conversation with my mother, showing her what appeared to be some kind of identification. From the distance, I couldn't hear what they were discussing, but my mother seemed to be answering questions rather than just providing directions or information. After about 5 minutes, the man left and my mother returned inside. When I went downstairs later, I asked her who had been at the door. She said it was someone from the council asking about planning applications for the street, checking which properties might be affected by proposed development work. Nothing unusual about the conversation, though she mentioned that he'd seemed particularly interested in which rooms faced the rear garden. That evening, I received a private message from Streamwatcher asking how my Manchester trip had gone and whether I'd found anything interesting to do there. I hadn't mentioned Manchester specifically in the group chat. I'd said relatives in the northwest, but the specific city had only appeared in a private conversation with one other participant who'd asked for more details about my travel plans, which meant either that participant had shared my information with Streamwatcher, or Streamwatcher was monitoring my private conversations more closely than the group's security protocol should have allowed. I stopped participating in the group chat after that. Didn't make any dramatic announcement or explain my concerns, just gradually reduced my posting frequency until I was effectively lurking rather than contributing. But the messages from Streamwatcher continued. Not threatening or obviously suspicious, just casual check-ins, asking about my interests and activities. The sort of friendly contact that would seem normal from someone you'd met through shared hobbies. Except for the increasing specificity of his questions about my local area and daily routine. 2 weeks after I'd stopped participating in the group chat, I found a USB stick in my college bag. Not obviously placed there, just loose in the bottom of the bag like it had fallen out of a textbook, or been forgotten after borrowing someone's laptop. The sort of thing that happens regularly in college environments where everyone's constantly sharing equipment and files. But I couldn't remember putting it there, and it didn't belong to any of my course mates when I asked around. The USB contained a single video file with no identifying information about its source or creation date. When I opened it, I found myself watching footage of my own bedroom. Not recent footage. The timestamp showed it had been recorded several months earlier before I'd rearranged my furniture and redecorated. But it was definitely my room, filmed from an angle that suggested the camera had been positioned near my window. The recording showed me sleeping, completely unaware that I was being watched and documented. Several hours of footage covering an entire night, edited down to highlight moments when I'd moved or changed position. At the end of the recording was a title card with a single line of text and a date 1 week in the future. Next episode, live. I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do. Going to the police would require explaining how I got involved with the group chat in the first place, and I'm not sure they'd believe a story about being targeted through discussions of extreme online content. Moving away isn't realistic when I'm still in sixth form and living with my parents, and I'm not convinced it would help anyway if these people have been planning this for months. The date from the USB stick is tomorrow night. I don't know whether that means another recording will be made, or something worse, but I do know that I should have been more careful about who I trusted online, and what information I shared with people whose real identities I never bothered to verify. There's a reason most people never go past the first few search results when they're looking for disturbing content. Sometimes the most disturbing thing you'll find is that it was looking for you all along. I probably shouldn't admit this, but I used to think I was smarter than most people. Not in an obnoxious way, I hope, but I had this quiet confidence that I could navigate situations others couldn't, work things out, stay a step ahead. Looking back now, that belief feels almost funny. Almost. This happened about 18 months ago, when I was living in Bristol and working as a copywriter for a marketing agency. Decent job, decent flat, decent life. Nothing extraordinary, but I was content enough. My evenings usually involved cooking something simple, maybe watching a series, occasionally meeting friends at the pub. Pretty standard existence for someone in their late 20s. I'd heard about the dark web the same way everyone has, through articles and documentaries that make it sound like this lawless digital wasteland full of hitmen and drugs and worse. But I'd also read enough to know that a lot of it was exaggerated, that plenty of it was mundane, even boring. Activists and journalists used it. People in countries with restricted internet access. It wasn't all horror stories. So when a colleague mentioned it one afternoon, talking about how you could find leaked databases and deleted information, I was curious. Not about anything illegal, mind you. I just wanted to see what was actually there, what all the fuss was about. I went home that evening and spent maybe half an hour getting set up. It was easier than I'd expected. A few simple steps, and I was browsing this completely different version of the internet. The first thing I noticed was how slow everything was. Pages took ages to load. Links were broken constantly. Most sites looked like they'd been designed sometime around the year 2000 and never updated. I spent an hour or so clicking around, finding mostly disappointment. Some marketplaces that looked obviously dodgy. A few forums discussing things I had no interest in. Nothing particularly shocking or exciting. Then I found a site called Request Exchange. It was buried in one of those directory listings, described simply as Community Service Platform. When I opened it, the page was plain. White background, black text, minimal formatting. At the top was a simple explanation. This was a place where people could post requests for information or tasks they needed completed, and others could fulfill those requests. Like a bizarre anonymous version of a freelancing site. The requests were strange. Someone wanted copies of building blueprints for an office complex in Leeds. Another person needed photographs of a specific car park in Edinburgh at different times of day. Someone else wanted detailed information about a particular person's daily routine, including where they worked and what time they left home. That one made me uncomfortable, obviously, but I kept scrolling. Most requests were vague enough that you couldn't tell if they were legitimate or sinister. Need access to email account. Could be someone trying to recover their own lost account, or someone planning something awful. Require footage from specific location. Could be a researcher or a stalker. The anonymity made everything feel slippery and uncertain. What caught my attention was how many requests were marked as completed. Each one had a status indicator, and dozens showed as fulfilled. Underneath those, there were sometimes comments. Anonymous users saying things like received, thanks, or perfect, exactly what I needed. It was active. People were actually using this. At the bottom of the page was a link, submit your request. I clicked it, not really thinking, just curious about what the process looked like. A form appeared, simple and straightforward. A text box for describing what you wanted. A field for providing an anonymous email address where responses could be sent. Optional fields for offering payment, though I noticed many requests left this blank. And a disclaimer at the bottom stating that the site took no responsibility for any requests or responses, that everything was entirely at the user's own risk. I sat there for a while, cursor blinking in the empty text box, wondering what I'd even ask for if I was going to submit something. I didn't need anything. I wasn't trying to track anyone down or obtain private information. I was just looking. Then, almost as a joke, I typed something. I can't even remember exactly what made me think of it, but I wrote, "Need to know what happened in flat 3B, Ashford House, Cheltenham, between 2008 and 2010. That was my childhood address, the flat where I'd lived with my parents until I was about 11, before we'd moved to Reading. I hadn't thought about that place in years. Nothing particularly interesting had happened there, as far as I knew. We'd just been an ordinary family, living an ordinary life in an ordinary flat. But I suppose some part of me was curious if there was anything to find. Any random bit of forgotten history or trivial information that might be lurking in some database somewhere. I almost deleted it. It felt stupid. But then I thought, why not? It's anonymous. Nothing would come of it. No one would bother responding to something so random and pointless. I created a temporary email address, the kind that self-destructs after a few hours, and pasted it into the form. Then I submitted the request. I closed the browser and didn't think about it again for a couple of days. Then I remembered to check the temporary email account, mostly just to see if it was still active. When I logged in, there were 3 messages waiting. The first was spam, something about cryptocurrency that I deleted immediately. The second was from the Request Exchange site itself. just a confirmation that my request had been posted. The third email had no subject line. The sender's address was just a string of random characters. I opened it. The message was brief. Information attached. Let me know if you need more. There was a zip file attached, about 30 megabytes. I downloaded it, scanned it for viruses, and extracted the contents. Inside were dozens of documents, PDFs mostly, scanned images of what looked like official paperwork. The first document I opened was a tenancy agreement for Flat 3B, Ashford House, Cheltenham, dated 2006. The names on it weren't my parents' names. It was from before we'd lived there. I recognized the landlord's name though, the same property company that had managed the building when we were there. I opened another document, a police report, dated March 2009. I lived there in March 2009. I would have been about 9 years old. The report described a noise complaint, neighbors reporting shouting and sounds of a disturbance coming from Flat 3B. Officers attended, spoke to the residents who assured them everything was fine. No further action taken. I didn't remember that. I didn't remember any police coming to our flat. But I would have been a child. Maybe I'd been asleep. Maybe my parents had kept it from me. The next document was another police report, July 2009, same flat. This time neighbors reported hearing what sounded like someone crying for help. Officers attended again. Again, residents said everything was fine. The report noted that the officers had no grounds to enter without permission, and that the residents had refused entry. I felt cold. That didn't make sense. We'd lived there. My mum, my dad, me. We were a normal family. We didn't have police turning up at the door. We didn't have neighbors complaining. I'd have remembered that, wouldn't I? I kept opening documents. More police reports, scattered across 2008 and 2009. More noise complaints. One report mentioned officers seeing a woman at the door who appeared distressed but claimed everything was fine. Another mentioned a man who seemed agitated and defensive. Descriptions that could have fit my parents, but the details were vague enough that I couldn't be certain. Then I found something else, a social services document, dated October 2009. It described a welfare check conducted at the property following multiple complaints from neighbors. The report stated that a child was observed in the flat and appeared withdrawn and underweight. The social worker had attempted to speak to the child, but had been prevented by the parents. A follow-up visit had been scheduled. I was the child. I had to be. I was the only child living in that flat. But I didn't remember any of this. I didn't remember being withdrawn or underweight. I didn't remember social workers visiting. I remembered my childhood as being mostly happy, normal, nothing unusual. There were more documents, follow-up reports from social services, notes about attempted visits where no one answered the door, concerns raised but insufficient evidence to take further action. Everything trailing off in early 2010, around the time we moved away. The last document in the folder was different. It was a scan of a handwritten letter, the paper yellowed, and the ink faded in places. It was addressed to the authorities, but didn't seem to have been sent anywhere, just written and kept. The handwriting was shaky, uneven. The letter described living in Flat 3B during 2009. It talked about hearing things through the walls, a child crying at odd hours, long periods of silence, sounds like furniture being moved in the middle of the night. The writer said they'd called the police several times, but nothing had ever been done. They said they'd moved out of the building in 2010 because they couldn't stand listening anymore. They said they still thought about that flat sometimes, about about what might have been happening there, about whether they should have done more. I read the letter 3 times. Then I closed my laptop and sat in my living room, staring at nothing, trying to process what I'd just seen. I called my mum the next day. We spoke maybe once a week, usually about nothing important. She still lived in Reading with my dad. I'd seen them a few months earlier at Christmas. Everything had been normal, fine. I kept the conversation light, asked how they were doing, mentioned work. Then, casually, I brought up Cheltenham, said I'd been thinking about the old flat, asked if she remembered much about living there. She said, not really. It had been a long time ago, just another rental property. We'd moved around a lot when I was younger because of my dad's work. Why was I asking? I said I'd just been reminiscing. Nothing important. She changed the subject, started telling me about my cousin's new baby, and I let the conversation drift away from Cheltenham entirely. I didn't tell her what I'd found. I didn't know how to. What would I even say? I found documents online suggesting something was wrong when we lived in Cheltenham, that social services had been involved, that neighbours thought something bad was happening. She'd either have an explanation that would make me feel stupid for worrying, or she'd be upset that I was digging into the past, or worse, she'd confirm that something awful had happened and I'd somehow blocked it out entirely. None of those options felt manageable. I went back to the request exchange site. My original request was still there, now marked as completed. Underneath it, the anonymous responder had left a comment. Let me know if you need more details. I created a new temporary email address and sent a message to the account that had replied to me. I asked where they'd found the information, how they'd accessed police reports and social services documents, whether everything they'd sent was real. The response came within a few hours. Everything is real, sourced from various databases and physical archives. Can provide verification if needed. Do you want more? I didn't respond. I shut my laptop and tried to pretend I'd never seen any of it, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. Those documents felt true. The dates lined up. The address was correct. The details were too specific to be fabricated. But they also contradicted everything I remembered about my childhood. My parents had been normal, maybe a bit strict, but not abusive, not neglectful. We'd been happy, hadn't we? I started trying to remember specifics. What had our flat in Cheltenham actually looked like? I could picture my bedroom, small with a window that overlooked the car park. I remembered the kitchen, narrow and always a bit dark. The living room with the old sofa that had a tear in one cushion. But when I tried to remember actual events, actual moments, everything became hazy. Dinners, surely we'd had dinners together. Days out, we must have gone places. But I couldn't pin down specific memories. Just vague impressions. Maybe that was normal. Maybe everyone's childhood memories are fragmented and unreliable. I was 9 years old, maybe 10. Of course I wouldn't remember everything clearly. A week passed. I tried to focus on work, on my normal life, but the documents kept circling through my mind. That letter especially. The neighbor who'd written about hearing a child crying, about long silences, about furniture being moved in the night. I went back to the site. The anonymous responder's comment was still there, offering more details. I sent another message. I asked what else they had, what else they could find about that flat, that time period, my family. The response came quickly. Can provide additional materials. Will take a few days to compile. Confirm you want to proceed. I should have stopped there. I should have closed the laptop and walked away. But I didn't. I replied, yes. 3 days later, another email arrived. Another zip file, this one larger. over 100 megabytes. I downloaded it and extracted the contents. The folder was organized chronologically. It started in 2007, a year before my memories of living there began. There were photographs, scanned prints, not digital images. They showed the interior of Flat 3B, but not the way I remembered it. The walls were different colors. The furniture was different. These were from before we moved in. Then documents from 2008, more tenancy records, utility bills in my parents' names, council tax statements, everything normal and mundane and proving that yes, we had lived there, exactly when I thought we had. Then something else, medical records, mine, from a GP surgery in Cheltenham, appointments logged throughout 2008 and 2009. The notes were brief and clinical, but there were a lot of them. More than I'd expect for a healthy child. References to injuries, a fractured wrist in June 2008, bruising in August 2008, a suspected concussion in January 2009. Each time, the note said the parents had provided explanations. Falls, accidents, normal childhood mishaps. I don't remember any of that. I don't remember breaking my wrist. I don't remember any concussion. More documents. School records from the primary school I'd attended in Cheltenham. Attendance was patchy, lots of absences. Notes about my behavior, described as quiet and withdrawn. One teacher's note mentioned concerns about possible neglect, but stated there wasn't enough evidence to report formally. Then photographs, not scans this time. Digital images taken with a phone or camera. They showed the exterior of Ashford House at different times, day and night, different seasons, cars in the car park, windows of the building. Some of the photos had timestamps, taken in 2010, 2011, years after we'd moved away. Then photographs of other buildings, a house in Reading. I recognized it immediately. My parents' current house, the one they'd bought after we left Cheltenham. Photos of the front door, the driveway, the garden. Recent photos, judging by the car in the driveway. My dad's car. Same model, same color, same registration plate visible in one of the shots. My hands were shaking. I closed the laptop and pushed it away from me. Someone had been watching my parents' house recently, and they'd sent me the proof. I sent another email to the anonymous account. I asked who they were, why they were sending me this, what they wanted. The response came an hour later. You asked for information. I provided it. Do you want more? I wrote back, why do you have photos of my parents' house? Why are you watching them? The response, I'm not watching anyone. These were requested by someone else. I'm just the one who compiled the information. I felt sick. Someone else had requested information about my parents, about their house, about them. And this person, whoever they were, had gathered it and sent it along with everything else. I asked who had requested it. I didn't expect an answer. The response came anyway. Can't share that. But they asked for it recently, within the last few months. Wanted current information about the same family, same address history, same people. Someone had been looking into my family, into me, into the flat in Cheltenham, and what had happened there, and where we were now. I asked what else they'd shared, what else this other person had received. The response, everything I sent you, plus more. They wanted ongoing monitoring, photos, updates. I declined that request. Too much work. I asked if they knew who the other person was, anything about them. The response, no, that's how this works. Everything is anonymous. But if you want my opinion, they already knew your family. They weren't starting from scratch. They had specifics, details. They were confirming information, not discovering it. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to work out who would be looking into my family. Someone from Cheltenham, an old neighbour, someone from social services who'd never forgotten about those welfare checks, or someone else entirely, someone I'd never considered. I called my mum again the next morning. I couldn't help myself. I asked if anything strange had been happening, anyone hanging around the house, any odd phone calls or visitors. She said no, everything was fine. Why was I asking these weird questions? I said I'd just been worried about her, scams and things like that. Older people getting targeted. She laughed and said she wasn't that old. And anyway, everything was fine. I wanted to believe her. I went back to the request exchange site one last time. I don't know what I was hoping to find. Some explanation maybe. Some way to make sense of it all. I scrolled through the list of completed requests, looking for anything that might be related to my family. Most were too vague to tell. But then I saw one, marked as completed about 4 months earlier. The request was simple. Need full background on family, previous addresses, Cheltenham and Reading, current status and location. That could have been about anyone, but the timing matched. 4 months ago, around when those photos of my parents' house were taken. I looked at my own request, the one I'd submitted weeks earlier. Right below it was another request, posted the day after mine. It said, "Need updated information on same family. Confirm current address and situation." Someone had seen my request, seen me asking about Flat 3B in Cheltenham, and they'd submitted their own request immediately after, asking for current information about my family. I'd led them right to us. I shut down my laptop and haven't been back to that site since. I don't know what to do with the information I have. Those documents about my childhood might be real, or they might be elaborate fabrications designed to unsettle me. The photos of my parents' house might mean someone's watching them, or they might mean nothing at all. But someone out there knows who we are. They know where my parents live. They knew enough about our history to request specific information, and they received it from me because I was curious, because I thought I was clever enough to navigate something I didn't understand. My parents are fine, as far as I know. I call them more often now. Sometimes I drive up to Reading on weekends just to check on them. They think I'm being unusually attentive. They don't ask why. I haven't told them about any of this. Maybe I should. Maybe they'd have explanations for those documents from Cheltenham. Maybe they'd remember the police visits and the social workers and have perfectly reasonable explanations for all of it. Maybe I'd feel stupid for worrying. Or maybe they'd confirm that something terrible happened during those years, something they've spent decades trying to forget, and now I've dragged it all back into the light by being careless on a website I should never have visited in the first place. I don't know which possibility frightens me more. What I do know is that information never disappears. Once it's out there, once it's been compiled and shared and passed between anonymous accounts on sites you can't trace, you lose control of it completely, and sometimes the act of looking for answers creates new questions, new problems, new threats. I was wrong about being smarter than most people. I was just lucky for a long time. That luck ran out the moment I submitted that request, and now all I can do is wait and see if whoever wanted information about my family decides they need something more than just photos and documents. I check my parents' house on Google Maps sometimes, Street View, making sure it looks the same as the last time I visited, making sure nothing's changed. It's become a compulsion. Every few days, I'll pull up the image, compare it to my memory, and try to convince myself that everything's fine. But I know that somewhere out there, someone else is looking at the same house. Someone with their own reasons, their own plans, and I'm the one who helped them find it. Imagine discovering that every disturbing sound you've dismissed as normal city noise was actually someone's final moments being broadcast to thousands of paying viewers on the dark web. The thing about living in a converted warehouse in East London is that you get used to strange noises. Industrial buildings weren't designed for residential living, so sounds carry in odd ways through the concrete and steel. For 2 years, I thought the sounds coming from the flat below mine were just part of urban life. Deliveries, renovations, the occasional late-night party. Now I know better, and in approximately 18 hours, I'm going to become the star of the same dark web broadcasts I've been unknowingly listening to through my floorboards. I moved into my flat in Hackney Wick after university, when the area was still affordable for someone working entry-level jobs in marketing. The building used to be a textile factory, converted into a dozen small flats with thin walls and thinner floors. Most of my neighbors were artists, freelancers, or young professionals like me who couldn't afford anywhere better. The kind of transient community where people keep to themselves and mind their own business. The flat directly below mine was occupied by someone I rarely saw. Occasionally, I'd glimpse a middle-aged man in the communal entrance, always carrying heavy bags or equipment cases. He kept odd hours and seemed to have frequent visitors, but in a building full of creative types working irregular schedules, that wasn't unusual. I knew him only as the name on the buzzer, M. Patterson. The first time I noticed something strange was about 6 months after moving in. I was working late on my laptop when I heard what sounded like someone crying through the floor. Not ordinary crying. Desperate, terrified sobbing that lasted for several minutes before stopping abruptly. I assumed it was an argument between Patterson and a partner, the kind of domestic situation you pretend not to hear in shared buildings. Over the following weeks, similar sounds occurred regularly. Always late at night, always brief, always stopping suddenly. Sometimes crying, sometimes what sounded like pleading or distressed conversation. The sounds were muffled by the concrete floor, but clear enough to be disturbing. I considered complaining to the building management, but wasn't sure how to explain what I was hearing without sounding like I was spying on my neighbor. The noises gradually became more frequent and more varied. Heavy objects being moved around, electronic equipment humming constantly, what sounded like construction work happening at strange hours. Patterson seemed to have an unusual number of visitors, always arriving and leaving at night, always carrying equipment or large bags. One evening, I was coming home from work when I encountered Patterson in the stairwell. He was directing 2 other men who were carrying what appeared to be professional camera equipment up to his flat. When he saw me, he explained that he was a freelance videographer working on corporate training materials that required controlled lighting conditions. The explanation seemed reasonable, and it accounted for the equipment noises I'd been hearing. But the sounds that followed weren't consistent with normal video production. Instead of the steady hum of lights and cameras, I heard intermittent activity that suggested something more irregular was happening. Periods of intense activity followed by long silences. Sounds that suggested distress or conflict rather than professional filming. About a month later, I discovered what appeared to be the first concrete evidence of something wrong. I was taking rubbish to the communal bins when I found several items that had clearly come from Patterson's flat. Medical supplies, plastic sheeting, and cleaning products that seemed excessive for normal household use. The combination was disturbing. particularly given the sounds I'd been hearing. I started paying closer attention to the patterns of activity below. The sounds seemed to follow a schedule. Preparation phases involving equipment setup, periods of intense activity that included the distressing human sounds, followed by cleanup periods that often lasted until dawn. The pattern repeated roughly once a week, always at night, always following the same sequence. One night, curiosity got the better of me. During what sounded like a preparation phase, I went down to the communal garden behind the building and looked up at Patterson's windows. They were covered with blackout material, but I could see the edges of bright lighting equipment around the frames. What disturbed me more was seeing cables running from his windows to a small satellite dish I hadn't noticed before. The next morning, I found Patterson in the communal entrance and casually asked about his video work. He was more forthcoming than I expected, explaining that he specialized in niche content for international clients. He mentioned working with subjects who required discretion and privacy, hence the soundproofing and security measures he'd installed. He also mentioned that his work required high-speed internet connections and specialized broadcasting equipment. When I asked about the satellite dish, Patterson explained that his clients demanded secure, encrypted transmission methods that standard internet connections couldn't provide. He said he used dark web protocols to ensure client confidentiality and protect the privacy of his subjects. The explanation sounded professional, but something about his manner suggested he was being deliberately vague. Over the following days, I researched dark web broadcasting and discovered information about red rooms, allegedly live-stream torture or murder where viewers could pay to watch or influence events. Most sources insisted they were urban legends, but some suggested they might exist using sophisticated encryption and cryptocurrency payment systems to avoid detection. The timing coincided with an escalation in the sounds from Patterson's flat. The preparation phases became longer and more complex. The periods of distress became more intense and extended. The cleanup phases seemed to involve more thorough work, including what sounded like industrial cleaning equipment. I also noticed changes in the building's internet connectivity. During Patterson's active periods, the shared Wi-Fi became unreliable, suggesting he was using substantial bandwidth for upload activity. When I mentioned this to other residents, they confirmed experiencing similar issues, always at night, always coinciding with increased activity from Patterson's flat. 2 weeks ago, everything changed. I was lying in bed around midnight when I heard sounds that were unmistakably different from the usual pattern. Instead of the typical preparation noises, I heard what sounded like a struggle, followed by someone calling for help in a voice that carried clearly through the floor. The sound suggested someone was in immediate danger. I called the police, reporting a possible domestic violence situation. They arrived within minutes and spoke to Patterson, who calmly explained that he was editing audio for a documentary about crime victims. He showed them his professional equipment and credentials and played samples of the audio he claimed to be working with. The officers seemed satisfied and left without further investigation. But Patterson knew I had called them. The next morning, I found a note pushed under my door, thanking me for my concern about the previous night's work. He explained that his documentary work sometimes involved distressing content that could be misinterpreted by neighbors. He assured me that everything was legitimate and suggested that we should discuss his work schedule to avoid future misunderstandings. When I met with Patterson that evening, he was surprisingly open about his activities. He explained that he produced specialized content for clients who paid premium rates for authentic, unscripted material. He said his work involved creating realistic scenarios that appeared genuine to viewers who were willing to pay substantial amounts for convincing performances. Patterson showed me some of his equipment: professional cameras, sophisticated lighting systems, and computer servers that he said were necessary for secure broadcasting to international clients. He explained that his subjects were paid performers who specialized in creating convincing distress reactions for discerning audiences who could distinguish between authentic and simulated content. The explanation addressed many of my concerns, but something still felt wrong. The sounds I heard didn't seem like performances. They carried an authenticity that suggested genuine fear and pain. When I mentioned this, Patterson explained that the most successful performers were those who could create truly convincing reactions, and that his clients paid premium rates specifically for content that seemed completely real. He also explained the dark web broadcasting setup, showing me how encrypted protocols and cryptocurrency payments allowed him to serve clients worldwide while maintaining their anonymity and his own security. He said this level of discretion was necessary because his content pushed boundaries that mainstream platforms wouldn't accept. Patterson concluded our conversation by mentioning that he was always looking for new performers who could create authentic reactions. He said the work paid extremely well for people who could handle intense scenarios convincingly. He suggested that if I was ever interested in supplementing my marketing income, he could arrange an audition. I declined, but Patterson's offer stayed with me. The marketing work wasn't paying enough to cover rising London rents, and the money he mentioned was substantial. Over the following days, I found myself considering his proposition, particularly when I heard what sounded like another successful session from his flat. Last week, I finally agreed to meet with Patterson about potential work. He explained that his current project involved creating content for a very specific audience that paid extraordinary amounts for authentic-seeming material. He said new performers typically started with minor roles to build comfort and confidence before progressing to more intensive scenarios. Patterson showed me the contracts his performers signed, which included substantial payment terms, confidentiality clauses, and detailed consent agreements. Everything appeared professional and legitimate. He explained that the intense reactions I'd been hearing were the result of method acting techniques that helped performers create convincing distress responses. He offered me what he called a trial role, a simple scenario that would pay enough to cover several months of rent. The work would involve a few hours of filming, following a script designed to create authentic-seeming reactions for his discerning clientele. He assured me that everything was performance, that safety protocols were in place, and that I could withdraw at any time if I became uncomfortable. I agreed to the trial, scheduled for tomorrow night. Patterson explained that the session would be broadcast to his regular audience, who had been informed about the new performer and were particularly interested in authentic reactions from first-time participants. He said the audience engagement was part of what made his content valuable. Viewers felt they were witnessing genuine experiences rather than obvious performances. But yesterday, I made a discovery that changed everything. While Patterson was out, I managed to access the building's Wi-Fi router and examine the network traffic from his flat. The data streams were massive, far larger than normal video files, and were being transmitted to multiple dark web addresses simultaneously. More disturbing was what I found when I managed to access one of these addresses through a Tor browser. Instead of the professional performance content Patterson had described, I found myself looking at what was clearly a red room operation. Live streams of genuine torture and murder, with chat functions allowing viewers to request specific actions through cryptocurrency payments. The archives showed dozens of previous broadcasts, all apparently filmed in Patterson's flat, all featuring people who displayed genuine terror and pain rather than convincing acting. These weren't performances, they were real victims, and I had been listening to their final moments through my floorboards for months. I realized that Patterson's offer wasn't for acting work. Tomorrow night's trial role was scheduled to be my final performance, broadcast live to thousands of dark web viewers who were expecting to watch someone die in the flat below mine. I've been hiding in a hotel since making this discovery, but Patterson keeps finding ways to contact me. Messages on social media, emails to accounts he shouldn't know about, even notes left at my workplace, all reminding me about tomorrow's commitment and explaining that his audience has been told to expect a new performer with authentic reactions. This morning, I found a package at my hotel room containing a tablet computer. When I turned it on, it showed a live feed of my empty flat, apparently filmed from Patterson's unit below. Text on the screen explained that the audience was already gathering for tomorrow's broadcast and that my non-appearance would disappoint viewers who had paid premium rates for the session. The message also included details about my daily routines, my workplace, my family's addresses, information that made it clear they had been monitoring me far longer than I realized. The final line explained that tomorrow's broadcast would happen regardless of my cooperation. The only question was whether I would be conscious for it. I'm writing this from another hotel, but I know they'll find me again. Patterson's operation is too sophisticated, too well-resourced, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. I've heard too many of their victims through my floorboards to believe I can escape the same fate. Tomorrow night, thousands of people on the dark web will watch a live stream from the flat below mine. They've paid in cryptocurrency to see authentic reactions from someone who doesn't know what's really happening until it's too late. They've been promised genuine terror and pain rather than acted performances. The most horrifying realization is that I've been living above a dark web red room for over a year, listening to people die while assuming they were just neighbors arguing or filming amateur videos. I've been an unwitting witness to dozens of murders, dismissing genuine cries for help as domestic disputes or creative projects. How many other people might be living above or next to similar operations? How many strange noises do we ignore because we don't want to get involved? How many victims have called for help through thin walls and floors, only to have neighbors assume it's just part of urban living? The dark web has made it possible for these operations to exist anywhere, hidden in plain sight, broadcasting horror to paying audiences, while neighbors remain oblivious to what's happening around them. The technology makes it easy to hide, to pay anonymously, to consume murder as entertainment. I should have trusted my instincts about those sounds, should have called police sooner, should have investigated more thoroughly instead of minding my own business, should have realized that genuine distress sounds different from acting or arguments. But it's too late for should-haves now. Tomorrow night, I'll probably become another voice crying through floorboards that someone else will dismiss as just neighborhood noise. Whether I show up willingly or they come to collect me, tomorrow's broadcast will feature the neighbor who lived upstairs and listened to all the previous victims without understanding what he was hearing. And somewhere above us, another neighbor will probably assume my screams are just someone having a bad night. The strangest thing about renting out your spare room on Airbnb is how normal the dangerous people can seem. 3 months ago, I thought I was just providing budget accommodation in my Nottingham terraced house to help pay the mortgage. Now I'm hiding in a travel lodge in Derby, knowing that tomorrow night thousands of people on the dark web will watch me become the unwilling star of something I helped create without realizing it. I've been hosting guests for about 18 months. My house is nothing special. 2 bedrooms, small garden, decent location near the city centre. After my partner moved out last year, I needed the extra income to cover the mortgage payments. Airbnb seemed like an obvious solution. Most guests were exactly what you'd expect: tourists, business travelers, people visiting family. The occasional odd one, but nothing concerning. The booking that changed everything came through in early November. A guest named David Chen wanted to stay for 3 weeks, paying in advance. His profile showed several good reviews from previous hosts in other cities. He claimed to be a freelance photographer working on a documentary project about urban architecture in the Midlands. The extended stay and advance payment made it an attractive booking. David arrived on a Sunday evening, carrying professional camera equipment and a large metallic case that he said contained lighting gear. He was polite, quiet, and seemed genuinely interested in the city's industrial heritage. He kept regular hours, going out during the day with his camera equipment and returning in the evening. He was the kind of guest hosts dream about: tidy, respectful, no complaints. After his first week, David asked if he could use the basement for storing and organizing his equipment. My house has a cellar that I use for storage and the boiler, accessed through a door in the kitchen. I agreed, mainly because he offered to pay an additional fee for the privilege. The extra money was helpful, and I rarely went down there anyway. Over the following days, I noticed David making multiple trips to the basement, carrying equipment I didn't recognize. When I asked about his project, he explained that he was documenting forgotten spaces in urban environments: basements, abandoned buildings, industrial sites. He said the documentation required specialized lighting and recording equipment to capture these spaces properly. About halfway through his stay, David asked if I'd be interested in featuring my house in his documentary. He explained that Victorian terraced houses like mine represented important architectural heritage, and the basement would be particularly interesting as an example of period construction techniques. He offered to pay me a consultation fee for appearing in the documentary. The money was tempting, and the project sounded legitimate. David showed me some of his previous work on his laptop: professional quality photographs and videos of various urban locations. Everything appeared above board. We agreed that he would film a short segment with me discussing the house's history and architectural features. The filming took place in the basement on a Wednesday evening. David had set up impressive lighting equipment that transformed the dingy space into something that looked almost cinematic. Multiple cameras captured different angles as I talked about the house's Victorian features and how the basement reflected period construction methods. David was professional throughout the process, asking thoughtful questions about architectural details and the neighborhood's history. The session lasted about an hour, after which he thanked me and said he'd send me a copy once the documentary was complete. I returned upstairs, feeling pleased with the extra income and curious to see the finished product. Over the next few days, I noticed David working late into the night in the basement. I could hear equipment running, the sound of keyboards, and occasionally what sounded like video editing software. When I mentioned the noise, he apologized and explained that he was under deadline pressure to complete the project. He offered to buy me noise-cancelling headphones as compensation. David's stay ended the following Sunday. He packed his equipment, thanked me for the accommodation, and left excellent feedback on the platform. I thought that would be the end of our interaction. I was wrong. 2 weeks later, I received an email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line contained my full name and address. The body contained a link to what appeared to be a dark web site, a .onion address that could only be accessed through specialized browsers. The message explained that my performance had been well received and that there was interest in a follow-up appearance. I was confused but curious enough to download Tor and access the link. The site had a stark, professional design with minimal text. It showed what appeared to be a preview of David's documentary, but the content was nothing like what we had filmed. The video showed my basement, but it had been edited to look like a completely different space. The lighting made it appear more confined and institutional. More disturbing was how my interview had been edited. My words about the basement's construction had been cut and rearranged to make it sound like I was describing a purpose-built space for containing people. Comments about the solid Victorian walls and soundproofing qualities of the basement had been edited to seem like I was advertising features for imprisonment. At the bottom of the page was a counter showing several thousand viewers and a section for what appeared to be cryptocurrency payments. There were also comments in various languages discussing the upcoming live event and speculation about when the subject would be brought to the location. I realized that David hadn't been making a documentary about architecture. He'd been creating promotional material for something much darker. My basement had been transformed into what appeared to be a dark web red room, and I had unknowingly provided the introduction. I tried to contact the site administrators to demand the removal of my image and information about my house, but the contact methods led to encrypted messaging systems that never responded. I considered going to the police, but explaining that I discovered my basement being advertised on the dark web for purposes I didn't fully understand seemed both implausible and potentially incriminating. Instead, I changed the locks on my house and resolved to be more careful about future guests. I thought the incident was over, that David had moved on to find another location for whatever he was really planning. 3 weeks later, I received another Airbnb booking request, this time from someone calling themselves Sarah Williams, who wanted to stay for a weekend. Her profile was sparse but contained positive reviews. She said she was visiting Nottingham for medical appointments. Something about the booking felt off. The messaging was too formal. The timing seemed random, but I needed the income. Sarah arrived on Friday evening carrying a small bag and what appeared to be medical equipment. She explained that she had a rare condition requiring specialized monitoring devices. She was polite and professional, much like David had been. She asked about the basement almost immediately, claiming she needed a quiet, temperature-controlled environment for her medical equipment. I refused, explaining that the basement wasn't suitable for guests. She seemed disappointed but didn't press the issue. However, that night I heard sounds from the basement. Footsteps, equipment being moved, voices. When I investigated, I found the door unlocked and evidence that someone had been down there recently. Sarah had gone out, ostensibly for a medical appointment, but I suspected she was connected to David's project. I searched her room and found sophisticated computer equipment hidden in her luggage, along with what appeared to be dark web communication devices. I also found printed materials in various languages, advertising a live event scheduled for the following week. I confronted Sarah when she returned, demanding an explanation. She remained calm and professional, but her story changed. She claimed to be working with David on a legitimate research project about urban exploration and abandoned spaces. She showed me documents that appeared to support this explanation, including what looked like academic credentials and research permits. But that night, I discovered the truth about what was happening in my basement. Unable to sleep, I crept downstairs and found Sarah working at a computer setup I hadn't seen before. Multiple screens showed dark web sites with familiar .onion addresses, cryptocurrency wallets with substantial balances, and chat systems discussing the upcoming Nottingham event. One screen showed my basement, but it had been further modified since David's visit. Additional equipment had been installed, including restraints and what appeared to be medical monitoring devices. The space had been transformed into a fully functional red room, complete with multiple camera angles and interactive systems that would allow dark web viewers to influence what happened there. Sarah noticed me watching, and her demeanor changed completely. She explained that I was already complicit in their operation, that my filmed introduction had been used to promote the space, and that my continued cooperation was expected. She showed me viewer statistics and payment records demonstrating the substantial interest in the Nottingham facility. The final component of their plan was clear. They needed a host for the space, someone who could provide legitimacy and deflect suspicion, someone who could book future guests and maintain the property between events, someone who was already compromised by their participation in the promotional material. I told Sarah to leave immediately, that I would contact the police, that I wanted nothing to do with their operation. She remained calm, explaining that the evidence of my participation was already online, that my face and voice were associated with the space, that authorities would find it difficult to believe I wasn't aware of what was happening in my own basement. She left the next morning, but not before explaining that the Nottingham event would proceed as scheduled, that interested parties had already paid substantial sums to access the broadcast, that the space was prepared and the audience was waiting. Over the following week, I received constant messages through various platforms, encrypted emails, anonymous texts, dark web communications. All carried the same theme. I was expected to facilitate the upcoming event, to provide access to the space, to ensure that operations could proceed without interference. I've been staying in different hotels since then, but the messages keep finding me. They know my location, my schedule, my vulnerabilities. They provided evidence of their surveillance, photographs of me in public, recordings of my phone conversations, details about my daily routines. Yesterday, I received the most explicit message yet, a video showing my basement fully prepared for broadcast with professional lighting and multiple camera angles, a countdown timer showing less than 24 hours remaining, and a reminder that my cooperation was not optional, that I had already been promoted as the host of the facility, that thousands of dark web viewers were expecting the event to proceed. The message included details about how they had tracked my movements, monitored my communications, and prepared contingencies for various scenarios. They had evidence of my filmed introduction, records of payments made to my accounts, and documentation of my voluntary participation in what they could present as willing cooperation with their operation. I'm writing this from a travel lodge outside Derby, using a public computer. I don't know if this will reach anyone who can help, or if sharing this story will make my situation worse. I only know that tomorrow night, thousands of people on the dark web will expect to see a broadcast from my basement, and I'm running out of places to hide. The most terrifying realization is that they never needed to force me to participate. They just needed me to become complicit gradually, one small decision at a time. Accepting David's booking, agreeing to the basement usage, participating in the filming. Each step seemed reasonable individually, but together they created a chain of involvement I can't escape. The dark web red room they've created isn't in some remote warehouse or abandoned building. It's in my house, registered to my name, promoted with my face and voice. Even if I never participate directly, I'm already the host. The space exists because I allowed it to be created. Tomorrow's broadcast will happen whether I'm there or not. they've made that clear. The only question is whether I face whatever comes next, or let someone else become the victim of a system I inadvertently helped build. The viewer counter on the latest message shows tens of thousands of people waiting. People who have paid in cryptocurrency to access the broadcast. People who believe they're about to see something exclusive and authentic. People who don't care that the host never intended to become part of this horror. I keep thinking about David's professional demeanor, Sarah's medical equipment story, the gradual way they transform my basement into something unrecognizable. How many other Airbnb hosts have been approached with similar projects? How many spare rooms and basements across the country might be serving similar purposes? The dark web has made it possible for these operations to exist anywhere, to recruit hosts unknowingly, to create content that appears consensual but isn't. The technology makes it easy to hide, to pay anonymously, to consume horror without consequence. I should have trusted my instincts about David's equipment, should have questioned why he needed such sophisticated gear for architectural photography, should have refused to participate in any filming, should have investigated the basement modifications more carefully. But it's too late for regrets now. Tomorrow night, my basement becomes a dark web broadcast studio. Whether I'm there or someone else takes my place, the show will go on. I've always been good with languages. It's the one skill that came naturally to me when everything else felt like a struggle. By 25, I was fluent in 4 languages besides English and working on a 5th. People assumed I'd become a teacher or join the diplomatic service, but translation work paid better and let me work from home in my small flat in Oxford. Most of my jobs came through a freelancer website where clients post projects and translators bid for the work. It's competitive, but I'd built a solid reputation for accuracy and discretion, particularly with technical or specialized content. The majority of my work involved translating business documents, academic papers, or technical manuals. Nothing exciting, but it paid the bills. 3 months ago, I received a private message through the platform from someone who didn't have a public profile. They claimed to represent a research group studying dark web communication systems and needed a translator for content in languages I specialized in: Mandarin, Russian, Arabic, and Spanish. The message explained that the content might be disturbing as it related to criminal networks operating on the dark web, but assured me the research was for academic purposes and would help law enforcement agencies monitor these hidden corners of the internet. The pay they offered was substantial, nearly triple my usual rate, enough to clear my student debts within months rather than years. They explained that higher compensation was due to the disturbing nature of the material and the strict confidentiality requirements. I'd need to sign an extensive non-disclosure agreement and work through their secure platform rather than my usual channels. I should have been more skeptical, but the opportunity felt legitimate. The email addresses used academic domains, the contracts appeared professional, and the initial test translation they sent, an analysis of communication methods used by drug cartels, seemed consistent with criminology research. Besides, I'd translated medical documents and legal depositions before that contained disturbing content. I was confident in my ability to remain detached and professional. After completing the test piece to their satisfaction, I received access to their secure platform. It required multiple layers of authentication and used encryption that seemed unnecessarily robust for academic research, but I rationalized that this level of security made sense for sensitive work involving dark web criminal networks. They even provided me with special software to access .onion sites. dark web addresses not accessible through standard browsers. The first few weeks involved translating text conversations, dark web forum posts, and what appeared to be marketplace listings from various languages into English. The content was disturbing. Discussions of drug trafficking, weapons sales, and human smuggling on hidden sites accessible only through Tor networks. But nothing beyond what I'd expected given the project description. I maintained professional distance, focusing on accuracy rather than content. About a month into the project, the nature of the assignments began to shift. I started receiving links to video files hosted on their secure server. The brief explained that these were recordings of conversations between members of criminal organizations, and they needed both verbal and behavioral translations, noting cultural contexts and non-verbal communication that might not be obvious to researchers unfamiliar with the languages and cultures involved. The first few videos matched this description. Grainy footage of people discussing what appeared to be illegal business transactions in various languages. I transcribed and translated their conversations, noted cultural nuances, and provided context where needed. Then the videos began to change. The quality improved. The settings became more controlled. Stark rooms with concrete walls, minimal furniture, professional lighting. The conversations became one-sided, with one person speaking directly to the camera, while others remained silent in the background. The speakers began addressing viewers directly, promising special experiences and authentic content. I told myself this was just deeper research into how these networks marketed themselves, but I was becoming increasingly uncomfortable with the material. When I asked my contact about the changing nature of the content, they explained that the research had progressed to studying how these networks advertised to potential customers. The explanation seemed reasonable enough for me to continue. One night, I received an urgent translation request with a substantial bonus for immediate completion. The file was a live stream recording in Russian, hosted on a dark website with a complex .onion address. When I opened it, I was confronted with something I had never expected to see. The video showed a room similar to those I'd been seeing recently, but this time there was a person restrained in a chair. A masked individual stood nearby, occasionally adjusting camera equipment. The Russian speaker was describing what was about to happen and explaining how viewers could influence the proceedings through cryptocurrency payments. The entire setup was clearly a dark web red room, a live-streamed torture session where anonymous viewers could pay to request specific actions from anywhere in the world while hiding behind layers of encryption. I immediately closed the file and messaged my contact, explaining that I couldn't participate in translating this type of content and that they should report it to authorities. Their response was alarmingly casual. They thanked me for my concern, but explained that this was a sophisticated simulation created to study how these networks operated. They assured me no one was actually harmed in the creation of these educational materials. I wasn't convinced, but I also had no proof that what I'd seen wasn't staged. I decided to withdraw from the project anyway, citing ethical concerns. They accepted my decision and processed my final payment, which appeared in my bank account the next day, significantly more than what I was owed, with a note classifying the excess as a discretionary bonus for exceptional service. I thought that would be the end of it. I was wrong. A week later, I received an email from a different address containing a video file. When I opened it, I saw a compilation of clips showing me in my flat, working at my desk, sleeping, showering, talking on the phone. All filmed from angles that suggested cameras had been installed throughout my home. The email contained no message, just the video. I searched my flat frantically, finding tiny cameras concealed in smoke detectors, light fixtures, and air vents. I removed them all, changed my locks, and spent the night at a friend's house. When I returned the next day, I found an envelope had been slipped under my door containing a USB drive. The drive held a single file, a video of what appeared to be an actual dark web Red Room broadcast, not a simulation. The setting was similar to the videos I'd been translating, but this was clearly real. The victim's fear was palpable, the violence undeniable. At the end of the video, text appeared in all 5 languages I spoke, stating that I was now complicit in their operation and that my translations had helped them expand their dark web audience to new markets across multiple language barriers. I went to the police immediately. I showed them the cameras I'd found, explained the work I'd been doing, and described the threatening video. They took the report seriously and sent an officer to check my flat for additional surveillance equipment. They found nothing beyond what I'd already discovered, but advised me to stay elsewhere while they investigated. Their investigation revealed that the academic domains used in the emails were spoofed. The payment had come through a series of dark web cryptocurrency exchanges designed to be untraceable. The secure platform I'd been working on had disappeared completely, leaving no digital footprint. They told me this had the hallmarks of a sophisticated dark web criminal operation and suggested I remain vigilant but try to resume normal life. I spent the next few weeks staying with friends, checking for surveillance, and jumping at every unexpected noise. Eventually, with no further contact from the people who had hired me, I began to relax slightly. Perhaps they had moved on, finding another translator who wouldn't question their requests. Then the messages started appearing on my phone. Text messages in different languages, all containing variations of the same theme. They knew where I was, they were watching me, and I had unfinished work to complete. The messages came from different numbers, sometimes in languages I didn't even work with. I changed my number twice, but the messages always found me. About a month after I went to the police, I received a package at my new temporary address, a place only my closest friends knew about. Inside was a high-quality digital camera and a list of instructions in multiple languages. I was to set up the camera at specific angles, test lighting conditions, and prepare for a live translation assignment at a designated time. The instructions emphasized that failure to comply would result in the release of videos showing me viewing and translating material related to criminal activities. I took the package to the police, who added it to their investigation, but warned me that these networks were notoriously difficult to track. They suggested I consider temporarily relocating to a different city while they continued to investigate. I moved to Glasgow, where a university friend had a spare room in her flat. I told no one except my immediate family where I was going. I found work translating mundane corporate documents under a different name. I started to rebuild some semblance of normal life. 3 weeks ago, I noticed someone following me home from the small office where I'd found work, a nondescript man in a dark coat who maintained the same distance behind me for several streets. When I changed direction suddenly, he adjusted his course to match. I lost him by ducking into a department store and leaving through a different exit, but the encounter left me shaken. The following day, I received an email containing a street view photograph of the building where I was staying in Glasgow. The subject line was simply, "Found you," written in all 5 languages I spoke. 2 days later, a courier delivered a package to my workplace. Inside was another digital camera, identical to the one I turned over to the police, and a note explaining that my debut broadcast had been scheduled for the following week. This time, the note included details about my friend's daily routine, my parents' home address, and my sister's workplace. The threat was clear: comply or those close to me would suffer. I'm now in a small bed and breakfast in the Scottish Highlands, using a public computer to write this. I've left my phone, laptop, and all other trackable devices behind. I paid cash for the train ticket and registered under a false name. But I know this is only a temporary solution. The most terrifying realization is that these people don't just want a translator. They want a performer. Someone who can communicate with victims and viewers in multiple languages simultaneously. Someone who can expand their audience beyond English-speaking viewers. Someone who can bring a unique skill to their broadcasts. When I translate materials, I don't just convert words from one language to another. I convey nuance, emotion, cultural context. I make communication feel natural and authentic across language barriers. It's a skill that took years to develop, and now it's being sought after for the most horrific purpose imaginable. The scheduled date for what they're calling my debut broadcast is 3 days from now. I've stopped running because I've realized there's nowhere I can go that they won't eventually find me. These people have resources, connections, and apparently unlimited access to surveillance. They tracked me across 3 cities through name changes and new devices. I've contacted the police again, sharing everything I know about the scheduled broadcast. They've promised to increase patrols near my family's homes and to continue investigating, but they've been frank about the limitations they face with these types of networks. Jurisdiction issues, encryption, anonymizing technology, all create barriers to effective law enforcement action. I keep thinking about how I unwittingly help these people expand their dark web audience. How many translations did I provide that helped them reach new viewers in the hidden corners of the internet? How many people paid in Bitcoin to access content because they could now understand what was being offered? I became part of their dark web operation without realizing it, and now they want to bring me fully into their world. Tonight, the owner of the bed and breakfast knocked on my door to let me know a package had arrived for me. A package addressed to the false name I'm using at a location I selected at random just yesterday. I haven't opened it. It's sitting on the dresser as I write this. I know what it contains. Another camera, another set of instructions, another reminder that they can find me anywhere. The broadcast is scheduled for Saturday night. I'm running out of options and places to hide. I keep hoping the police investigation will yield results before then, but I'm not optimistic. These networks have stayed ahead of law enforcement for years. They wouldn't have survived this long if they were easy to catch. The most disturbing thought is that if they force me to participate, thousands of people in multiple countries will be watching on the dark web. People who have paid in untraceable cryptocurrency for access. People hiding behind anonymous Tor browsers. People who consider this dark web entertainment. And I'll be expected to translate the horror into their native languages, making sure nothing is lost in translation. I never thought my gift for languages would make me valuable to people like this. I never imagined my skills would be sought after for something so horrific on the dark web. But in a perverse way, it makes sense. Expanding markets in the darkest corners of the internet requires breaking down language barriers, even for the most terrible content hidden behind layers of encryption and anonymity. I don't know what I'll do when Saturday comes. I don't know if there's anywhere left to run. I only know that my words have power, and for the first time in my life, that terrifies me. The package on the dresser just moved slightly. I think my time is up. I think the moment things truly went wrong was far earlier than I've ever been willing to admit. I kept trying to pin it on some later decision. some point where everything supposedly shifted. But deep down, I knew from the beginning that the work was warped. I just pushed that aside because the money felt effortless, and I convinced myself that anything happening out of sight couldn't possibly touch real people. I used to write harmless classifieds, the dull little ads in local papers about unwanted sofas or gardening services. Then someone offered me far too much money to write near identical listings for sites I didn't recognize. Places buried so deeply online that you needed specific tools just to reach them. Now I'm hiding. I don't want to talk about where. I walked out of my life in Birmingham after finally understanding what those listings were actually enabling, what I'd unknowingly stitched together, and who was acting on the words I'd polished to look safe. Because if there's one thing dangerous people prize, it's someone who can make anything sound legitimate. I'd been working for a regional newspaper for nearly 12 years when they decided to close the print edition and move everything online. Half the staff were made redundant, including everyone in the classifieds department, where I'd spent my entire career. I was 51 years old with no real skills beyond writing short, compelling descriptions of items people wanted to sell or services they wanted to advertise. The redundancy payment was adequate, but not generous, and I quickly discovered that online classified sites had automated most of the work I used to do. There was no market for someone who specialized in writing appealing descriptions of second-hand wardrobes and garden maintenance services. I spent about 4 months applying for anything remotely suitable. Copywriting positions, content creation roles, even administrative work that might value my attention to detail. Nothing came through, and I watched my savings dwindle while I tried to work out what I was going to do with the rest of my working life. That's when I got the message through a professional networking site. Someone had seen my profile listing my experience in classified advertising and was interested in commissioning similar work for a private client. The rate they offered was extraordinary, £500 per week for what they estimated would be about 10 hours of work. They explained that their client operated specialist classified websites catering to niche markets that valued privacy and discretion. They needed someone who could write clear, professional adverts that would appeal to discerning users while maintaining appropriate discretion about sensitive subject matter. I should have asked what kind of niche markets required such discretion, should have questioned why anyone would pay such exceptional rates for basic advertising copy. But I was desperate enough to accept the work without asking the uncomfortable questions that might have cost me the opportunity. The client sent me login credentials for their classified website, along with detailed guidelines about the types of adverts I'd be writing. The site was unlike anything I'd encountered before. Basic design, minimal graphics, categories for services and items that seemed deliberately vague. My first assignment was to write adverts for what the client described as domestic services. I was given basic details: cleaning services, gardening work, home maintenance, and asked to create professional listings that would inspire confidence and trust. The guidelines emphasized that the adverts should make the services sound reliable, experienced, and discreet. I wrote about a dozen adverts following the brief, each one presenting various domestic services in the most appealing light possible. The client was pleased with my work and paid immediately, then sent me a larger batch of similar assignments for the following week. Over the next few weeks, the assignments followed the same pattern. I'd receive basic details about various services or items for sale, then craft compelling adverts that made them sound trustworthy and professional. The work was straightforward, and the money was keeping me financially stable for the first time since my redundancy. But I started noticing that many of the adverts I was writing contained oddly specific details that didn't quite make sense for normal classified listings. a gardening service that emphasized their familiarity with security systems and property layouts, a cleaning service that mentioned their ability to work with minimal supervision and their discretion about what they might observe in clients' homes. When I asked the client about these unusual emphases, they explained that their users valued comprehensive information about service providers and wanted to know exactly what they were paying for. The explanation seemed reasonable enough, though I was becoming uncomfortable with some of the implications. The assignments became more explicit about what was really being advertised. Instead of general domestic services, I was asked to write adverts for people offering very specific capabilities. Someone who could assess home security vulnerabilities, another who specialized in gaining access to properties without leaving obvious evidence, a third who offered detailed surveillance services including property observation and routine documentation. I realized I wasn't writing adverts for legitimate domestic services at all. I was helping criminals advertise their capabilities to other criminals who needed assistance with burglary, stalking, or worse activities. My skill at making services sound professional and trustworthy was being used to help dangerous people find accomplices for whatever they were planning. But I couldn't simply stop accepting work without serious financial consequences. The income had become essential, and the client had made it clear they valued reliability and discretion above all else. People who caused problems or asked too many questions might find themselves facing difficulties of their own. I convinced myself I was just writing words, that I wasn't responsible for what people did with the services they found through my adverts. It was just classified advertising, the same work I'd been doing for years at the newspaper. The fact that it facilitated criminal activity didn't make me personally culpable for those crimes. The rationalization became harder to maintain when the client sent me a new category of adverts to write. These weren't for services at all, but for specific opportunities. Someone looking for assistance with a particular project in Manchester, another seeking collaborators for work in Leeds, a third requesting help with an assignment in Bristol. The details were deliberately vague, but the context made it clear these were adverts from people planning crimes who needed additional participants. They were using the classified site to recruit accomplices, and I was writing the adverts that made these criminal opportunities sound appealing and professional. I tried to refuse this type of work, explaining to the client that I was only comfortable writing adverts for services rather than specific opportunities, but they made it clear that refusing assignments wasn't an option. I'd been working for them for months, accepting substantial payments for work I knew was ethically questionable at minimum. Walking away now would mean explaining where that money had come from. So I continued writing the adverts, each one more disturbing than the last. Someone seeking assistance with collecting a debt from someone who wouldn't pay voluntarily. Another looking for help convincing someone to leave their property. A third requesting collaborators for work that required being comfortable with confrontation and potential violence. I was writing recruitment adverts for people planning serious crimes, making assault and intimidation sound like legitimate business opportunities. And people were responding to these adverts, using my carefully crafted descriptions to decide which criminal opportunities to pursue. The breakthrough came when I saw a news report about a violent robbery in Wolverhampton. An elderly couple had been attacked in their home by men who'd shown detailed knowledge of their property layout and security arrangements. The police believed the attackers had received inside information from someone who'd visited the property under false pretenses. Something about the case felt horribly familiar. I checked my records and found an advert I'd written several weeks earlier for someone offering domestic security assessments in the Wolverhampton area. The advert had emphasized their experience with elderly clients and their thorough approach to documenting security vulnerabilities. I couldn't be certain the advert was connected to the attack, but the details matched too closely to be comfortable coincidence. Someone had probably used my advert to find an accomplice who could assess the elderly couple's vulnerabilities, then use that information to plan the violent robbery. I felt physically sick at the realization that my work had potentially enabled serious violence against vulnerable people. But what made it worse was understanding this probably wasn't an isolated case. I'd written hundreds of adverts over the past few months, and any of them could have facilitated crimes I'd never learn about. I started researching news reports from areas where I'd written adverts, looking for crimes that might be connected to the services or opportunities I'd advertised. What I found was a depressing pattern of burglaries, assaults, and harassment campaigns that seemed to correlate with the classified listings I'd created. A home invasion in Manchester that matched an opportunity advert I'd written seeking collaborators for work requiring speed and aggression. A stalking case in Leeds involving someone who'd been under professional surveillance before their harassment escalated. A burglary in Bristol where the thieves had demonstrated intimate knowledge of the property's security arrangements. I was looking at evidence that my adverts were facilitating serious crimes across the country. Every professionally written description I'd created, every trustworthy tone I'd crafted, had helped criminals find accomplices and coordinate activities that destroyed people's lives and safety. But it was discovering the full scope of the classified site that made me understand how systematically evil the whole operation was. Using the login credentials I'd been given for posting adverts, I explored other sections of the site beyond the categories I'd been writing for. There were sections dedicated to specific types of criminal activity, categories for people seeking assistance with harassment campaigns, others for those planning burglaries or assaults, even sections focused on more disturbing crimes I don't want to detail here. The site operated as a comprehensive marketplace for criminal services and opportunities. People could advertise their capabilities, seek collaborators for specific projects, even arrange payment and coordination for complex multi-person operations. And all of it was presented in the professional, trustworthy language I'd been crafting. My adverts were scattered throughout the site, making violence and exploitation sound like legitimate business opportunities that reasonable people might consider. I found discussion sections where users reviewed the services they'd hired through the classified adverts. They rated providers on professionalism, reliability, and effectiveness. They shared techniques and recommendations just like people might review plumbers or electricians on normal classified sites. Except they were reviewing people who'd helped them stalk vulnerable individuals, burgle occupied homes, even commit assaults against people who'd apparently done nothing except exist in a way that offended someone enough to pay for violence against them. One review discussed a service provider who'd been particularly effective at documenting a target's daily routine without being detected. The reviewer praised their thoroughness and professional presentation of intelligence, noting that the surveillance had enabled a successful harassment campaign that had driven the target from their home. I recognized the language from an advert I'd written for a surveillance service, remembered crafting descriptions that emphasized discretion and comprehensive documentation. Someone had used my professionally written advert to find a stalker who terrorized someone into relocating. The realization that I'd facilitated systematic harassment was devastating, but what made it unbearable was understanding the scale of it. There were hundreds of reviews discussing services found through adverts I'd written. Each one represented crimes against real people who'd been targeted by individuals using my carefully crafted descriptions to identify suitable accomplices. I tried to contact the police to report what I'd discovered, but explaining my role without implicating myself proved impossible. I'd been knowingly writing adverts for a criminal marketplace for months. Accepting substantial payment for work I understood was facilitating serious crimes. The officer I spoke to was professional but frank about the legal position I was in. Cooperation might reduce potential charges, but I'd been an active participant in a criminal enterprise and couldn't expect immunity from prosecution simply because I decided to come forward. I was advised to consult with a solicitor before providing detailed information, but I couldn't afford legal representation on my limited savings. I was trapped between guilt about what I'd enabled and fear of facing criminal charges for my role in the operation. That's when I decided to stop writing adverts entirely and distance myself from the whole enterprise. I told the client I could no longer continue the work due to health problems, deleted all the software they'd provided, and tried to convince myself I could move on from what I'd done. But the client wasn't prepared to let me simply walk away. I started receiving messages asking when I'd be available to resume work, reminding me that I'd signed agreements about ongoing availability and discretion. The tone was polite, but contained implicit threats about what might happen if I refused to continue. When I didn't respond to these messages, the harassment became more explicit. I received packages containing printouts of adverts I'd written, with annotations showing which crimes they'd facilitated. The implication was clear. They had detailed documentation of my complicity in serious criminal activity, and they'd use it against me if I caused problems. I realized I was being blackmailed with evidence of my own criminal participation. Even though I'd been an unwitting participant initially, the documentation showed months of knowing cooperation with a criminal marketplace. They could destroy my life simply by providing authorities with evidence of my role in facilitating hundreds of serious crimes. The threats escalated when I still refused to resume writing adverts. I found evidence that someone had been through my flat while I was out, looking through my belongings and leaving subtle signs of their intrusion. They were demonstrating they could access my home whenever they chose, that my security meant nothing against people with professional expertise in circumventing such protections. The final threat came in the form of an advert posted on their own classified site. It was written in my characteristic style, advertising my personal details along with a description of my role in the operation. The advert was presented as an opportunity for anyone who wanted to ensure I remained silent about what I'd discovered. I understood immediately what they were doing. They turned me into a target on their own marketplace, advertising my vulnerability to anyone who might want to intimidate or harm someone who knew too much about criminal operations. I was now listed alongside the victims I'd helped criminals target through my professionally written adverts. That's when I realized I had to leave Birmingham immediately. I withdrew what money I could access, packed essential belongings, and drove to Wales hoping I could disappear long enough to work out what to do next. I've been moving between small coastal towns, staying in places that don't require extensive identification or keep detailed guest records. But I know running away doesn't protect the people who continue to be targeted through adverts on that classified site. Other writers have probably been recruited to replace me, creating the same professional, trustworthy descriptions that make criminal services sound like legitimate business opportunities. The marketplace is probably still active, still facilitating crimes across the country, still enabling violence and exploitation through carefully worded adverts that make destruction of lives sound like reasonable commercial transactions. I keep thinking about that elderly couple in Wolverhampton, about all the other victims whose suffering was enabled by adverts I wrote for a few £100s per week. They trusted that their homes were safe. that strangers wouldn't have access to detailed intelligence about their vulnerabilities. But I helped destroy that trust by making criminal intelligence gathering sound like a professional domestic service. Every carefully chosen word, every reassuring phrase I crafted to inspire confidence. It was all weaponized against innocent people who had no idea they were being targeted by criminals using professionally written advertisements. The classified site taught me that language itself can be a weapon, that the ability to make things sound trustworthy and professional can be exploited to facilitate terrible harm. My skills as an advertising copywriter, developed over decades of legitimate work, were perfectly suited to helping criminals find accomplices and coordinate attacks against vulnerable people. And the worst part is knowing I can't undo any of it. Can't warn the people who are still being targeted through adverts I wrote months ago. Can't protect future victims from writers who've replaced me in crafting professional descriptions of criminal services. All I can do is hide in anonymous bed and breakfasts and hope the people I've angered will eventually decide I'm not worth the trouble of tracking down. I suppose I'm telling you this because I need someone to understand how these criminal marketplaces operate, how they recruit ordinary people by exploiting financial desperation and professional skills, and how they ensure complicity through blackmail and threats. If anyone approaches you with writing work that seems overly generous or requires accessing unusual websites, please question what you're really being asked to do. Please consider why someone would pay exceptional rates for basic writing that could be done more cheaply elsewhere. Because the victims of these marketplaces can't protect themselves from criminals who've industrialized violence and exploitation. They rely on people like me making ethical choices, recognizing warning signs, and refusing to participate in operations that facilitate harm. And I failed them completely, choosing financial security over moral responsibility until it was too late to prevent the consequences of my choices. Now, I live with that guilt every day, knowing that my professionally written words helped coordinate crimes against people I'll never meet, but will always remember. People always say, don't look too hard. Like that actually stops anyone from diving deeper into things they shouldn't be investigating in the first place. I was in my first year at Cardiff studying journalism when I decided to tackle red rooms for my digital media assignment. The brief was to investigate an internet urban legend and either debunk it or find evidence it might be real. Most of my course mates were picking safe topics like whether those viral parkour videos were staged or if social media influencers actually bought their followers. Red rooms seemed more substantial. For anyone who doesn't know, they're supposedly live streams on the dark web where people pay to watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Some versions claim viewers can even control what happens through chat commands or donations. Most journalism about them was clearly written by people who'd never bothered to look beyond Wikipedia and Reddit threads. I figured I could spend a few weeks doing actual research and write something that demonstrated proper investigative technique, rather than just repeating second-hand information. The sort of piece that might actually get noticed beyond student publications. The research started in the university library, going through academic papers about hidden services and illegal content distribution. Most scholarly work focused on drug marketplaces and financial fraud rather than violent material, but there were enough references to suggest that streaming illegal content was technically feasible if someone had the resources and motivation. From there, I moved into online communities where people discussed extreme content. Not the mainstream forums where people shared obviously fake videos, but smaller, more specialized groups where participants seemed to have genuine knowledge about hidden parts of the internet. The breakthrough came through a contact I made on a forum dedicated to documenting banned media. He went by Archivist X and seemed to have access to material that most people only heard rumors about. After exchanging messages for about 2 weeks, he mentioned that he'd encountered what appeared to be genuine Red Room streams. He was cautious about sharing details initially, which actually made his claims seem more credible. Scammers and attention seekers usually overshare immediately, while people who've actually seen disturbing content tend to be more reluctant to discuss it casually. Over several conversations, Archivist X described accessing streams that showed real violence in what appeared to be purpose-built rooms. The production quality was professional rather than amateur, suggesting organized operations rather than random individuals filming content on their phones. He offered to share screenshots and recordings, but only after I demonstrated serious academic interest rather than morbid curiosity. The verification process involved discussing other extreme content in enough detail to prove I wasn't a journalist fishing for quotes or law enforcement gathering evidence. The material he eventually shared was disturbing but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, restrained figures, timestamps suggesting live broadcasts. It could have been elaborate fiction created by someone with considerable technical skills, or genuine documentation of real events. What made me think it might be authentic was the mundane details that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific geographic locations, equipment brands visible in some shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates when cross-referenced with news reports. Archivist X explained that accessing live streams required considerably more commitment than just viewing recordings. The hidden services changed locations frequently, required personal recommendations, and operated on irregular schedules that weren't advertised publicly. But if I was serious about documenting whether red rooms were real, he could arrange for me to observe a live stream scheduled for the following week. I should have declined at that point. My assignment was about investigating urban legends, not witnessing potential crimes in progress. But proper journalism requires getting as close to primary sources as possible, and this seemed like the only way to provide definitive evidence either way. The access process was complex but manageable. Specific software downloads, rotating passwords, designated connection times. The whole system felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to people with legitimate research purposes. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was disappointingly ordinary. A video player embedded in a basic web page, chat window below, viewer counter showing about 300 people online. Nothing sophisticated or mysterious about the presentation. The video showed what appeared to be a basement or converted garage space. Concrete walls, harsh fluorescent lighting, minimal furniture except for a metal chair positioned in the center of the frame. The atmosphere was industrial rather than domestic. Strapped to the chair was a woman who appeared to be in her 20s, conscious but not moving much. She would occasionally test her restraints or look around the room, but mostly just sat with the resigned expression of someone who understood their situation but had stopped fighting against it. The chat was active with comments in multiple languages, people discussing what they wanted to see happen, making suggestions, treating the whole situation like interactive entertainment. The international nature of the audience was clear from the variety of languages being used. I watched for about an hour before anything significant occurred. The woman would periodically struggle against the restraints or attempt to speak, though no audio was available through the stream. The chat maintained running commentary, with participants displaying varying levels of enthusiasm for what was clearly going to be genuine violence. Then someone entered the frame. They were dressed in ordinary work clothes, jeans, plain shirt, steel-toed boots. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who looked like they could be starting any manual labor job, except for what they were obviously planning to do. The figure moved around the space with practiced efficiency, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera angles, checking equipment that wasn't visible in the main video feed. They worked with the methodical approach of someone following a familiar routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing technical aspects of what they were watching. The viewer count had climbed to over 400. About 10 minutes into the preparations, the camera angle shifted slightly and I got a clearer view of the room's background. On the wall behind the chair was a calendar, one of those promotional ones that businesses give out to customers. The calendar was from a plumbing supply company in Cardiff. I recognized the company name because their shop was about 20 minutes from the university, in an industrial area where students sometimes went to buy cheap furniture from warehouse clearance sales. I'd been there myself a few months earlier looking for a desk lamp. The calendar was current year but showed several months ago, suggesting the room was being used regularly rather than set up specifically for this stream. Someone had been operating from this location for at least several months. I took screenshots of the calendar and cross-referenced the company details online. The business was legitimate, established about 15 years ago, with good customer reviews and no obvious connection to anything illegal. Just an ordinary local company whose promotional material had ended up in a room where people were broadcasting real violence. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the Cardiff connection, looking at maps of industrial areas, checking property records for commercial spaces, trying to identify locations that might match what I'd seen in the stream. The calendar detail bothered me more than the violence itself. Seeing something genuinely local in that context made the whole thing feel immediate and real rather than distant and abstract. This wasn't happening in some foreign country or anonymous urban wasteland. It was happening in my city, possibly within walking distance of where I lived. I considered contacting the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. Student claims to have found evidence of murder streams based on spotting a local calendar in an online video that may or may not have been genuine. Without more concrete evidence, I'd just be wasting their time and potentially compromising any future investigation. Instead, I decided to research the plumbing company more thoroughly. Their website showed they supplied both residential and commercial customers, with a particular focus on industrial installations, the sort of business that would have contacts throughout Cardiff's commercial districts. Their customer testimonials included several warehouse and factory owners, which gave me a list of potential locations where someone might have obtained one of their promotional calendars. Most were legitimate businesses, but a few properties appeared to be vacant or underutilized based on recent planning applications and business listings. One address particularly caught my attention: a former automotive repair garage that had closed down 8 months earlier, located in an industrial estate about half an hour from the city centre. The property was owned by a company that seemed to exist only on paper, with no obvious business activities or employee records. I drove out there on a Saturday afternoon to see what the location looked like. The industrial estate was mostly active businesses, engineering firms, logistics companies, small manufacturing operations. But the former garage was clearly abandoned, with boards over the windows and weeds growing through cracks in the car park. From the road, it looked completely derelict, but when I walked around to the rear of the building, I noticed that one of the loading bay doors was slightly ajar despite appearing secured from the front. There were also fresh tire marks in the car park, suggesting recent vehicle access despite the abandoned appearance. I should have left at that point and reported my suspicions to the authorities. Instead, I found a gap in the boarding over one of the rear windows and looked inside. The garage had been converted into what looked like a filming studio, professional lighting equipment, multiple cameras positioned around a central area, computer stations along one wall. It looked exactly like a television production facility, except for the restraint equipment and metal furniture positioned where you'd normally expect to see comfortable seating. The space was currently empty, but there were clear signs of recent use. Equipment was plugged in and powered up. Cameras were positioned and focused. Computer screens displayed what appeared to be streaming interfaces ready for activation. And pinned to the wall near the computer stations was the same plumbing company calendar I'd seen in the stream. I took photos through the window gap, trying to document as much as possible without actually entering the property. The evidence was clear enough that police would have to take the situation seriously, even if my story about finding the location through an online stream sounded bizarre. As I was taking the final photos, I heard a car pulling into the front car park. I moved away from the window and tried to leave through the rear of the property, but the industrial estate was surrounded by fencing that would take time to climb. Instead, I hid behind a skip and waited for whoever had arrived to go inside the building. 2 people got out of the car, a man and woman in their 30s, both dressed in ordinary clothes like they were going to any normal job. They let themselves into the garage through the front entrance, suggesting they had legitimate access to the property. About 10 minutes later, I heard the sound of equipment being activated inside. Generators starting up, electronic devices powering on, the sort of preparation noise you might hear from any film production getting ready to begin work. Then I heard a third car arriving. This one parked at the rear of the building, much closer to where I was hiding. The driver got out and opened the boot, then seemed to be helping someone else out of the car. I couldn't see clearly from my position, but the second person appeared to be having difficulty walking steadily. They entered the building through the rear loading bay, and a few minutes later I could see lights coming on inside the main garage space. The filming area was being prepared for use. I realized I was about to witness the creation of another Red Room stream, potentially with someone who had been brought to the location against their will. I should have called the police immediately, should have run back to my car and driven straight to the nearest station to report what I was seeing. But I knew that by the time officers arrived and obtained warrants to enter the property, whatever was going to happen would probably be over. Instead, I called the emergency services and reported a suspected kidnapping at the garage address, then stayed hidden to see what would happen. The response was faster than I'd expected. Police cars arrived within about 15 minutes, followed by what appeared to be specialist units and an ambulance. The industrial estate was suddenly full of emergency vehicles and personnel. I watched from my hiding place as officers surrounded the building and began coordinating what looked like a planned entry operation. This wasn't a routine response to a suspicious activity report. They were treating it as a serious incident with potential for violence. The entry itself was quick and professional. Officers went in through multiple access points simultaneously, and within a few minutes I could hear shouting from inside the building. Not panicked shouting, but the sort of coordinated commands you hear from police operations on television. About 20 minutes later, 3 people were led out in handcuffs and put into separate police vehicles. I couldn't see their faces clearly from my position, but one appeared to be injured and was receiving medical attention from paramedics. The scene was secured, and various specialists began documenting the interior of the garage. From the amount of equipment being carried in and out, it was clear they'd found something significant. I waited until most of the emergency services had left before making my way back to my car. The local news that evening reported that police had disrupted a serious criminal operation following an anonymous tip, but no details were provided about what exactly had been discovered. Over the next few days, I monitored news reports and court listings to see if any charges would be announced. 3 people appeared in magistrate's court on various charges related to false imprisonment and production of illegal content, but the details weren't made public. I never submitted my assignment about red rooms. The research had moved far beyond academic investigation into active involvement in a police operation, and I couldn't write about it without potentially compromising legal proceedings. Instead, I switched to a different topic and tried to pretend the whole experience had never happened. But I kept thinking about how close I'd come to witnessing something genuinely horrific, and how many other similar operations might be running in ordinary-looking buildings in cities across the country. The most disturbing part wasn't the violence itself, but how normal everything had appeared on the surface. An abandoned garage in an industrial estate, used by people who looked like they could be anyone's neighbors or colleagues, creating content for an audience of hundreds of people who treated real suffering as entertainment. I still drive past that industrial estate sometimes when I'm heading out of Cardiff. The garage has been properly secured now, with new boarding and security fencing, but I can't help wondering about the other vacant properties I pass and what might be happening behind their abandoned facades.